On a ranch in Fukan village near Tokiwa City in the Kanto region, Qingyuan rode on Toros's back, staring blankly at a group of poppies flying across the sky. Time flies so fast. 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Qingyuan snapped out of his reverie, pulled out a notebook covered in a brown book cover from his pocket, and murmured with some emotion, "Moo." Sensing that Qingyuan was not in a good mood, Kentaro offered a concerned greeting. "It's all right, Toros, it's just a bit sunny. Could you take me to the shade of that tree over there?" Hearing Toros's cry, Qingyuan patted Toros's head and said with a smile, "Moo." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Kentaro nodded and barked twice before walking towards the shade of a nearby tree. Once under the shade of the tree, Qingyuan jumped off Kentaro's back and was about to sit down. "Moo." At this moment, Toros barked twice. Qingyuan looked up and saw Toros staring straight at him with its head raised. Seeing this, Qingyuan chuckled helplessly, took out a handful of general-purpose Pokemon food from his pocket, and fed it to Toros. Even after finishing his meal, Kentaro refused to leave, still staring intently at him. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately said in an annoyed tone, "That's it? What? I just made you walk a few extra steps, and you're trying to raise the price on the spot." Kentaro still refused to leave, but instead of staring straight at him, he ate a couple of bites of grass and then looked up at him. Seeing Toros in this state, Qingyuan had no choice but to take out another handful of Pokemon food from his pocket and feed it to Toros. After feeding him, Qingyuan spoke directly, "Get out? This is really gone, get out of here right now." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Toros didn't care. He revealed a wicked smile and ran happily towards the hillside, where his little brother was waiting for him. "Don't forget to have the Toros gather here this afternoon." Watching Kentaro scurrying back, Qingyuan shouted loudly, "Moo moo." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Toros barked 3 times and flicked its 3 tails in response. Upon hearing Kentaro's response, Qingyuan plopped down at the foot of the tree and picked up the brown notebook from earlier. "I must be the most miserable transmigrator ever." Looking at the notebook in his hand, which was covered in dust from being accidentally dropped on the ground, Qingyuan wiped it down while smiling wryly. On the day he graduated from high school in his previous life, Qingyuan finished his part-time job in the evening and originally planned to go home and re-watch the Pokemon anime. But on my way home, I saw a little girl fall into the water. Qingyuan originally didn't want to save him. After all, he had just graduated from high school and had a better future waiting for him. But when he saw the girl's mother crying out in anguish by the river, Qingyuan suddenly felt very sad for some reason. Perhaps it's because he's an orphan and has never experienced maternal love. If he had a mother, he might have cried even more than this mother in such a situation. So, in order to prevent a mother from experiencing the pain of losing her daughter, Qingyuan resolutely jumped into the water to save her. However, he overestimated his abilities. Long-term malnutrition, coupled with a sedentary lifestyle, resulted in his abnormally poor physical strength. So after rescuing the little girl, Qingyuan tried several times but failed to climb out of the water, despite the mother and daughter shouting loudly. However, it was the height of summer, and everyone was staying home with the air conditioning on and didn't want to come out, especially since the river was quite far from where people gathered. The mother called for a long time before someone came, but Qingyuan couldn't hold on any longer, and then everything went black. When he woke up again, he felt a squeezing sensation, and just as he was about to scream, his mouth was covered. Then he felt as if someone was wrapping something around him, covering his face, and he could only feel darkness. Then he felt as if the person was carrying him a long way. When he regained his sight, the first thing he saw was a huge sign that read Tokiwa City Welfare Home. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan knew that he had been abandoned again. He stayed in the orphanage until he was 10 years old. On the very first day after his 10th birthday, the portly director issued him an identity certificate and kicked him out of the orphanage. Having nothing, Qingyuan left the orphanage with the notebook he had written down the plot in Chinese characters when he was 3 years old, after realizing that this was the world of the Pokemon anime. He then began to make a living. After leaving the welfare home, Qingyuan changed jobs 7 or 8 times before finally finding this job herding livestock for a farm owner. During these 7 or 8 jobs, Qingyuan also realized that this was not the utopian world of the anime in his previous life. This world was much more realistic than the world in the anime. People in this world aren't as friendly as they are portrayed in anime. Of the 7 or 8 jobs he had, 3 employers tried to renege on his wages. Fortunately, the farm owner, Mr. Tianxi, was a kind man. Although he only paid him 6,000 alliance coins a month, which was less than the 8,000 a month paid by other farm owners, he was still a good worker. However, Mr. Tianxi provided food and lodging, and even allowed me to view his collection of books. Based on these points alone, Qingyuan is certain that he will earn more than the extra 2,000 alliance coins per month. Aside from unscrupulous merchants, in this world, if you want to obtain the starter Pokemon, you can't just go to the professor in the anime and get them for free. In this world, your parents will have to pay the Alliance 100,000 Alliance coins every year starting from the year you were born. This way you can get a starter Pokemon from Nurse Joy at your local Pokemon Center. Note that you must obtain the spot from Miss Joy. If you don't have connections or live next door to the doctor, you won't be able to get the spot from him. After all, PhDs generally have better resources than the general public. In addition, if your parents are unable to pay the Alliance 100,000 Alliance coins annually from the time you were born, don't rush. As long as you pay 100,000 league coins to the league in the year you set off to become a trainer, you will receive a Pokédex issued by Nursejoy. You can also become a member of the league and enjoy all the benefits and perks that members of the league receive at the Pokémon Center. However, this benefit is time-limited, for example, the free treatment at the Pokémon Center. If you haven't received the starter Pokémon and have only received the Pokédex, then this free healing benefit will only last for 2 years. After this period, if you still want to enjoy the free treatment services at the Pokémon Center, you will need to pay the league 20,000 league coins annually as a continuation of this benefit. In Qingyuan's view, this was no different from the membership system in shopping malls in his previous life. Those who only have the Pokédex are silver members, while those who have the starter Pokémon are gold members. Silver members need to renew their membership to continue receiving benefits, while gold members do not. Even so, Qingyuan still wanted the benefits of being a silver member. Chevron_lefties not just because of the perks you can enjoy at the Pokémon Center after obtaining the Pokédex. The main purpose is that the Pokédex helps Qingyuan to observe the potential of Pokémon more intuitively. After 15 years of hard work, Qingyuan is now certain that he does not have the legendary cheat code. Even the Eye of Insight, which is supposedly something every transmigrator has, is something this miserable transmigrator doesn't possess. Of course, the Pokédex doesn't have that much power. All it can do is help Qingyuan observe the data of this Pokémon and, by comparing it with the database, allow trainers to more intuitively perceive the development potential of their Pokémon. Another benefit is that it can help Qingyuan observe the skills that this Pokémon possesses, as well as its inherited skills. Although the function is relatively simple, it is not suitable for Qingyuan who does not have any cheat codes. This feature is already quite powerful. After all, the lack of funds forces Qingyuan to take the elite route. If he encounters a Pokémon with little potential, and he has invested a lot of resources in it, the already impoverished Qingyuan will be dragged down by this elf. Only by allocating the limited resources to spirits with greater potential and quickly converting them into strength can we achieve our goals. In this way, Qingyuan can earn more resources with this Pokémon, forming a virtuous cycle and continuously enhancing his strength. Only in this way can he realize his dream of becoming a trainer. If the Pokémon's potential is insufficient, preventing a positive cycle from forming, then his dream of becoming a trainer will truly remain unfulfilled. So, even though the Pokédex is a bit expensive for him, he's still prepared to get it. As for Ash Ketchum's claim that any Pokémon can become stronger through training, Qingyuan does not deny it. However, the prerequisite is that he has the resources. Before he has the resources, Qingyuan can only learn from Shinji. After dusting off the notebook, Qingyuan opened it and sat under the tree, reading it with great interest. In addition to the plot he originally recorded in Chinese characters, the notebook also contains cultivation notes that he has copied from the Tokiwa City Library and Mr. Wadaishi's collection over the years. It records some common knowledge about raising Pokémon, as well as some unique tips and tricks. In the process of making a Pokémon stronger, in addition to training and battling, daily nurturing of the Pokémon is also very important. Just like Ash's Krabby in the anime, if Professor Oak hadn't raised it for a period of time, it would have been impossible for it to achieve the feat of defeating 3 opponents in the Indigo League. Of course, if Qingyuan had a breeder like Xiaogang by his side, then Qingyuan could concentrate on studying tactics and training. Unfortunately, he didn't have it, and he might not have it in the future, so he had to learn it on his own. As time passed, Qingyuan was so immersed in the ocean of knowledge that he didn't even notice the passage of time. When he looked up from his notebook, the western sky had turned a fiery red. Seeing that it was getting late, Qingyuan quickly put away his notebook, stood up from the ground, and stretched his limbs. Qingyuan then cupped his hands around his mouth to form a megaphone shape and shouted, "Toro, let's go home." Moo. Qingyuan called out 3 times in a row, and after a long while, a strong voice replied to him. Toros, accompanied by his minions, slowly walked down the slope towards Qingyuan, who stood still and waited. When Kentor arrived in front of Qingyuan, he proudly tossed his head at him. Seeing this, Qingyuan was not annoyed, but instead took out a small handful of elf food. "Looks like you don't like this. How about I give you another Toros to try?" Upon hearing this, Kentaro became anxious and began to fawn over Qingyuan, even trying to nuzzle Qingyuan with its head. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly fed the Pokémon food in his hand to Toros. Toros doesn't hold back when it hits, and being bumped by its big head is quite uncomfortable. After eating the elf food, Toros changed its arrogant demeanor and bowed its head to Qingyuan, preparing to carry Qingyuan on its back. Just as Qingyuan was about to mount the ox, he saw a dark shadow streak across the sky and then fly straight toward him. Boom! After a loud bang, the dark figure crashed straight onto the lawn 100 meters away from Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan and Kentaro stared at each other blankly for a while. After a long while, Qingyuan decided to go and see what was going on, just in case it was an opportunity that had fallen from the sky. As for whether there would be any danger, Qingyuan looked down at Toros, believing that Toros would help him escape. 100 meters isn't a long distance. Kentaro led Qingyuan to the spot where the shadow had landed in just a few steps. There, a scorpion-shaped object was lying on the ground in a cross shape. Qingyuan jumped off Kentaro's back and walked up to the scorpion-shaped object. He saw a scorpion with round eyes lying on the grass. Strange? Why is Scorpio here? Qingyuan looked at the scorpion in front of him with some doubt. Although Fukun Town is right next to Viridian Forest, some Pokémon from the Johto region do run into the vicinity on weekdays. However, those Pokémon were all adults, but they got lost and ended up near Viridian City instead of Johto. But this scorpion in front of us is different from those elves. It is smaller than a normal scorpion and has a purple-pink exoskeleton. All these characteristics clearly indicate that the scorpion in front of us is a scorpion that has not yet emerged from its juvenile stage. After what just happened, Qingyuan was certain that this scorpion probably hadn't even fully mastered flying yet, otherwise it wouldn't have knocked itself unconscious. Thinking of this, Qingyuan looked towards the distant Viridian Forest, the direction from which Scorpion had flown. All signs indicated that something seemed to have happened in the Viridian Forest. Although this matter seemed profitable, Qingyuan had no intention of getting involved. There was nothing he could do. Being so weak, he clearly had no right to get involved, so he decided to just pretend he didn't know. Of course, he wouldn't give up the chance to drink some soup if he could ensure his safety. Thinking of this, Qingyuan took out the Pokeball he had prepared 5 years ago, pressed the switch, and threw it at the Gliscor in front of him. The newborn scorpion, still unconscious, was clearly defenseless. The Pokeball didn't even shake, it simply made a thump sound, indicating a successful capture. Seeing this, Qingyuan stepped forward, picked up the Pokeball, and whispered, "Little guy, I hope you have good potential, otherwise I'll have no choice but to release you back into the wild. Although I still quite like Scorpios." After saying that, he put away the Pokeball, then rode on Tauros, the Bull King, and led the herd of cattle toward the pasture at the foot of the hill. Back at the ranch, Qingyuan first counted the number of Tauros to make sure none were missing. Qingyuan then herded the Tauros back to the shed, fed the King Tauros a handful of spirit food, locked the door, and thus ended his day's work. "Hey, Qingyuan, dinner's ready? Come on over, we've been waiting for you." Just as Qingyuan locked the door, he heard a shout. Qingyuan looked in the direction the sound came from and saw Tuomo waving at him. "Tuomo, you eat first. I need to go see Mr. Tianji." "Okay, I'll save some food for you. Come back quickly, or the food won't taste good if it gets cold." "Okay, got it."
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks. After waving to Tuomu to express his gratitude, Qingyuan headed towards Mr. Tianxi's residence. The entire ranch's accommodations are arranged in a circle. The outermost layer consists of the sheds for the elves like Tauros, Mariup, and Multank. Qingyuan and Tuomu's wooden cabins are located in the middle. Further inside are warehouses for processing livestock products and storing tools. The innermost layer is Mr. Tianxi's residence. The ranch was quite large, it took Qingyuan 5 minutes to reach Mr. Tianxi's residence. Qingyuan stood in front of the door and gently knocked. A few seconds later, the door was opened by a voluptuous young woman. "Oh, it's Qingyuan. Excuse me, Mrs. Linghua, I have something to discuss with Mr. Tianxi." Upon seeing the person who opened the door, Qingyuan quickly greeted them. Mrs. Linghua is not only Mr. Tianxi's wife, but also a rare junior breeder. Linghua played an indispensable role in enabling Mr. Tianxi to establish such a great enterprise. During his years at the ranch, Qingyuan often sought Linghua's advice on breeding techniques. In a way, Linghua could be considered half of Qingyuan's mentor. "Come in quickly. Tianxi, Qingyuan is looking for you." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Linghua first let Qingyuan into the house, and then loudly called out to Tianxi, "Please have a seat. Tianxi is upstairs dealing with the accounts, he'll be down shortly." After Qingyuan entered the house, Linghua gestured for him to sit down on the sofa, and then took a teacup and poured him a cup of tea. "Thank you." Qingyuan sat down on the sofa, thanking him as he accepted the teacup with both hands. "Ha ha ha, so it's Qingyuan who's here." Just as Qingyuan placed the tea on the coffee table, Tianxi's hearty laughter rang out. Qingyuan quickly stood up from the sofa and said, "Mr. Tianxi, I'm sorry to bother you so late." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Tianxi waved for him to sit down and said with a smile, "No disturbance, no disturbance. Please sit down and have some tea." Upon hearing Tianxi's words, Qingyuan sat down on the sofa again, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Tianxi poured tea for Qingyuan and then poured himself a cup before speaking. "Qingyuan, is there something you need that's bringing you so late?" Seeing this, Qingyuan didn't hide anything and directly told him that he had picked up a scorpion that day. He also expressed his desire to buy a few bottles of moo milk from him and his wish to take a few days off to go to the Pokémon Center. Tianxi readily agreed to his request without any hesitation, even selling him 30 bottles of moo milk, which were normally priced at 500 alliance coins each, for 300 alliance coins each. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Qingyuan thanked Tianxi and then carried the moo milk that Linghua had packed for him toward his residence. Because the ranch has a lot of land and few people, and the space is large, Qingyuan and the other cattle and sheep herders who work there also have their own separate rooms. Back in his room, Qingyuan had just turned on the light when there was a knock at the door. Qingyuan quickly went over and opened the door, only to see Tuomo standing in front of him with a lunchbox in his hand. "Brother Qingyuan, I left dinner for you, but you came back too late, the food is cold." As Tuomo spoke, he handed the lunchbox in his hand to Qingyuan. Qingyuan took the lunchbox and said, "Thanks, Tuomo. I'm going to Changpan City tomorrow. If there's anything you want, just tell me and I'll bring it back for you." "No need, brother Qingyuan, the ranch has everything, I don't need anything." "Okay, thank you for saving me food." "Oh, it's nothing." "Well, brother Qingyuan, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." "Okay, goodbye." Boom. After seeing Tuomu off, Qingyuan closed the door, placed the lunchbox on the table next to him, and then plopped down in a chair. After sitting on the chair for a while, Qingyuan took out Scorpion's Pokeball. The red and white Pokeball reflected a metallic sheen when illuminated by the room lights. "Come out, Scorpio." Qingyuan aimed the Pokeball at his bed and pressed the button. A beam of red light shot out from the Pokeball, and Gliscor appeared on the bed. Clatter. After being treated with the healing spray inside the Pokeball, Gliscor's injuries had almost fully healed, so it had long since emerged from its coma. However, this is because it is not familiar with Qingyuan. Upon first seeing Qingyuan, Scorpio immediately adopted a defensive stance. Looking at the wary Scorpion in front of him, Qingyuan waved the Pokeball in his hand at it. "I have captured you, and from today onwards I am your trainer. GL." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio tilted his head at him, looking completely bewildered. It was obvious that it didn't understand Qingyuan's words. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but slap his forehead, only then realizing that this Scorpion had only been born recently. This guy probably doesn't even know what a trainer is. So Qingyuan had no choice but to change his approach. "Trainer, that means you have to listen to me from now on and treat me like an older brother. Can you understand this sentence?" Scorpio nodded at Qingyuan, but quickly put on a fierce expression again. "The meaning is clear, if you want me to listen to you, why should I? You have to defeat me first?" Seeing this, Qingyuan was not surprised at all. The strong dominate the weak, it is the instinct of elves. It's obvious that Scorpio thinks Qingyuan is not as strong as it. In response, Qingyuan said, "If I can't handle an adult Pokemon, can't I handle a cub that hasn't even left its infancy stage?" He put on his right hand, wearing the gloves he used for winter protection, and then reached straight for the Scorpion's tail. Scorpio, of course, wouldn't let Qingyuan grab its tail so easily, and clamped its two pincers down on Qingyuan's hand. However, Scorpios are still in their infancy, and their previous injuries haven't healed yet. Plus, they haven't eaten all day and are starving. It could be said that the negative buffs were stacked to the maximum, so Qingyuan grabbed Scorpion's tail without breaking a sweat and pulled it into the air. Seeing the Scorpion in midair, baring its fangs and refusing to admit defeat, Qingyuan picked up a fire poker and struck the Scorpion's head twice. Scorpio was completely stunned by those two blows. Then Qingyuan simply threw him onto the bed. Scorpio, who had been lying on the bed, took a long time to recover before looking at Qingyuan, who was holding a fire poker and looking fierce. Scorpio's originally fierce eyes suddenly became as clear as a college student's, and he quickly raised his hands to Qingyuan to show that he was convinced and that he was the boss from now on. Seeing this, Qingyuan threw away the fire poker and looked at Scorpion with a helpless expression. "You're so stubborn, you'll have to suffer the consequences? You're going to get a beating." After teaching Scorpion a lesson, Qingyuan took a bottle of moo milk, unscrewed it, and handed it to Scorpion. Scorpio smelled the fragrance in the air and took the baby bottle with an incredulous expression. His expression seemed to say, "Is this really for me, Godfather?" Seeing Scorpio's pathetic state, Qingyuan immediately started offering Scorpio empty promises. "Don't worry, as long as you listen to me from now on, I'll give you not only moo milk, but also even better energy cubes and special elf food. Of course, the premise is that you must listen to me properly." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio nodded excitedly and then stared intently at Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan laughed in annoyance. "All right, drink up." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio didn't hesitate at all and immediately began to drink. In less than a minute, Scorpio finished the whole bottle of moo milk. After finishing his drink, Scorpio let out a burp and then looked at Qingyuan somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing this, Qingyuan immediately understood what was going on. After all, they had been hungry all day, and a bottle of moo milk was not enough to satisfy Scorpio. So Qingyuan served Scorpion a bowl of general-purpose Pokemon food and opened a bottle of moo milk, placing it on the table. "Just make do with this for today. I'll buy you better Pokemon food tomorrow when I go to Viridian City. If you think the elf food is really unpalatable, you can mix it with moo milk, it should taste much better." After saying that, Qingyuan opened the lunchbox and began to eat the dinner that Tuomo had just brought. Scorpion didn't hesitate and jumped onto the table. It first picked up a piece of fairy food and tasted it. Finding the taste quite good, they started eating it in big mouthfuls, just like Qingyuan. Just as Qingyuan was concentrating on cooking, Scorpion suddenly touched Qingyuan with its pincers. Qingyuan turned his head and saw Scorpion holding a baby bottle between its two pincers, gesturing for Qingyuan to take a sip. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he almost choked on his food. Who wouldn't like such a pure-hearted sprite? "You can drink it yourself. I have more. I'll drink it if I want." Qingyuan patted Scorpio's head and said gently. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the simple-minded Scorpio didn't think much of it and gulped down the milk in the bottle in a few big mouthfuls. After eating and drinking their fill, Qingyuan and Scorpio went to bed together. Qingyuan leaned against the headboard reading a book, while Scorpio slept beside him. The human and the elf had just been fighting, but now they were getting along exceptionally well, like longtime companions. The next morning, Qingyuan opened his eyes from his sleep and looked at Scorpio lying on his stomach. "You're crushing me." Qingyuan gently pushed Scorpion aside and then got up to wash up. After Qingyuan finished washing up and had breakfast, Scorpio was still sleeping on the bed. "Scorpio, Scorpio, get up, you lazy bones." Clatter. Qingyuan gently woke Scorpio, who got up and made a sound of resistance. Then it lay down on the bed, looking listless and weak. Seeing this, Qingyuan had no choice but to prepare Scorpio's breakfast first. Just as he placed the moo-moo milk and the fairy food on the table, preparing to wake Scorpio again, a purple shadow flashed past his eyes, and then Scorpio lay on the table and began stuffing food into his mouth. Seeing this, Qingyuan could only smile wryly and say something. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." After Scorpion finished eating breakfast, Qingyuan put it back into its pokeball. After tidying up a bit, Qingyuan went out and headed towards Mr. Tianxi's residence. After borrowing a Tauros from Mr. Tashiji, Qingyuan rode the Tauros towards Viridian City. In early summer, a gentle breeze, like the hands of a beautiful woman, lightly caresses Qingyuan's cheeks. Qingyuan rode on the back of the Kentaro, closing his eyes and enjoying the early summer breeze. Alas, good times are always fleeting. In a few months, this gentle breeze will turn into a heat wave. Qingyuan opened his eyes and looked at the road ahead, saying with some emotion. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Kentaro shook his head and let out a shout. Fukun town is not far from Viridian City. Qingyuan rode his Tauros slowly for an hour and arrived near Viridian City. Because it's no longer possible to ride Pokemon in the city, I put Tauros away before entering Viridian City. After entering the city, Qingyuan did not wander around but went straight to the Viridian City Pokemon Center. Because the Viridian City gym leader, Giovanni, is often away from the gym, Viridian City has far fewer trainers than some other cities. So Qingyuan didn't have to wait in line at the Pokemon Center for very long before he arrived in front of Nurse Joy. "Hello, Miss Nurse Joy, I'd like to collect my Pokédex and register as a league trainer." Looking at the gentle and beautiful Joey in front of him, Qingyuan handed her his identification. "Okay, do you know the conditions for obtaining the Pokédex?" As Joey smiled, she took Qingyuan's identification and asked him a question. "I know." Qingyuan nodded and took out his Union Bank card. Seeing this, Joey didn't say anything more and started registering Qingyuan on the machine. After registering, Joey took out a card reader and had Qingyuan swipe his card on it. After Qingyuan reluctantly swiped his card, Joey took out a red Pokédex and fiddled with it for a while. "Hello, esteemed league trainer, this is your Pokédex. With this Pokédex, you can enjoy free medical services and other benefits at Pokemon centers in various locations for 2 years. After 2 years, you will need to pay 20,000 league coins annually to continue enjoying these benefits." After tinkering with it, Joey spoke a lot of official jargon to Qingyuan while holding the Pokédex, before finally handing it over to him. After finishing speaking, Joey took a deep breath and then smiled brightly at Qingyuan. "Congratulations, esteemed Qingyuan trainer." "Thank you, Miss Joey." Qingyuan thanked him and took the Pokédex from Joey's hands. "By the way, Mr. Qingyuan, you can pick up league quests from the Pokédex, and they're rewarded. Also, Alliance contribution points are more valuable than Alliance coins, so don't be silly and exchange them." Just after Qingyuan received the Pokédex, Nurse Joy winked at him and said, "This isn't confidential information, Qingyuan will find out after being tricked a few more times. However, Qingyuan is an orphan and has already become a league trainer. If he has good potential in the future, he would be a perfect candidate to marry into the family." Therefore, Joey planned to establish a good relationship with Qingyuan in advance and tell him about the Alliance contribution points in advance, so that he wouldn't be scammed. Of course, she did this kind of thing quite often, since one of the tasks the family assigned them to manage the Pokemon Center was to recruit trainers with potential. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was taken aback. Looking at the blinking Joey in front of him, he thanked her very solemnly and left. This is great news. If he can take on missions and earn rewards, his journey as a trainer will be much easier from now on. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Qingyuan felt refreshed and invigorated. The Pokédex allows him to accept Alliance quests and earn rewards, which really relieved one of his biggest worries. He originally planned to work on the ranch for another 6 months to save up tens of thousands of Alliance coins before embarking on his travels. Now that he has the Pokédex, he can travel and earn money at the same time, starting his trainer journey ahead of schedule. In that case, I'll go back, resign, and go on a trip. Looking at the red Pokemon Pokédex in his hand, Qingyuan thought to himself. After deciding on the travel plans, Qingyuan took out Gliscor's Pokeball and placed it in the slot of the Pokédex to test it. After pressing the detection button on the Pokédex, a red light shot out from the groove and began scanning the Pokeball. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel excited. Be better qualified, be better qualified, be better qualified. Qingyuan secretly prayed that if the Scorpion's aptitude was not good, he would have no choice but to release it. If he wants to find a Pokemon with good stats in a short time, he can only buy one from the Pokemon Breeding Center. Then you'll have to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins. His journey will definitely become more difficult after that. Ding! Test complete. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the Pokédex pulled Qingyuan back to his senses. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan immediately looked at the Pokédex display screen. Scorpio's identity information was displayed in great detail. Elf, Scorpion. Rating, 3. Developmental comparison, not possible. Attributes, ground, flight. Ability, immunity. Pokémon with this ability cannot be poisoned or poisoned. If a Pokémon is poisoned or poisoned, the poisoning or poisoning is removed when it gains this ability. Each Pokémon appears only once. Skills, Cross Poison Blade, Ambush to Vital Points, Double Retribution, Poison Needle, Sand Splash. The first thing Qingyuan noticed was Scorpion's conspicuous hidden trait, Immunity. This trait will turn into poison healing after Scorpion evolves into Scorpion King. Although Qingyuan didn't play games much in his previous life, he had heard of the poison healing Scorpion King. However, since Scorpios are still in their infancy, the section for comparing development is blank. However, the 3 inherited skills in the skill bar clearly prove that Scorpio is a genius. Although we don't know how the development comparison is, the fact that Scorpios have 3 inherited skills proves that their physical qualities are definitely not bad. Moreover, even if Scorpio's physical condition is really not that great, with these 3 inherited skills, it is entirely worth Qingyuan using resources to improve its health. Having more inherited skills means having better comprehension, and better comprehension means it's easier to break through to the Heavenly King realm and takes less time. Because breaking through to the Heavenly King realm requires comprehending something called momentum, and spirits with good comprehension are more likely to comprehend it. Although I don't know where this news came from, it's surprising that everyone is praising it and no one is debunking it. That means the news is definitely true. Of course, even Pokémon with poor physical abilities and low comprehension can break through to the Elite Four level after receiving adequate resources. It just might require more resources and take a little longer. This is what Ash advocated in the previous anime. Even Pokémon with poor natural talent can become powerful through training. However, Qingyuan didn't have that much money, so he could only follow Shinji's path and pursue an elite route. This is also the path many players took in their previous lives, capturing numerous Pokémon, comparing them to find those with better potential for training, even though Qingyuan in his previous life was an anime fan. After reading the information about Scorpion, Qingyuan put away its Pokeball and began studying the Pokédex. The first thing Qingyuan studied was the mission system that Miss Joey had told him about. Qingyuan switched the encyclopedia to the quest interface, and soon a series of quests popped up like popcorn. Qingyuan patiently looked through them one by one. Task coding. Task requirements. We need to purchase a Pokémon with excellent stats and at least 1 inherited skill. Task reward. 10 to 15 alliance coins. Price negotiable. Task coding. Task requirements. Long-term acquisition of high-quality materials from poison-type Pokémon, such as Venom, Venom Sacs, Venom Fangs, and Venom Needles. Task reward. 1 to 30 alliance coins. Verified by alliance professional appraisers. Task coding. Mission requirements. Drive away the wild water-type Pokémon along the riverbank in Spring White Town and reinforce the riverbank. Trainers are required to be strong, with at least 2 badges or 2 Pokémon of level 30 or higher. Grass-type and electric-type Pokémon are preferred. Task reward. 20 to 40 alliance coins. Negotiable. A series of tasks, along with the generous rewards, left Qingyuan completely overwhelmed. If he had known that the quests in the Pokédex could easily earn him the savings of 5 or 6 years of work, he would have completed the Pokédex 3 years ago when he had saved up 100,000 league coins. Unfortunately, at the time, he worried that without a Pokémon with good potential, he wouldn't be able to continue on the path of a trainer. So he worked desperately to save money. If he hadn't accidentally caught Scorpio, he might have had to wait another year to complete his Pokédex and get his first Pokémon. I really was under the weight of the wind and snow for 2 or 3 years, making it a total of 5 years. These past 5 years have been utterly meaningless. It's been a complete waste of time. Thinking of this, Qingyuan almost punched himself on the head twice in anger. After a long while, Qingyuan finally calmed down his frustrated emotions and began to console himself. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Getting angry will only make you sick, and no one can take your place. These past few years haven't been too wasted. At least Scorpios can receive better training in the early stages. Moreover, no one had told me before that this was due to information gaps and differences in background. Phew, don't be angry. Qingyuan muttered a few words to himself, having almost finished consolidating his understanding, before flipping through the Pokédex again. This time, he wanted to see what kind of alliance contribution task Miss Joey had emphasized, and what kind of task would earn alliance contribution points that Miss Joey would value so much. Task coding. Mission requirements. Clear out and capture bug-type Pokémon around Viridian City. Trainers must have at least 1 badge. After accepting the mission, please go to the Viridian City Police Department for an interview and receive Pokeballs for capturing Pokémon. Task reward. Calculated based on the strength of the bug-type Pokémon recovered, valid indefinitely. Task coding. Mission requirements. Rebattle the side paths connecting the main road around Viridian Forest. Trainers must have at least 2 badges or 2 Pokémon of level 30 or higher. After accepting the mission, please go to the Viridian City Police Department for an interview. After submitting the mission, an officer will come to collect it. Task reward. 5,200 contribution points. Contribution tasks are rarer than alliance coin tasks, and they are also more difficult and have higher barriers to entry. Moreover, all contribution tasks are issued by the alliance, and you have to go to the police station to report before completing the task. This is probably why contribution points are more valuable than alliance coins. As Qingyuan pondered this, he looked at the Pokédex and studied its usage. Soon after a new interface opened, Qingyuan gasped in shock, completely overturning his previous idea. On the screen, messages popped up one by one like popping beans. Whether it's starter Pokémon, Pokémon items, or evolution stones, all sorts of treasures can be exchanged here. Qingyuan was completely overwhelmed by what he saw. There were many things on it that he had never even heard of, let alone seen, in the more than 10 years he had lived in this world. At this moment, he finally understood why Miss Joey had told him that contribution points were very valuable. The main problem is that many of the items mentioned are in short supply on the market. If Qingyuan were to use alliance coins to buy them, he might not be able to find even a single item for several years. Who would have thought that a Pokémon encyclopedia worth just 100,000 alliance coins could divide the classes so clearly? Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. Before he obtained the Pokédex, he had never heard a word about accepting league quests or exchanging contribution points for treasures. It's obvious that these things have been locked away by trainers who possess the Pokédex. After all, there are only so many tasks and so few resources. If a whole bunch of people come in and try to share them, what will I eat? Keep in mind that many families can scrape together 100,000 alliance coins if they really set their minds to it. Therefore, in order to prevent more people from sharing the spoils, many Pokédex owners voluntarily blocked this news. Of course, Qingyuan didn't mean to speak out for the underprivileged, since he was now a beneficiary himself. Ignoring all the fancy treasures, Qingyuan began searching for Pokémon breeding manuals with a clear objective. He quickly found the Scorpion's breeding manual, which required 200 contribution points to redeem. It's not too expensive. He can save up enough to buy it later by traveling and doing missions. Furthermore, Scorpion's evolution requires sharp teeth, which will increase Qingyuan's expenses, but it also gives Qingyuan a long time to lay the foundation for Scorpion. After checking the price of the Scorpion breeding manual, Qingyuan looked up at the Viridian City Pokémon Center in front of him. He couldn't help but think of Giovanni, the head of the Tokiwa Dojo and also the leader of the largest underground Yakuza group in the Kanto region. As if possessed, he typed Sakeki into the search bar. Soon, something related to Giovanni appeared on the exchange interface. There was only one item. The item is called Daiichi Sakaga's Chronicles and costs 10 contribution points. Seeing this, Qingyuan was a little puzzled. As a powerful trainer who had dominated the gym rankings back then, why would his travelogue be sold so cheaply? This search revealed that this thing was originally written in newspapers and had been serialized for 5 years. The reason it's now appearing in the Pokédex is simply because after so much time, it's very difficult to collect the complete set on the market anymore. That's why the complete record of encounters is being sold in the Pokédex using contribution points. Seeing this, Qingyuan understood his inner doubts and decided that his primary goal was to acquire this record of his experiences. He knew that Giovanni's true strength was far more than just that of a gym leader. In the special episode of the previous life, Giovanni was able to easily defeat Lance, the champion of Chengdu, with just one beadrill. His travelogue is a treasure to Qingyuan. After realizing that this world was different from the world of the anime he had lived in before, he became eager to learn more about it. But he had no way to get in touch with the authorities, and he had originally planned to learn about it little by little through travel. But traveling can't provide as much information as reading Giovanni's travelogue. After making his decision, Qingyuan continued to study the Pokédex, but he had already looked at all the main functions. Qingyuan learned about all the other auxiliary functions in less than 5 minutes. After studying the Pokédex, Qingyuan put it away and headed towards the location of the Silver Company store in Viridian City. Silver Company held the same position in the Kanto region as Devon Company held in the Fengyuan region. In the Kanto region, almost all businesses related to elves are controlled by the Silver Company. In the Kanto region, Silver Company was undoubtedly the leading business company. Upon entering the Silver Company, a waiter immediately greeted us. After the waiter explained the situation and Qingyuan asked questions, all the supplies were ready. After paying with alliance coins, Qingyuan walked out of the store with a pained expression, carrying the spatial backpack he had bought for 50,000 alliance coins. This purchase completely drained his savings, except for the 50,000 alliance coins he spent on a backpack with a 5 cubic meter capacity. Qingyuan also bought enough customized Pokémon food for Scorpion to last for 3 months. This customized fairy food contains more balanced nutrition, which can perfectly supply the nutrients needed for Scorpio's development. It can even accelerate Scorpio's growth to some extent. Of course, the quality of the products was good, but the price was also high. Just 3 months' worth of food cost Qingyuan 30,000 alliance coins, which is equivalent to 10,000 alliance coins per month. There are also energy cubes from the Hone region. These energy cubes can quickly replenish a Pokémon's energy after training, giving the Pokémon more time to train. Of course, energy blocks have more than just this function. Some good energy blocks can also heal spirits and increase intimacy. However, Qingyuan was relatively poor at the time, so he only bought enough energy cubes for Scorpio to last for 3 months. Because the power cubes were only recently introduced from Hone to Kanto, Silver Company has fewer suppliers, a smaller supply, and a higher price. The energy cubes that took 3 months cost Qingyuan a whopping 60,000 alliance coins. Furthermore, Qingyuan spent 10,000 alliance coins to buy several bottles of high-grade calcium tablets for Scorpio to help Scorpio quickly get through the post-molting period of weakness. It is important to know that after Scorpios pass through their juvenile stage, they enter a period of rapid growth, during which they undergo 5 molts within a month, growing to a size of over 1 meter. If it is given a lot of nutrition during this period, the scorpion may even grow to an even larger size. Other miscellaneous supplies, such as tents, medicines, combat uniforms, and poke balls, are also included. Qingyuan spent a total of 180,000 alliance coins at Silver Company's store this time. After deducting the 100,000 league coins from the Pokemon Encyclopedia, purchased 10,000 league coins worth of Moo Moo milk from the ranch. Qingyuan had worked hard for 5 years and saved up 300,000 alliance coins, but now he only had 10,000 left. Moreover, 8,000 of these 10,000 alliance coins were Qingyuan's reserve for Scorpio's food expenses. Therefore, for the next few months, Qingyuan will have to live on 2,000 alliance coins for food expenses. Fortunately, the free meals at the Pokemon Center made his worries less of a concern. After leaving Viridian City on foot with his spatial backpack, Qingyuan released Tauros and rode the bull towards Fukun Town. Time flies like an arrow, a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On the lawn where Qingyuan saw Scorpion was standing a few dozen meters away from the tree where Qingyuan was resting in the shade, with sandbags tied to his 2 pincers, constantly exercising. Clatter, clapper, clapper. The Scorpion swung its pincers while shouting, the sounds unusually rhythmic. Qingyuan sat in the shade under the tree, flipping through the Pokédex in a somewhat irritable manner. After a long while, Qingyuan stopped flipping through the Pokemon Encyclopedia, looked up at the sky, and let out a long sigh. The Alliance's monopoly on knowledge is truly remarkable. Unless you purchase it from the exchange interface, you won't see any systematic cultivation methods anywhere else. The remaining unsystematic cultivation methods are merely folk remedies and tricks. Qingyuan either already knew these tricks, or they were useless against Scorpios. Anyway, Qingyuan is now extremely worried about Scorpion's training, and for his sake, he can only devise a half-baked training method for Scorpion. He had Scorpion train using this method first, and at the same time, he used the Pokédex to observe Scorpion's body and refine the training method. If Scorpius's body shows even the slightest imbalance, he will immediately stop Scorpius from training and make a trip to the Viridian City Pokemon Center to treat Scorpius's hidden injuries. It's free anyway, might as well use it. After the treatment is completed, Qingyuan will modify the training method according to the injured parts of Scorpion's body. After several revisions, his half-baked training method became quite decent. At least Scorpio's level and physical fitness steadily improved during this process. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan looked at Scorpion, who was panting heavily from exercising under the scorching sun. He reached into his spatial backpack and took out ice water and an energy cube before stopping Scorpion's training. Scorpio, it's time. Come over and rest for a bit, have something to replenish your energy. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion immediately threw away its pincers and the weight on its back and flew towards Qingyuan. Boom. Scorpion accelerated through the air and pounced on the open ground in front of Qingyuan. Then it waited motionless for Qingyuan to serve it. Qingyuan was not unhappy about this. After feeding the Scorpion energy cubes and giving him ice water, he did so. Qingyuan then took out a steel brush and began to massage Scorpio with it. This is a massage technique that Miss Joy specially taught Qingyuan after seeing him running to the Elf Center every few days. Brushing a scorpion's joints and exoskeleton with a steel brush can effectively relax the muscles inside the exoskeleton, reducing the risk of the scorpion suffering hidden injuries. Miss Joy's intention was that teaching him this skill would allow Qingyuan to visit the Pokemon Center less often, thus reducing her workload. But who knew that after Qingyuan acquired this technique and massaged Scorpio, Scorpio's recovery speed significantly accelerated. This led to an increase in Scorpio's training volume, and for some unknown reason, Scorpio became increasingly indifferent to the possibility of injury. Before, it was a little better, at least it could land properly. Now, Scorpio dares to freefall from several meters in the air. Just like today, it fell straight to the ground. This led to Qingyuan visiting the Pokemon Center even more frequently. Originally, I would only go every 3 to 5 days, but now I go to Qingyuan regularly, every 2 days. As Scorpio became increasingly unruly, Qingyuan grew more and more worried about Scorpio's health and began to consider whether he should visit him every day. Clatter. Just as Qingyuan was lost in thought, Scorpio complained that the force of the swish had weakened and called out to him. Hearing Scorpion's cry, Qingyuan quickly came to his senses. Sorry, Scorpio? Clatter, clack. Scorpio generously waved its pincers at Qingyuan. Moo. With the last Kentaro herded back into the barn, Qingyuan finished his work for the day. Brother Qingyuan, Mr. Tianxi is looking for you. He wants you to go to his residence. Qingyuan had just locked up the cowshed and was about to go back to his lodgings to take a shower and then eat when he heard Tuomu standing in front of the sheep pen calling out. Okay, then I'll trouble you to save me a meal. Alright, Qingyuan. Thank you. After thanking Tuomu, Qingyuan headed straight for Mr. Tianxi's residence. The summer evening was no longer as hot as during the day. Qingyuan felt the cool breeze of the summer evening and a happy smile appeared on his face. He already knew why Mr. Tianxi had summoned him. A month ago, on the night Qingyuan received the Pokédex, he took the opportunity of returning the Tauros Pokeball to submit his resignation to Mr. Tianxi. However, with the arrival of summer, it is the perfect time for grazing, and there is an increase in things to do on the farm. In addition, since it would be difficult to find a successor for Qingyuan if he left, Mr. Tianxi asked Qingyuan to stay at the ranch for a while longer. Because Mr. and Mrs. Tianxi take good care of themselves every day, and Scorpios who have not yet passed their infancy do need time to develop. So Qingyuan agreed to stay at the ranch for another 3 months, but after 3 months, regardless of whether a replacement cowherd was found, Qingyuan would definitely leave. To Qingyuan's surprise, only a month had passed. Mr. Tianxi has already found a successor, so he can leave with peace of mind. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Tianxi treated him very well, and Mrs. Linghua also taught him a lot about cultivation. He would feel guilty if he just left without a second thought. As Qingyuan walked and pondered, he soon arrived at Mr. Tianxi's door. Qingyuan knocked on the door, and Linghua opened it for him again today. Linghua warmly welcomed Qingyuan inside, while Mr. Tianxi had already prepared the contract and was sitting at the coffee table. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation got down to business. Qingyuan signed the resignation contract that Tianxi had presented and received his wages for the past few months. This matter can be considered closed. Qingyuan drank tea with Tianxi for a while longer before taking his leave. Before leaving, Tianxi gave Qingyuan 10,000 alliance coins, and Madame Linghua also gave Qingyuan her cultivation notes from over the years. The two were surprisingly in agreement, both hoping that Qingyuan could continue on the path of becoming a trainer. Hopefully, he can make a name for himself. Qingyuan felt a warmth in her heart, and with red eyes, she bid farewell to the two. I didn't recover until I got back to my place. Qingyuan had just put his things down when there was another knock on the door. Qingyuan went over to open the door and saw Tuomu standing in front of his door, holding a lunchbox and scratching his head. Brother Qingyuan, here's your lunchbox. Thank you. Would you like to come in and have a seat? Qingyuan took the lunchbox and looked at Tuomu, who was scratching his head, and asked. No need, Brother Qingyuan. I have to herd sheep tomorrow, so I need to go to bed early tonight. Brother Qingyuan, I wish you a safe journey. In a few years, when I've saved enough money, I also want to travel and become a trainer. Looking at Qingyuan, who was about to embark on his journey, Tuomu said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Upon hearing Tuomu's words, Qingyuan smiled and said, all right, then I'll wait for you up ahead. We'll have a trainer battle then. But before you travel, don't forget to pay your taxes and get the Pokémon Pokédex. Its additional benefits are very useful to us. Like Qingyuan, Tuomu came from the Tokiwa City welfare home, and during this time, he often saved meals for him. Qingyuan was happy to help and give Tuomu some pointers, because there's a big difference between a trainer with a Pokédex and one without. The next morning, the weather was overcast. Qingyuan carried his pre-packed spatial backpack and left the farm where he had lived for 5 years. Standing at the farm gate, Qingyuan looked at the familiar farm gate and a flood of memories came to mind. The initial ambition upon learning about this world, the numbness after being brutally beaten by society, and the resentment in the heart of a transmigrator. All sorts of past events flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. Now, after 15 years, he can finally embark on the path of a trainer. Pokémon Master, here I come. After letting out a dramatic shout at the gate in front of him, Qingyuan turned around and embarked on his journey. His first stop on his trip was Viridian City, where he was going to register for the Quartz Convention in March of the following year. As the Kanto Region's League Conference, the Indigo League is held every 2 years. However, most of the participants in the Indigo League are trainers who have only started traveling in the last 2 years. Therefore, the Indigo League is jokingly referred to as the Baby Cup by older trainers. For Qingyuan, who is only now embarking on his journey, the Quartz Conference is undoubtedly an excellent debut platform. Although Qingyuan really wants to win the Quartz tournament, he is currently aiming for a top 4 finish and striving for first place because he doesn't have any special advantages. They must at least reach the semifinals of the Quartz Conference. As Qingyuan walked and pondered, he soon arrived at the entrance of Fukun town. Walk along the road from the village entrance until you reach the main road, then follow the road cleared by the Alliance to reach Viridian City. Qingyuan used to ride his Tauros on this road often, so he was very familiar with it. This road has a great advantage, it is very safe because the Alliance frequently raids it. At least there won't be any incidents of abominable snakes ambushing people. It's important to know that, as wild predators, many trainers are ambushed by Arbok every year, resulting in injuries or even death. This is a real world, ordinary people can indeed be killed by elves. However, although this road is safe, Pokémon are scarce. Unless you have incredible luck, it's unlikely you'll catch a Pokémon with excellent aptitude from the roadside. Therefore, in order to implement his elite strategy, Qingyuan released Scorpio and resolutely headed towards the main road and the side road. There was nothing that could be done, even though Scorpio had reached level 16 after a month and had mastered several new skills. However, a single level 16 Scorpion is insufficient to protect Qingyuan as he safely advances through the Alliance's unexploded forest. For his own safety, Qingyuan had no choice but to choose the side road opened up by the alliance. Although the side paths don't have the same regular sweeps by league trainers as the main paths, they are still safer than going directly into the forest because they are located around the main paths. Furthermore, because sweeping is not frequent, the chances of catching a high-potential Pokémon are greater in side paths. Let's go, Scorpio. Let's challenge our formidable opponents and march towards the World Championship throne. Qingyuan pointed ahead and shouted loudly at Scorpio from the entrance of the side path. Clatter. Scorpio responded enthusiastically to his trainer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. During this month, Scorpio listened to the stories Qingyuan told it and developed an almost fanatical longing for battle. It is precisely for this reason that Scorpio persevered through those tedious and painful training sessions in order to become stronger and defeat countless powerful enemies in the future. Qingyuan was wearing a combat suit sold by Silver Company, which was said to be able to block attacks from Pokémon below level 30. With his companion Scorpio slung over his right shoulder, he strode into the side passage. It's no wonder that this area is surrounded by Viridian Forest. It only took Ahara 2 minutes to walk into the side path. He then found a green caterpillar in the grass beside the road. Looking at the green caterpillar diligently munching on the leaves in front of him, Qingyuan revealed an evil smile. Go to Scorpion, use quick attack, let's secure our first win. Clatter. Scorpion jumped from Qingyuan's shoulder to the ground and unleashed a lightning bolt directly at the caterpillar in the grass. The green caterpillar was knocked 3 or 4 meters away, its eyes turned into circles, and it lost consciousness. Well done, Scorpio. Seeing this, Qingyuan praised the scorpion and fed it some spirit food. Scorpio happily ate them. Although it ate them at every meal, for some reason, it felt that these few were especially delicious this time. Qingyuan walked up to Caterpie, took out his Pokédex, and scanned Caterpie. Caterpie is a Pokémon that resembles a caterpillar, with a green back and a white abdomen. It has Y-shaped red antennae on its head and a yellow, spindle-shaped tail. It has 2 pairs of abdominal legs with suckers on them, and yellow ring-shaped markings on its sides. This information is not included in the word count of the main text. A mechanical voice came from the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Seeing this, Qingyuan sighed. If you really want to know the specific information about a Pokémon, you still have to put it in a Pokeball. After saying that, Qingyuan took out a red and white ball and threw it at the green caterpillar. Just like when Gliscor was caught, the Pokeball didn't even shake before Caterpie was caught. Seeing this, Qingyuan picked up Caterpie's Pokeball, shrunk it, and placed it in the small slot of the Pokédex. Soon, detailed information about Caterpie appeared on the Pokédex screen. As expected of a Pokémon you can easily encounter on the roadside, it only knows one move, String Shot, making its development level poor. Development level is categorized as poor, average, good, and excellent. What a pity, I thought I'd get a newbie protection period. Qingyuan sighed and released the green caterpillar, which had no potential for development, back into the wild. Place the Caterpie in the grass to hide it, and also put a few general-purpose Pokémon food next to it. Qingyuan continued carrying the Scorpion forward. Scorpion uses the cross-shaped poison blade. Clatter. Scorpion's pincers formed a cross, and poisonous energy gathered on them to form a sharp blade. Then it swung it at Popo in front of it. Boom. Pod, struck by the cross-shaped poison blade, only had time to scream before being sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground, leaving him with round eyes. Go away. Seeing this, Qingyuan threw out a Pokeball and captured Pidgey. Then came the shrinking process and the testing, all done in one go. Level 6, average development, inherited skill, Air Blade. Yes, I've got 100,000 Alliance coins. After reading Bobo's message, Qingyuan shouted excitedly. After defeating the Caterpie, Qingyuan had a sudden inspiration and accepted the quest to capture a Pidgey with excellent aptitude. However, to his surprise, the Pokémon on this path were all of very poor quality. Along the way, he and Scorpius had already caught 6 Pidgeys. It wasn't until this 7th one that he finally caught one that barely met the mission requirements. Just as Qingyuan was getting excited about the 100,000 Alliance coins he was about to receive. Boom! A loud clap of thunder sounded, and a light rain began to fall. Just then, a bright flash of lightning illuminated everything around. Unlike thunder that fell from the sky, it's more like a skill released by that electric-type Pokémon. A flash of lightning, and Qingyuan and Scorpio stared at each other, wide-eyed. Scorpio, come back first. Qingyuan took out Gliscor's Pokeball and put it away. Then he turned to look at the spot where the bright light had just burst forth, feeling somewhat incredulous. It can't be such a coincidence, Qingyuan thought to himself, and then lifted his leg and ran towards the direction of the bright light. The bright light was not far from Qingyuan, but the side road was in disrepair and covered with bushes. This makes it difficult for Qingyuan to run quickly. When he arrived at the scene, 5 minutes had already passed. The culprit behind the lightning was long gone, leaving only a ground littered with unconscious sparrows and a pitch-black bicycle. Qingyuan was initially somewhat uncertain, but after seeing these things, he became completely certain. This is a famous scene from the anime when Ash and Pikachu form a bond and encounter Ho-Oh. But why don't I see Ho-Oh? Looking at the blue sky in front of him, Qingyuan thought to himself, I'm complaining? Because of Ho-Oh's appearance, the originally cloudy day has now turned into a sunny day. Ah, my bicycle. Just then, the original female lead, Zioxia, made her grand entrance. Looking at the vibrant orange-haired girl in front of him, Qingyuan's eyes flashed with nostalgia. This was his childhood. Hello, have you seen a little thief wearing a hat and holding a Pikachu? At this moment, Xioxia saw Qingyuan and politely asked him a question. Hearing Xioxia's words, Qingyuan finally came to his senses and asked the question knowing the answer already. I didn't see it. It was like this when I came over. Did something get stolen from you? That thief stole my bicycle and even messed it up like this. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xioxia pointed at the black bicycle and said angrily. Qingyuan looked at the bicycle on the ground, following Xioxia's pointing finger. Yes, it's completely charred and beyond repair. I didn't see that little thief, but he just went through a battle with so many Spearow, his Pokemon might be injured. You can go to the Pokemon Center in Viridian City to check on him. Qingyuan pointed to the fiery sparrow on the ground and said to Xioxia. Xioxia looked at the Spearow on the ground. It was indeed a large flock, even if they were powerful Pokemon. However, one can't fight against so many opponents, and it's inevitable that he'll get injured when fighting so many fiery sparrows. Moreover, when she fished that thief out of the water, he was holding an injured Pikachu, so what the boy said makes a lot of sense. Xioxia looked at Qingyuan in front of her and nodded. Thank you, I'm going to chase after that thief now, goodbye. After saying that, Xioxia picked up her bicycle, which had turned into charcoal, and headed towards Qingyuan City. Goodbye? Qingyuan was somewhat surprised to see Xioxia carrying her bicycle and running at a 100-meter sprint speed. The physical prowess of the main characters successfully taught Qingyuan, this visitor from another world, a lesson. After watching Xioxia walk away, Qingyuan looked down at the fiery sparrows scattered all over the ground and said with a smile. Nobody wants the Spearow, huh? Then I'll take it. While humming a little tune, Qingyuan kept throwing out Pokeballs to capture the unconscious Spearow scattered all over the ground. Poor development, no inherited skills, no choice. Ordinary development, no inherited talents, not wanted. The developmental situation is poor, but there's a genetic skill, let's keep it for now. After a thorough selection process by Qingyuan, 5 fiery sparrows were ultimately chosen. All 5 of these fiery sparrows possess inherited skills, and one of them even has 2 inherited skills. Qingyuan plans to take on the mission and sell the 5 fiery sparrows for a good price. Alternatively, if you can't sell it, you can breed one and evolve it to use as a transportation Pokemon. As for whether his mobility Pokemon can become a main battle Pokemon, that depends on whether he can purchase the Spearow training manual before Spearow evolves. In any case, Qingyuan was in a very good mood at this moment. After putting the Spearow's Pokeball into his inventory, Qingyuan led Gliscor towards Viridian City. He originally planned to spend another day or 2 in Viridian Forest, gather some supplies, complete a few more missions, and then head to Viridian City. However, having caught 5 promising Spearows, Qingyuan had no intention of wandering around any longer. Thank you Ash and Pikachu for sending 5 Spearow. Following the main road, Qingyuan quickly arrived at Viridian City. After putting away the Gliscor on his shoulder, he headed towards the Pokemon Center. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Qingyuan did not rush to have Nurse Joy treat his Pokemon. He first went to the teleportation machine, placed Pidge's Pokeball on it, and teleported it out. At the same time, he sent Pidge's detailed information to the employer in the Pokédex and then clicked Submit Mission. Looking at the Pokédex, the quest has been submitted. Please wait for a message in 15 minutes. He then went to the counter and handed the Pokeballs containing Gliscor and 5 Spearow to Nurse Joy. After that, he went to the waiting area, took out his Pokédex, and started looking at the quest. Although these 5 Spearows have good potential and are very valuable, he must sell them quickly, otherwise he won't be able to support so many Spearows with the 10,000 plus alliance coins he has. After much searching, Qingyuan finally found 3 quests to purchase the Fierce Sparrow. Qingyuan submitted them one by one. It is worth mentioning that Qingyuan also sold the Fierce Sparrow with 2 inherited skills. The main problem is that neither of the 2 inherited skills of that Fiery Sparrow are particularly good. The 2 Fiery Sparrows left behind by Qingyuan possessed 2 inherited skills, one was Divine Bird Strike, and the other was Triple Attack. Qingyuan plans to try and train the Fiery Sparrow that mastered the Divine Bird's Fierce Strike. As for the one that possesses the Triple Attack, Qingyuan plans to keep it and sell it at a higher price. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed, and the reward for the task that Qingyuan submitted had been credited to his account. 120,000 alliance coins was a bit beyond Qingyuan's expectations. He originally thought he would be lucky to get 100,000. Although that Bobo had a genetic skill, its development was too poor. Next, the reward of 100,000 for Qingyuan's mission regarding the Fierce Sparrow was also credited to his account, with the largest sum coming from the Fierce Sparrow that possessed 2 inherited skills. There are a total of 230,000 alliance coins. Ha ha ha, I'm rich? I'm rich. Looking at the balance of over 610,000 yuan on his bank card, Qingyuan thought excitedly. That's a whopping 600,000 alliance coins? He'd never received such a large sum of money in both his previous lives combined. You were here after all. Just as Qingyuan was happily looking at his bank balance, Xioxia's roar brought him back to reality. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xioxia carrying the broken bicycle and yelling loudly at Xiaozai. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled slightly, recorded the scene with his Pokédex, and began to be on guard. If he remembers correctly, the real protagonists of the anime, Team Rocket, should be making their appearance next. Or, to be more precise, a group of 2 people and a cat. Sure enough, the moment Misty finished scolding Ash, the Pokémon Center's loudspeaker came on. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Outsiders have invaded Viridian City, and it's very likely a Pokémon kidnapping group. Boom! The alarm had just stopped when a loud bang was heard, and the ceiling of the Pokémon Center was shattered. Before Miss Joey could even react, the gas bomb began spewing out gas continuously. In an instant, the entire Elf Center was flooded with gas. What's the situation? Ash looked at the thick smoke and gas filling the entire area with a blank expression and asked a question with the same blank look. Since you've asked so sincerely, then I will mercifully tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. Carry out the evil of love and truth. A cute and charming villain. I am Musashi. I am Kojiro. We are Team Rocket, blasting off at high speed through the galaxy. A white tomorrow awaits us at the White Hole. That's it. Meow. Watching the Team Rocket trio recite lines from their past anime and strike poses reminiscent of the anime, Qingyuan was so excited that he couldn't help but take several photos of the Rockets trio. Oh ho ho ho. You little rascal, you have quite the eye for talent. Since you're being so sensible, we won't take your Pokémon today. You can leave now. You lot, hand over the rare elf right now, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Seeing Qingyuan taking pictures of them, Musashi covered his mouth and laughed loudly. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan stopped taking pictures and shook his head. Taking photos is fine, but as a trainer in the league, I can't let you steal my trainer's partner. Miss Joey quickly responded upon seeing this. Team Rocket, we don't have the rare Pokémon you're looking for. Honestly, it's rare for me to show a bit of kindness, and you're so ungrateful. Seeing that Qingyuan refused, Kojiro said with a regretful expression. There are many injured Pokémon here. If we search them one by one, we might find a rare one. Meow. Meow Meow spoke up at this moment. Come forth, Scorpio, Spearow. Seeing this, Qingyuan didn't waste any more words and released the Pokémon directly. Sparrow, flap your wings hard to disperse the gas from the gas bomb. Scorpion, use your combo attack on the R-Boss. Clean. Clatter. Upon receiving Qingyuan's command, the 2 fiery sparrows cried out and flapped their wings with all their might towards the smoke screen ahead. Scorpion then attacked Arbos with its pincers flashing white light. Miss Joy, you should go to the treatment room first and move the injured Pokémon to another Pokémon Center. I'm not sure I can hold off these 2. While directing Spearow and Gliscor against Team Rocket, Qingyuan spoke to Nurse Joy behind him. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Joey finally snapped out of her daze and replied, Qingyuan trainer, be careful. You 2 come with me. After saying that, Nurse Joy ran towards the treatment room first. Ash and Misty were also brought back to their senses by Nurse Joy's shout and followed her. Seeing that Qingyuan dared to attack them, Musashi said angrily, this is outrageous. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Berserker, use your binding technique. Let's teach this guy a lesson. Use gas grenades to create a smoke screen at full power. Seeing this, Kojiro also spoke to the gas canister. Cheers. Nah. Upon hearing their trainer's command, Arbok and Coughing responded actively. After enduring several consecutive strikes from Scorpion, the Arboss wrapped its tail around Scorpion's pincers, preparing to use this opportunity to tighten its grip in actual combat. But Scorpion wouldn't let it have its way. It slammed the pincers that were wrapped around the snake's tail into the ground. The snake, in pain, released its tail, and Scorpion used its tail as leverage to leap backward, escaping the snake's attack range. On the other side, the fiery sparrow was still trying its best to flap its wings and disperse the smoke. However, due to Kojiro's orders, the gas bombs began to spray smoke at full power, which resulted in more and more smoke, and Retsubaki's actions became ineffective. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. The fierce sparrow used Divine Bird Strike on the Arbory, while the Scorpion used Lightning Flash and consecutive slashes on the gas bomb. The fiery sparrow stopped flapping its wings and began to gather flying-type energy to form a larger blue bird around its body. Then it let out a loud cry and charged fiercely at the Arbo snake on the ground. Clean. Abalone, get out of the way. Seeing the powerful and imposing fiery sparrow, Musashi quickly shouted loudly. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Abako immediately tried to dodge. Unfortunately, its tail had just been struck hard by the Scorpion, which made it move slightly slower. Although it managed to dodge in time, it was still struck in the abdomen by the finless jay's wing, and the entire snake was sent flying. Gas bomb, quick, gas bomb. Just as Kojiro was about to order the gas bomb to help Arbok, Scorpion, emitting white light, slammed the gas bomb, which was emitting smoke, to the ground. That wasn't all. After Scorpion knocked the gas bomb to the ground, its pincers glowed white again, and it fired at the gas bomb several times. Ultimately, the gas bombs, unable to withstand the rigorous testing, lost their combat capability. Clean. Just as Scorpion had defeated the gas bomb and gained the upper hand, suddenly Sparrow's scream rang out. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the Abo snake had spat out the fiery sparrow from its mouth and was staring at Scorpion with a fierce look. Seeing this, Qingyuan was not surprised at all. This Arbos was probably close to level 20. The sparrow was only level 9, and it had already done a good job of holding off the Arbok to buy time for the Scorpion to defeat the gas bomb. Well done, Spearow. Qingyuan took out Spearow's Pokeball and put it away. Seeing this, Kojiro also put away his coughing. Suddenly, only Scorpio and Abercrombie remained on the field, staring at each other from a distance. Scorpion uses a sneak attack on vital points. Clatter. The evil energy was gathered by Scorpion on Arbok's back and formed into a claw, which then attacked Arbok. Cheers. Caught off guard, the snake was struck hard in a sneak attack on a vital spot. The attack was highly effective, the once proud Arbos instantly wilted. Abos, unleash your power and use the binding technique. Cheers. Arbos coiled itself into a ball and then flew rapidly towards Scorpio. Scorpion blocked it with his cross-shaped poison blade. Clatter. The purple poisonous energy was gathered into a sharp blade by the Scorpion in front of its pincers, and then it slashed fiercely at the Arbos that shot towards it. Cheers. Abo snake let out a miserable cry and was knocked away by Scorpion. After crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes turned into circles and it lost its ability to fight. Clearly, that cross-shaped poisoned blade strike hit a vital spot. Clatter. After defeating Arboro, Scorpion let out a vicious growl at Musashi. Seeing this, Meow Meow stepped out from between Musashi and Kojiro, saying as she walked, "As expected, it's time to rely on me at a time like this." With that, Meow Meow extended its paws and sprinted towards Scorpio. "Watch me scratch wildly." Meow. W let out a miserable cry as it was slashed away by Scorpion's series of attacks. Looking at the Team Rocket trio he had defeated, Qingyuan spoke slowly. "It seems it's time to say goodbye. Scorpion, use the cross-poison blade." Clatter. Scorpion raised his pincers and flew at low altitude, then slammed them into the Team Rocket trio. Boom. After a loud bang, the 3 members of Team Rocket flew away like shooting stars. "I will never let you get away with this, you brat," the Rockets trio shouted in unison. To this, Qingyuan simply smiled and waved in the direction the Team Rocket trio had left. "Bye-bye, looking forward to seeing you again." After saying goodbye to Team Rocket, Qingyuan had Gliscor fly onto his shoulder and then carried Gliscor toward the Pokemon Center's treatment room. When Qingyuan entered the treatment room, Nurse Joy, Ash, and Misty were operating a mechanical arm to place Pokeballs onto the Pokemon teleporter. Just then, the door to the treatment room opened, and all 3 of them looked anxiously toward the door. When they saw that it was Qingyuan at the door, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Qingyuan, you're here. What about those Team Rocket guys?" Looking at Qingyuan at the door, Miss Joey asked expectantly. "I managed to drive them away, just in time for my mission." Upon hearing Miss Joey's words, Qingyuan replied humbly. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Joey visibly breathed a sigh of relief and slumped back in her seat, muttering to herself, "This is wonderful. Miss Joey. X3. Seeing Joy collapse in her seat, Qingyuan and Zai cried out in concern and rushed forward to help her up. "I'm fine, the Rockets were kicked out, and all the kids are safe. This is all thanks to you, Trainer Qingyuan." Joey looked at Qingyuan seriously and said, "I just did what I was supposed to do." Looking at the serious Joey, Qingyuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, In the early morning, Qingyuan woke up in the free accommodation provided by the Pokemon Center. After stretching vigorously, he got up and started washing up. After washing up, Qingyuan packed his luggage and went to the dining area of the Elf Center with his backpack. "Good morning, Miss Joey." "Good morning, Qingyuan. My name is Jia Yiying. You can call me Ying or Xiaoying from now on." Jia Yiying, holding her tray, looked at Qingyuan, who was about to line up to get his food, and said this. Hearing this, Qingyuan was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Xiaoying, you can call me A1 or Xiaoyuan from now on." Faced with Jia Yiying's overtures, Qingyuan shrewdly accepted them without hesitation. After all, he's from the Joey family, so that connection is there. You never know when you might need his help. It's always good to make more friends. Okay. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jia Yiying nodded and responded softly. "Good morning, Miss Joey and Brother Yuan." "Good morning, Miss Joey," Qingyuan. Just as Qingyuan was preparing to find some topics to talk about and get closer to Jia Yiying, 2 greetings immediately interrupted his thoughts. He looked towards the direction the sound came from and saw Zai and Zioxia waving and greeting him and Jia Yiying while carrying their trays. "Good morning, Ash and Misty. How did you sleep last night?" Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled and responded to the 2 of them. After what happened last night, the group quickly became familiar with each other, since they had all fought side by side. The beds at the ferry center are really nice and comfortable. "Brother Yuan, how about we have a Pokemon battle later?" Xiao Ji spoke to Qingyuan with great enthusiasm. Even last night, because the Pokemon Center was attacked, they helped clean up and take care of the injured Pokemon, and they didn't get to sleep until after 1 a.m. But even so, it did not dampen Zai's spirit at all. This perfectly matches the energetic Ash Ketchum from Qingyuan's previous life in the anime. Upon hearing Zai's words, Qingyuan shook his head and politely declined. "No, thank you. Your Pikachu is badly injured and needs to rest. Besides, I was planning to leave Tokiwa City this morning, and I'm running out of time. How about this, when we meet again next time, let's have another battle between trainers." If Xiaoji had gone on a long journey and gradually gained more experience, then Qingyuan still had the idea of battling Zai. But Ash, who has just formed a bond with Pikachu, is too inexperienced. Moreover, he knows absolutely nothing about combat, he's just a complete brute. Such a small amount of intelligence cannot arouse Qingyuan's interest in battle. Upon hearing Qingyuan's earlier words, Xiaozai was initially somewhat disappointed. However, when he heard Qingyuan say that they would have a battle between trainers when they met again in the future, Xiaozai's fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Alright, brother Yuan, you wait, I'm definitely going to have a trainer battle with you. Alright, we'll talk about this later. Go get your food. Oh, I know, don't follow me. Humph. Let me tell you, if you don't return my bicycle, I'll follow you around like glue from today until you give it back. No. Seeing Xiaozai being pulled away by Xiaoxia, Qingyuan, and Xia Yiying couldn't help but laugh. Yuan, are you leaving this morning? After laughing for a while, Xia Yiying broke the silence first. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded and said, yes, I want to challenge the Indigo League and I need to collect gym badges. With my current strength, I can't beat the Viridian Gym anytime soon, so there's no point in staying in Viridian City any longer. So I plan to set off quickly and head to Pewter City to challenge the Pewter City Gym. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xia Yiying nodded while biting her chopsticks. That's true, but you saved the Pokémon Center last night, so the league will definitely reward you. Remember to keep an eye on the Pokédex. Qingyuan was taken aback and stopped eating. This was something he hadn't expected. He only made a move last night because he remembered that in the anime, it was Pikachu that ultimately defeated Team Rocket by using its special ability. However, due to the encounter between lightning and gas, a massive explosion ultimately occurred at the Pokémon Center. Qingyuan didn't know if he had the protagonist's halo, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive the explosion. That's when he intervened and changed the course of the original story, and unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise at that moment. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the Pokédex. Qingyuan nodded to Xia Yiying, then lowered his head and continued eating. By the way, Yuan, have you signed up for the Quartz Conference? While eating, Xia Yiying seemed to have thought of something and asked Qingyuan a question. Qingyuan was taken aback when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he had forgotten to register for the Quartz Conference because he was so focused on submitting his mission. At that moment, he could only awkwardly say to Xia Yiying, I don't think I've registered yet, so I'll have to trouble you later, Ying. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Xia Yiying mimicked Qingyuan's tone from last night and spoke to Qingyuan. Qingyuan was taken aback, then he and Xia Yiying exchanged a glance and burst into laughter at the same time. Ha 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 ha. With Xia Yiying's help, Qingyuan completed his registration for the Quartz Conference and then waved goodbye to Evergreen City. Walking along the main road from Viridian City to Pewter City, Qingyuan carried Gliscor on his shoulder and flipped through the Pokédex for quests as he walked. Although he made a small fortune while in Viridian City thanks to Ash and Pikachu. Before leaving Viridian City, Qingyuan went to Silver Company and spent 300,000 to buy Scorpion a mud-shot skill disc to use as Scorpion's ranged attack method. Moreover, during the purchase process, Qingyuan deeply realized his poverty. Actually, Qingyuan was originally planning to buy Scorpio a Guardian skill disc. However, upon seeing the skill disc that cost a whopping 3 million alliance coins, Qingyuan patted his empty purse and wisely gave up. During this purchase, Qingyuan's eyes were opened. Holding onto a skill disc that costs 3 million alliance coins is only considered a mid-range price among the many skill discs available. Skill discs for powerful moves like Hyper Beam, Flame Burst, and Ultimate Impact are priced at over 7 or 8 million. At this point, Qingyuan's entire fortune couldn't even cover a fraction of the cost of these skill discs. After this experience, Qingyuan became even more determined to make money. In order to earn money, Qingyuan accepted quests from the Pokémon Encyclopedia while traveling. Clatter, clang. Just as Qingyuan was completely engrossed in finding money-making quests in the Pokémon Encyclopedia, the Scorpio perched on his shoulder suddenly let out a loud cry, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Qingyuan turned his head and saw Scorpion's face contorted in a ferocious expression as it gripped a samurai sword with its pincers. Looking along the blade of the katana, one can clearly see a young man holding the hilt of the katana and wearing samurai armor. Give me back my knife. The samurai boy, his face contorted with rage, strained with both hands, trying to pull the katana from Scorpion's hand. However, Scorpion's pincers were not to be underestimated. Its right pincers gripped the blade tightly, its left pincers clawed at Qingyuan's neck, and its tail wrapped around Qingyuan's arm for leverage. Soon, Qingyuan felt the pulling force coming from Scorpio. After figuring out the situation, Qingyuan quickly regained his senses, gathered his strength in his right foot, and then delivered a powerful kick to the stomach of the young samurai in front of him. Go to hell. Vomit. The samurai boy was kicked away by a tremendous force to the abdomen and continued to retch after getting up. Seeing this, Qingyuan had no intention of letting the other party go. He took the samurai sword from Scorpion's hand, took a few steps forward, kicked off the samurai boy's samurai hat, and swung the sword down at the samurai boy's head. Damn it, you want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first. With red eyes, Qingyuan slammed his katana down hard on the boy's head. Boom. Ugh. A muffled thud rang out, but the blood-soaked scene Qingyuan had imagined did not materialize. The long sword struck the opponent's head, but only added a large bump to his head. Qingyuan then realized that although the samurai sword was forged from fine steel, it was not sharpened, which was why the bloody scene he had imagined did not occur. Even so, Qingyuan's strike was enough to overwhelm the opponent, if not for the fact that the physical constitution of humans in this world had been enhanced. Qingyuan's attack just now could have easily blown a hole in the samurai boy's head. This also explains why, if Scorpio hadn't blocked that attack for him, he would be the one rolling on the ground right now. Once he realized that the other party had no intention of killing him, Qingyuan's killing intent lessened. But his anger did not subside in the slightest. Damn it, he was walking along peacefully when this little bittern suddenly pulled out a knife and started slashing at him. This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. Qingyuan then transformed his sword into a whip and began to lash out at the young warrior rolling on the ground. He whipped the other person so hard they were spinning around like a top. Phew, I'm exhausted. After smoking for a while, Qingyuan casually tossed aside the katana that had begun to bend, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and complained. Wah, I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please forgive me. Upon seeing Qingyuan stop, the young warrior immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Qingyuan had just been beating him like a madman, nearly killing him. Seeing that Qingyuan had stopped, and fearing that Qingyuan would hit him again, the guy quickly knelt down and begged Qingyuan for mercy. Just as I thought? Kids only behave after a good beating. Looking at the young warrior in front of him, tears streaming down his face, Qingyuan said with some emotion. You should know that in the previous anime, this guy ambushed Ash when he was trying to catch a Weedle, causing Ash to fail. Afterwards, he even righteously declared that he had done nothing wrong, and even looked down on Xiaozai for not knowing how to try. Later, when Ash's Metapod was captured by Beedrill, it stood on the moral high ground and condemned Ash. He didn't even consider that if Ash hadn't insisted on having a Metapod hardening contest with him, Ash's Metapod would never have been captured by Beedrill. In his previous life, when Qingyuan watched anime, he felt extremely disgusted with this bratty samurai boy and wished he could enter the anime and beat him up. It would be so satisfying to give that young samurai offender a good beating right now. I'll let you off this time, but if you ever fall into my hands again, it won't be as simple as just getting a beating. Scorpion, use your combo attack. Smash that broken sword of his. Upon hearing the command, Scorpio immediately attacked, its pincers flashing with a milky white light as it slammed down on the samurai sword on the ground. The young samurai could only watch from the sidelines, tears streaming down his face. The brutal beating Qingyuan had just given him had left a deep scar on his heart. He didn't even dare to release the elves to fight back. This left Qingyuan, who wanted to use the elf battle as an excuse to beat up the samurai boy again, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy was too cowardly. Due to their limited strength, no matter how hard Scorpio tried, he was unable to break the katana. However, thanks to Scorpio's incredible strength, the katana had completely transformed into a melee sword, making it practically indistinguishable from a broken katana. However, Qingyuan was still somewhat angry when he saw this scene. Before leaving, Qingyuan snatched the sword sheath from the other party and had Scorpion cut him into 5 pieces with a series of slashes. The young samurai was only crying and had no intention of resisting. Qingyuan then hummed a little tune and left with a relaxed expression. Although he didn't get another beating under the pretext of the samurai boy's rebellion, the previous beating successfully dispelled his depression after realizing he was a poor bastard. Therefore, Qingyuan was in an exceptionally good mood at this moment. Because he was in a good mood after beating up the samurai boy, Qingyuan was happy to stay in the Viridian Forest a little longer. So after leaving the samurai boy, Sejan switched from the main path to the side path. Perhaps being in a good mood does indeed bring good luck. Before Qingyuan could take more than a few steps, a green mantis that stood upright with 2 huge, sharp blades appeared before him. When did I become so lucky? Qingyuan looked at the flying mantis in front of him and said with some doubt. First, a scorpion with exceptional talent appeared out of nowhere, and now they've encountered a scythe on the outskirts of the forest. Given its rarity, you'd never find a trace of this creature unless you ventured deep into the Viridian Forest. And now, Qingyuan has actually found this guy on a side road next to the main road from Viridian City to Nibi City. This place can already be considered the outermost edge of Viridian Forest. The probability of encountering a scyther here is the same as the probability of finding a gold bead on the streets of Viridian City, which is the same as the probability of finding a gold bead in Viridian City. Am I also a chosen one? Such a thought arose in Qingyuan's mind, but he quickly shook his head and looked at the flying mantis in front of him. Never mind, if heaven gives it to us and we don't take it, we'll only suffer the consequences. They've practically delivered this to my doorstep, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse it. Scorpion, attack. Use the combo attack. Qingyuan waved his hand and pointed at the scyther in front of him, giving instructions to Scorpion. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion nudged Qingyuan's shoulder with its tail, using the momentum to fly towards the flying mantis in front of it. Sha. Seeing the scorpion flying towards it with its pincers flashing a milky white light, the mantis showed no fear. Its 2 sides glowed with the same milky white light as the scorpion's pincers, and it charged towards the scorpion with a loud cry. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 objects collided with a muffled thud, followed by several more collisions. Scyther perfectly parried Scorpion's combo attack with its own combo attack. After exchanging a few more blows, seeing that they couldn't gain the upper hand, they tacitly distanced themselves from each other. Scorpion uses mud shooting. Seeing that Lianzhan was unable to defeat the scyther, Qingyuan directly commanded Scorpion to kite the scyther. Clatter. Scorpion roared, and ground-type energy gathered around him, forming clumps of yellow mud that shot towards Scyther. Seeing the mud balls flying towards it, the flying mantis's twin blades flashed white light again, cleaving each mud ball in two with a single strike. Taking advantage of the moment when the Scyther was defending against the mud shot, Qingyuan quickly said, "Scorpion, use quick attack." Clatter. Scorpion, its body radiating a milky white light, charged towards the Scyther. Just as the mantis finished cutting down the last clump of mud, the scorpion flew right in front of it. In the moment of crisis, Scyther only had time to hold his twin blades horizontally in front of him to defend himself, hoping to reduce the damage from the flash of light. Boom! Scorpion's lightning bolt struck Scyther perfectly, but because Scyther was already prepared, the impact was negligible. Scorpion's attack didn't send it flying, it only knocked the Scyther back a few steps. Seeing this, Qingyuan's expression turned serious. Judging from that move, this Scyther is definitely a veteran of countless battles. This made Qingyuan like him even more. He had originally planned to capture him and exchange him for money. Now, Qingyuan has completely abandoned that idea. Subduing this battle-hardened flying mantis will definitely greatly increase his strength. The flying mantis was unaware of Qingyuan's thoughts, all it knew was that this little dwarf had managed to injure it. This enraged it, so after regaining its balance, it immediately launched a counterattack. With a flick of its right scythe, Scyther summoned several identical Scythers around it. Clatter. Scorpio had never seen such a formation before and thought the mantis could create clones, so he was immediately startled. "Scorpion, calm down. These are just illusions. Smash them with mud." Clatter. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion calmed down and launched a mud ball wrapped around its body at the flying mantis. Of course, the mantis was no pushover either. Just as Scorpion was startled, it completed its shadow clone and quickly gathered energy, its body enveloped in milky white energy, as it charged rapidly towards Scorpion. Scorpio's mud shot shattered the afterimages one by one, and only then did Scorpio calm down. Although Qingyuan's command of Scorpion was timely, Scorpion still suffered from a lack of combat experience. It was stunned for a moment before it launched a counterattack, which resulted in the mud shot shattering part of the flying mantis phantom. However, several flying mantises still rushed in front of it. Scorpion remained calm under pressure, using a series of consecutive slashes to shatter several flying mantis phantoms. However, caught off guard, it was hit by Scyther from the right. Clatter. A sharp pain shot through Scorpio, causing him to let out a scream. However, the pain aroused the scorpion's ferocity. Despite the pain, the scorpion wrapped its tail around the mantis's knee joint. Although the entanglement wasn't as tight, it still slowed down the Scyther's movements for a while. "Well done, Scorpio. Use the combo attack like that." Upon seeing this, Qingyuan's initial worry immediately turned into excitement. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion no longer hesitated and slammed its milky white pincers down on the flying mantis's head with all its might. The flying mantis quickly crossed its twin blades to block, but Scorpion revealed a wicked smile upon seeing this. The left pincer, which had shown no energy gathering moments before, suddenly gathered energy, turning milky white, and struck the Scyther's chin from below. The Scyther was sent flying backward by the attack, letting out a miserable cry. Scorpio released its tail and was about to retreat when it heard Qingyuan say, "Scorpion, now's the time? Use the cross-poison blade." Upon hearing the command, Scorpion reacted quickly, performing a backflip, its pincers forming a cross, creating a purple blade in front of it, and using gravity to slash at Scyther. The mantis was a little dizzy from being hit on the head. Just as it was about to get up, it saw the scorpion descending from the sky with its pincers crossed in a cross shape. Before the Scyther could react, it was struck hard in the chest by Scorpion's cross-shaped venomous blade. Boom! The Scyther, which had just stood up, was knocked to the ground again. Due to the gravitational pull of Scorpion, the Scyther kicked up a lot of dust when it fell to the ground. Scorpio was completely unaffected and flew out of the dust with a few backflips. Seeing this, Qingyuan no longer cared whether the Scyther had lost its ability to fight. In order to prevent the Scyther from escaping, he threw in a red and white ball, and luckily, the ball caught the Scyther and started making noise. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. After the Pokeball made a sound for a while, a notification sound came from indicating that the Pokémon had been successfully captured. Upon hearing this voice, Qingyuan could no longer contain himself and picked up Scorpion, shouting, "Ha ha ha, it worked! Scorpio, you're amazing! Ha ha ha!" After a moment of excitement, Qingyuan put down Scorpion and ran to pick up Scyther's Pokeball. "Haha, come out, Scyther." Qingyuan laughed twice, then pressed the button on the Pokeball and released Scyther. With a flash of red light, the wounded and poisoned Scyther appeared before Qingyuan. Seeing the flying mantis shimmering with a purple light, Qingyuan quickly rummaged through his backpack and took out the antidote, feeding it to the mantis. Although the Pokeball has a healing spray that can slightly heal an injured Pokémon. However, the Pokeball doesn't come with an antidote, so Qingyuan had to use the antidote on Scyther. He hadn't expected Scyther to be so unlucky. This was the first time Gliscor's cross venom had poisoned a Pokémon. After treating the injuries of Scorpion and Scyther and exchanging greetings, Qingyuan recalled Scyther. He then had the Scorpion fly onto his shoulder and continued walking forward. After instructing Scorpion to warn him about obstacles, Qingyuan checked the Scyther's information panel as he walked. The mantis's head is reptilian in shape, with 3 separate horns. Its large, scythe-like arms are as sharp as divine weapons. It has 2 pairs of small wings, but only uses them for flight on rare occasions. Its thighs are covered with sharp, spiky edges, and each leg has 3 toes with sharp claws. The female mantis has a larger abdomen. Illustrated description, not included in the main text. Pokémon, Scyther. Rating, 19. Developmental comparison, average. Type, bug, flying. Ability, Master, increases the power of moves with a power of 60 or less by 50%. Only the move's own effect is considered, items, abilities, and other effects are not taken into account. This ability appears only once per Pokémon. Skills, Ambush, Double Strike, Glare, Lightning Flash, Combo Slash, Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, Double Strike, Cleave. This flying mantis was actually level 19, which Qingyuan hadn't expected. At first, he just thought that Scyther had more combat experience, which was why Scorpion was having such a hard time. Unexpectedly, the Scyther not only has more combat experience than the Scorpion, but its level is also higher. He remarked on how difficult it was to defeat this flying mantis. Apart from that, the development comparison is only average, which is still expected. After all, the living conditions in the wild are harsh. If Qingyuan trains them well, I believe the development of the Scyther will soon improve to a good level. Furthermore, Scyther has 2 inherited skills, which is a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that having one would be good enough, but not having one would be acceptable, because Scyther is very strong in the early game and can help him develop quickly. Of course, once he's fully developed, if Scyther really can't keep up with the team, he can retire and go back to playing. Having arrived in the world of elves, he had no intention of simply catching a few elves. Surprisingly, Scyther has 2 inherited skills, and Scizor even has Mega Evolution. This means Scyther shouldn't fall behind in the future. This made Qingyuan, who was already happy, even happier. Nibi City. This rocky city is also known as Dark Grey City because of the color of its rocks. Because of the Pewter Dojo, this city is quite famous throughout the Kanto region. Pewter Gym, as one of the most suitable gyms for beginners in the Kanto region, attracts many trainers every day to challenge it. Because of the large number of trainers coming and going, Pewter City began to vigorously develop its tourism industry, leading to the rise of the Pewter City Museum. After traveling for a day and a night, Qingyuan finally arrived here the next morning. Looking at the dark grey city before him, Qingyuan looked utterly exhausted. He glanced at the equally exhausted Scorpion and Scyther beside him and immediately decided to go to the Pokémon Center to catch up on some sleep first. Because it was his first time camping in the wild, Qingyuan didn't sleep well last night. He would wake up immediately at the slightest sound. Because of Qingyuan's commotion, the Scyther and Scorpion only dared to remain in a light sleep all night. However, this camping trip wasn't all bad for Qingyuan and his friends, as it frequently disturbed Scyther and Scorpion. Although it made them very irritable, it also helped Qingyuan quickly become familiar with the flying mantises. Even Scorpio's feelings for Scythe quickly intensified after spending the whole night with him. After just one night, they had already reached the point where they could put their arms around each other's shoulders. Qingyuan recalled Scorpion and Scyther into their Pokeballs and headed towards the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. Hello, Miss Nursejoy, please heal my Pokémon and, while you're at it, open a single-room apartment at the Pokémon Center for me. As Qingyuan spoke, he handed the tray containing 4 Pokeballs to Nursejoy in front of the counter. Okay, please give me your identification so I can register you. Miss Joey took the tray and smiled at Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly flipped through the Pokédex and handed it to Joy. Are you Qingyuan? To everyone's surprise, Joey exclaimed in shock the moment she glanced at Qingyuan's information. Ah, yes, I'm Qingyuan. Is something wrong, Miss Joey? Hearing what Joey said, Qingyuan was a little confused. Had he done something bad? Why is Joey reacting so strongly? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Joey realized that her reaction had been a bit too intense and quickly explained. No, it's nothing, my cousin just mentioned you, and your reward will be issued to you by one of these cities. Hearing Joey's words, Qingyuan's already confused mind became even more bewildered. Cousin. My name is Jiao Wan, and my cousin is Jiao Ying from Changpan City. She mentioned you to me. Looking at the disheveled Qingyuan in front of her, Jiao Wan covered her mouth and laughed. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan suddenly remembered that all the Joeys in the world were relatives. Sigh, not getting enough sleep really does affect my IQ. Qingyuan pounded his head and complained before looking up and asking. Then, Sister Yuan, what is this reward? As for the reward, it's an encouragement and reward from the League for your brave protection of the Viridian City Pokémon Center. The specific rewards should have been sent to your Pokémon Pokédex, didn't you check? Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Wan said with some doubt. Hey, I was so busy beating up the brat and catching the mantises that I forgot about something so important. Hearing Xiao Wan's words, Qingyuan thought to himself. It's worth noting that the reason he stood up against Team Rocket was partly because he didn't want the Pokémon Center explosion to endanger his health. On the other hand, they were hoping to receive League rewards. I never expected that I would be so excited by the skill CD that I would only think about finding a good task to make money. Later, I encountered that bratty kid again, and then I met the flying mantis. One thing after another caused him to completely forget about the League's rewards. Hihi, I was so excited to find a great partner that I forgot to check. Sister Naun, do you know what rewards the alliance gave me? After figuring everything out, Qingyuan raised his head and asked Xiao Yaiwan with a slightly obsequious tone. Wait a minute, let me take a look. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiao Yaiwan replied and began searching for Qingyuan on the machine. No, not this, and not this either. I found it here. As Xiao Yaiwan searched, she muttered to herself, and Qingyuan's heart rose and fell with her words. So when he heard that Xiao Yaiwan had been found, Qingyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Xiao Yaiwan didn't pay attention to Qingyuan's state, but instead read the text on the machine word by word. To encourage Qingyuan trainers to make contributions at the Viridian City Pokémon Center, the League has decided to reward Qingyuan with 1,000 contribution points, 1 million League coins, or a starter Pokémon from the Kanto region from Nursezhou. The welfare benefits of Qingyuan trainers at Pokémon centers in various regions will be upgraded to the same level as those of trainers who set off with a starter Pokémon. After hearing what Xiao Yaiwan said, Qingyuan, who was still feeling a little dizzy, immediately perked up. 1,000 contribution points, 1 starter Pokémon, and improved benefits? Yes, Qingyuan didn't even consider the 1 million alliance coins. How could a mere 1 million alliance coins be compared to a starter Pokémon with great potential? However, deciding which starter Pokémon to choose became a dilemma for Qingyuan. Seeing Qingyuan deep in thought, Xiao Yaiwan said tactfully, Xiao Yuan, there's no time limit for choosing the starter 3. You can go to your room and think it over carefully. After saying that, Xiao Yaiwan handed Qingyuan a key. Just as Qingyuan took the keys and was about to leave, but Joy came out from behind the counter pushing a cart full of Pokeballs, grabbed his shoulder, and whispered something to him. Although I don't know which starter Pokemon you like, there's a pretty good one among these Charmanders. After saying that, Xiao Yaiwan pushed the trolley towards the treatment room. Upon hearing Xiao Yaiwan's words, a glint of light flashed in Qingyuan's eyes, and he murmured softly, That's wonderful, Charmander. As Qingyuan walked, he thought to himself, and soon arrived at the door with great excitement. After taking out the key and opening the door, Qingyuan walked into the room, sat down at the table, and took out paper and pen from his backpack to start writing and drawing. He completely forgot his initial plan to take a nap when he first arrived at the Pokémon Center. Of the 3 starter dragons in Kanto, his favorite is Charmander. Not only are its fire-type moves powerful, but it can also fly after evolving into Charizard, making it a good mount for traveling. Unfortunately, Qingyuan is too poor right now, and it would be very difficult to raise another little fire dragon without affecting Tianxi and the others. Furthermore, the mount attribute conflicts with the evolution of Spearow into Finch. Furthermore, if you choose Charmander, you'll have no choice but to sell it or exchange it for another Pokémon later. Therefore, based on Qingyuan's own economic conditions, among the 3 starter Pokémon, Bulbasaur is the most suitable for him at this time, as grass-type Pokémon have low breeding costs. Moreover, as one of the 3 starter families, even if it is mistreated in the early stages, it can still form a powerful fighting force later. Qingyuan was analyzing in his notebook with a pen in hand, but in the end he simply threw the pen away. Qingyuan, you're really getting the benefit and still acting innocent. Qingyuan's mouth was practically stretched to his ears. What was he doing making such a silly analysis in this situation? Charmander has high talent, so Charmander is definitely the obvious choice. Is Spearow a very rare Pokémon? Neither its final evolved form's appearance nor its talent can compare to Charmander's, so there's absolutely no reason to hesitate. Moreover, he originally captured these Spearow to exchange for money, but later, because Spearow evolved into Finch, which could be ridden, and its talent was quite good, he had the idea of raising it. Now that there's a Charmander that's stronger in every way, Spearow has no choice but to return to its original purpose, to be sold for money. Although he forced himself to calm down and even took out his notebook to analyze the situation, he concluded that choosing Bulbasaur would make his life more comfortable in the future. Unfortunately, the allure of a talented little dragon is too great, especially considering he's not exactly a calm person to begin with. So in the end, he decided to choose Charmander as his starter Pokémon. You can earn more alliance coins, but if you miss out on Charmander, you might never get to see it again in your lifetime. After thinking it over, Qingyuan got up and went downstairs to tell Xiao Yaiwan his choice. Upon hearing Qingyuan's choice, Xiao Yaiwan readily used her authority to hand over the most promising little fire dragon to Qingyuan. I'm entrusting this child to you from now on. Thank you, Sister Yuan. I will definitely take good care of it. Qingyuan solemnly took the Charmander's Pokeball from Nurse Joy's hands with both hands, and said earnestly, All right, I have some things to take care of here. You can get to know Charmander first. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Okay, goodbye Yuan. After waving goodbye to Joy, Qingyuan took Charmander's Pokeball and returned to his room. Qingyuan lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the Pokeball in his hand. He knew that by accepting the little fire dragon, he would now be half a member of the Joey family faction within the league. However, as the Joey family, which monopolizes the entire medical industry in the alliance, Qingyuan felt that being labeled as part of their faction was not a bad thing. Moreover, he is currently just one of the many investors in the Joey family, not even an outsider, and it's uncertain whether he will be able to join the Joey family in the future. Thinking of this, Qingyuan sighed and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. He took out his Pokédex and began examining Charmander's information. He wanted to see just how talented this creature, whom even Nurse Joy had praised, truly was. The little dragon's body is orange, with a cream-colored belly and lower tail, and flames burning on its tail. Its eyes are blue, and it has 4 small teeth standing on its upper and lower jaws. It has short limbs, 4 very short fingers, and 3 claws. Pokémon, Charmander. Rating, 6. Developmental comparison, excellent. Attribute, fire. Ability, blaze. When HP is reduced to 1/3, the power of fire-type moves increases. Skills, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive, Metal Claw, Double Payback, Grab, Roar, Spark, Smoke Screen. After looking at Charmander's information panel, Qingyuan put down the Pokédex and took a deep breath. He has the potential to be a superstar and is an absolute key player. This is his assessment of the little Charmander. He can already foresee its heroic figure on the battlefield after evolving into Charizard. It has 4 inherited skills, including Dragon Dance and Dragon Dive. It's safe to say that this guy has a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon father, and his mother is definitely quite strong as well. Otherwise, given the pride of Dragon-type Pokémon, it would be impossible for them to accept a weak flying/fire-type Pokémon as their partner. To use the words from those fanfiction novels from my past life, this guy might be the son of a future superstar, or even the son of a superstar himself. After a long while, Qingyuan finally calmed down from his excitement. He got up from the bed and released Charmander from the Pokeball. Gru-wa. Charmander emerged from its Pokeball, plopped down on the floor, rubbed its sleepy eyes with both hands, and greeted Qingyuan with a call. Looking at the adorable little fire dragon in front of him, Qingyuan got off the bed and sat on the floor, looking the little fire dragon straight in the eye, and said gently, "Hello Charmander, I'm your trainer." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon stopped rubbing its eyes. It placed its hands on its stomach and tilted its head to look at Qingyuan seriously. Seeing this, Qingyuan straightened his posture, wanting to leave a good impression on the little fire dragon. Gru-wa, Gru-wa, Gru-wa. Looking at Qingyuan, who was sitting upright with a gentle expression, the little fire dragon suddenly clapped its hands happily and shouted as it clapped. It seems quite satisfied with Qingyuan. Qingyuan was relieved to see this, as he had thought he would have to use the same method to subdue the scorpion again here. The little dragon was happy for a while before stopping and coming to stand in front of Qingyuan. "What's wrong, Charmander? Is something the matter?" Seeing this, Qingyuan thought something had happened to the little fire dragon. To his surprise, the little dragon stretched out its arms towards him, making a gesture as if it wanted a hug. As soon as the pose was made, Qingyuan immediately understood and picked him up. At the same time, he casually took out an energy cube that could accelerate growth from his pocket and fed it to the little dragon. As expected, the league really knows how to raise Pokémon. They can even raise a Charmander so gently. Looking at the little fire dragon chewing on an energy cube with a satisfied expression, Qingyuan couldn't help but think. After establishing initial contact with Charmander, Qingyuan took out the Pokeball he had just retrieved from Nurse Joy and released Gliscor and Scyther. As for those 2 Spearow, they'll definitely have to be sold after choosing Charmander. Therefore, I won't try to build any emotional connection or create any bonds, so as to avoid the heartbreak of selling myself later. Clatter, clack. As soon as Scorpion emerged, it prepared to fly onto Qingyuan's shoulder, which had quickly become its exclusive seat. But when it saw the little fire dragon in Qingyuan's arms, it immediately showed a sad expression and stretched out its pincers to question Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan took out a few energy cubes and threw them to Scorpion, looking speechless. Scorpio's expression changed immediately upon seeing the energy cube. After catching it, he generously waved his pincers at Charmander. "This is a way of saying that the spot is yours from now on, and I won't fight you for it." Scyther wasn't as dramatic as Scorpion, it remained aloof and stood in place, only asking Qingyuan a question with a puzzled look. Seeing the mantis's expression, Scorpion quickly flew up and hooked its pincers around the mantis's neck. "Giggle, you can't do that, you're too green. You need to learn from me. Giggle, you need to be a good actor so that Qingyuan will pull out something good." Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Scyther recalled Scorpion's expression earlier and suddenly shivered. Get out." After cursing, it tried to pull the Scorpion off itself, but when the Scorpion heard the mantis's words, it hooked its arm around the mantis's neck and couldn't pull it off for a moment. "Ahem, Scorpio, get serious." Just as Qingyuan was about to introduce Charmander in response to Scyther's question, he saw Gliscor's pincers wrapped around Scyther's neck. The flying mantis was frantically scratching at it. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion released Scyther's neck and stood solemnly beside Scyther with its tail. Scyther rubbed his neck with the back of his blade, preparing to teach Scorpion a lesson next time. Seeing that the 2 creatures were standing still, Qingyuan placed the little fire dragon on the floor and introduced it. "This is Charmander, he'll be our partner from now on, let's all welcome him." After saying that, Qingyuan clapped his hands. Grumble gurgle. SHH. Upon seeing Qingyuan's actions, Scorpion was the first to react and began clapping. Scyther also quickly joined in, welcoming Charmander's arrival. Seeing the 2 enthusiastic older brothers, the little dragon walked towards Scorpio with a curious expression. In its view, the shorter Scorpion should be easier to approach than the tall, indifferent praying mantis next to it. who knew that as the little dragon approached it, Scorpion suddenly made a funny face. Having been pampered since childhood and inexperienced in such matters, the little fire dragon immediately burst into tears. Even while crying, Charmander still showed his pride as a descendant of dragons. As it cried, it spat several mouthfuls of sparks at the Scorpion. Although the sparks didn't cause Scorpio any harm, Scorpio's face turned black as a result. Ha ha ha, you really deserve it, Scorpio. Qingyuan burst into laughter when he saw that only Scorpio's 2 eyes hadn't turned black yet. Even the aloof Scyther, who had been maintaining a cool and dignified posture, burst into laughter upon seeing Scorpio's demeanor. The room was instantly filled with laughter. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingyuan walked out of the Pokémon Center, found a small shop on the roadside, bought a black robe and changed into it, and then went out and randomly found a small alley to walk into. Looking at the group of blonde-haired guys smoking in front of him, he tossed out a bundle of 1,000 alliance coins and said, "Take me to the black market." The blonde-haired leader picked up the money from the ground, looked at it, and said, "Not enough." Hearing this, Qingyuan frowned under his black robe. This afternoon, that commoner trainer clearly said that 1,000 would be enough. However, he suppressed his doubts and threw out 2 more bundles of paper. "Is that enough?" Yellow Hair picked up the 2 bundles of money from the ground, looked at them, and spoke again. "It's still not enough." At the same time, the 2 blonde-haired men beside him slowly moved their feet, blocking Qingyuan's retreat from 2 directions. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan understood. This guy thinks he's easy to bully and is planning to rob him? Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate and threw out another object. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man revealed a smug expression and prepared to bend down and pick it up. But the moment the thing landed, it shot out a beam of light, and then a green mantis appeared before him. Upon seeing this, the blonde-haired man exclaimed in terror, You're a trainer. Let's teach them a lesson with Scyther, as long as they don't die." Qingyuan had no intention of responding to him anymore. He had already figured it out, only by letting these scumbags know who was strong could they be made to understand human language. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Scyther nodded and began to move. In an instant, the blonde-haired man in front of Qingyuan was slashed to the ground by the flying mantis. Upon seeing this, the other 2 blonde-haired men who were blocking Qingyuan's way quickly ran away. But apart from Ash, who is a complete newbie, how many people can be faster than Pokémon? Moreover, Scyther is much faster than ordinary Pokémon. X2. With 2 screams rang out, the 2 blonde-haired men immediately followed in the footsteps of the one who had just been killed. Qingyuan looked at the 3 people lying on the ground in front of him, reached out and patted the head of the flying mantis. "This is the taste of power, it's truly captivating. My lord, I was wrong, my lord, please spare my life." The blonde-haired leader, covered in blood, knelt before Qingyuan, holding up the 3 bundles of alliance coins that Qingyuan had just thrown, and pleaded, "Take me to the black market." Qingyuan glanced down at him, then casually took 2 bundles of alliance coins and said. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the blonde-haired man quickly replied, Yes, I'll show you the way right away. This is the place, sir. The code is ABO Snake, ABO Snake." Huang Mao bent over and pointed to a somewhat dilapidated house in front of Qingyuan. Upon hearing what the other person said, Qingyuan nodded and walked towards the house. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man looked conflicted, but ultimately remained standing still. Qingyuan glanced at him sideways, then ignored him. If the address he gave was fake, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. At Qingyuan's unhurried pace, he arrived at the door in just 2 minutes. Qingyuan knocked on the door, and soon a voice came from behind it. "Give the code." "ABO Snake, Bo Snake," Qingyuan said in a hoarse voice. Boom. Just after he gave the code, the door in front of him suddenly made a muffled sound, and a gloved hand reached out from a hidden door in the door. Entry fee, 1,000 alliance coins. Qingyuan took out a bundle of alliance coins that he had just taken from Huang Mao and placed it in Huang Mao's hand. The hand that grabbed the money withdrew it, and 2 seconds later a voice came from behind the door. "From where I am, take 5 steps to the right, then push against the wall to get in." Upon hearing the other person's words, Qingyuan took 5 steps to the right, pressed against the wall, and then discovered that it was actually a revolving door. It's just that because it's covered with the same tiles as the surrounding walls, people mistakenly think it's a real wall. Having found the entrance to the black market, Qingyuan went straight in without hesitation. Upon entering, there was a small, dark space. Just as Qingyuan was wondering if he had been tricked, suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Qingyuan immediately knew that he had entered an elevator. After about 30 seconds, the feeling of weightlessness began to gradually decrease and eventually disappeared. 6 seconds after the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, the door in front of Qingyuan opened, revealing 2 men dressed in black robes. "Hurry up and get out, there are still people behind you." Seeing Qingyuan still standing in the elevator in a daze, one of the men in black immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan stepped out of the elevator. "Just follow this road straight, and you'll enter the black market, the same applies to getting out." Seeing that Qingyuan was still standing there hesitating, the man in black realized that Qingyuan was probably visiting the black market for the first time, so he spoke to Qingyuan. Upon hearing the man in black's words, Qingyuan's expression beneath his black robe immediately turned ugly. "It was exposed so easily, we need to be more careful in the future." Qingyuan thought to himself, then clasped his hands in a fist salute to the man in black who had spoken earlier, and walked forward along the road. After walking about 300 meters along the road, Qingyuan officially entered the black market. The entire black market was roughly the size of a shopping street, with vendors setting up stalls everywhere. Besides these vendors, there are also some shops located on both sides of the street. Qingyuan looked back and saw that the place he came from was an inconspicuous little house. Looking at the bustling stalls on both sides, Qingyuan decided to find out the market price before selling the 2 fiery sparrows. Arbok Venom, only 30,000 alliance coins a bottle. Pokémon eggs for 50,000 each, take your pick. A well-developed Nidoran with a genetic skill, double-edged hammer, priced at 400,000 alliance coins. The surrounding stalls range from those loudly soliciting customers to those simply displaying a cardboard sign with detailed information about the goods. After learning about the surrounding street vendors, Qingyuan went into the larger shops to inquire about prices. Half an hour passed, and Qingyuan had learned almost everything about the black market. Because the league does not allow the private sale of Pokémon, the only legitimate way to sell Pokémon for money is through a quest that non-league trainers can participate in. In order to earn more resources, the black market came into being. Over time, almost every city in the Kanto region has an underground black market. Although the Alliance claims that these black markets are illegal and organized by evil forces. However, most people in the black market know that many high-ranking members of the Alliance hold shares in it, acting as its protectors. With the League devoting more resources to dealing with the growing Team Rocket, the black market, no longer subject to strict crackdowns, has become a paradise for buying and selling Pokémon. Here, as long as you have money, you can basically buy any kind of elf or elf item. After learning the information, Qingyuan paid a stall fee of 1,000 alliance coins at the black market management office and set up a stall on the side of the street with the cardboard card they gave him. Selling a Spearow, average development level, has 1 inherited skill, triple attack, priced at 45 alliance coins. Selling a Spearow, well developed, with 1 inherited skill, Divine Bird Strike, priced at 60 alliance coins. After placing the Spearow's Pokeball under the corresponding information, Qingyuan sat down and began waiting for guests to arrive. Just 5 minutes after Qingyuan set up his stall, the first customer arrived at his stall. Would you sell the Fierce Sparrow, the Divine Bird of Strike, for 400,000? This guest, like Qingyuan, was dressed in a black robe, and his voice was deep and rough, giving the impression that he was not someone to be trifled with. Sell. Upon hearing the other party's words, Qingyuan nodded without the slightest hesitation. According to the information he had just gathered, Spearow, a Pokémon that can be ridden by humans after evolution, is in high demand on the black market. However, many people buy them simply to have a means of transportation and don't care what skills the Spearow has inherited. Therefore, even if this fiery Sparrow inherited a skill like Divine Bird Strike, it wouldn't fetch a very high price. 400,000 alliance coins was already far beyond his bottom line. He only set the price at 600,000 to have more room for negotiation. The other party clearly knows their stuff. Even if you try to negotiate, you won't get much lower off the price, so you might as well just buy it directly. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the other party immediately took out an anonymous bank card and threw it in front of him. Qingyuan also picked up Spearow's Pokeball and threw it to the other person. After selling the fiery Sparrow, Qingyuan waited for about half an hour. In the end, the Sparrow with the triple attack skill was sold for 270,000 alliance coins. After selling all the goods, Qingyuan packed up his stall and began to wander around to see if there was anything he needed. 2 hours later, although they saw many of the necessary props. However, Qingyuan was short of money and in the end only spent 350,000 to buy 3 attribute gems and a beginner breeder's manual on how to make energy cubes before leaving the black market. Stepping out of the elevator, he looked around at the environment, which was completely different from the one he had entered. Qingyuan then realized that the forces behind the black market were extraordinary. This can be seen simply by observing that the goods enter from the same place but exit from different places. If one's power was not great, how could they have built such a large underground palace beneath Nibi City? The electrical systems for those transfer elevators alone could not have been built without the necessary resources. Qingyuan took a deep breath, looked at the myriad lights of Nibi City, and couldn't help but murmur. I definitely prefer being a cat to being a mouse. How can the dark and cramped underground environment compare to the open and bright environment above ground? The next morning, after washing up, Qingyuan left the Pokémon Center and headed towards the Pewter Gym. Because Pewter City is quite famous, many people come to challenge Pewter City every day. To prevent trainers from arriving at Pewter Gym only to find it empty-handed, or arriving only to be unable to get a turn. Therefore, you need to book a day in advance to challenge the Pewter Gym. Qingyuan had already booked the gym challenge match at 8 a.m. this morning when he arrived in Nibi City yesterday morning. Arriving at the Pewter Gym, Qingyuan slowly pushed open the door and entered the Pewter Gym. All that came into view was pitch black. Good heavens, this rock-type gym looks like a ghost-type gym. Is Pewter Gym broke? Logically speaking, with so many people challenging the gyms every day, the league shouldn't be withholding funding, leaving Pewter Gym unable to even turn on its lights, right? Looking at the surroundings, Qingyuan mentally complained as he slowly walked deeper into the dojo. Hello, Challenger. Oh my god, what the heck? Just as Qingyuan was searching for a place to fight, the lights in front of him suddenly turned on, and at the same time a voice came from the light, which startled Qingyuan. After seeing that it was Brock under the light, and not some ghost-type Pokemon, Qingyuan then patted his chest to calm his heart, which was pounding wildly from the shock. Sorry, Challenger. Looking at Qingyuan's intense reaction, Xiaogang scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. After Qingyuan recovered, he spoke to Xiaogang. It's alright. Hello, I'm Qingyuan from Viridian City. I booked today's gym challenge in the Pokédex yesterday. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaogang crossed his arms again and addressed Qingyuan. In a gym challenge, you can use 2 Pokemon. If all of one side's Pokemon are unable to battle, the battle ends. In gym battles, only the challenger can switch Pokemon, gym trainers cannot. These are the rules for the gym challenge, do you understand, Challenger? Qingyuan nodded and took out an elf. Understood. Shaktoff, may we begin the gym challenge? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaogang nodded and waved his hand, instantly turning on all the lights on the battlefield. The entire dojo seemed to transform from night to day in an instant, and Qingyuan's eyes were blinded by the light, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Xiaogang and saw that Xiaogang's expression was normal, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Wow, so that's where squinty eyes come in handy. As Qingyuan squinted to adjust to the surrounding light, he silently complained to himself. When Xiaogang saw Qingyuan's appearance, he didn't immediately start the dojo challenge, but stood still and waited. After a long while, once Qingyuan's eyes had adjusted to the surrounding light, he spoke to Xiaogang. Master, I'm ready. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaogang nodded seriously and said, the gym challenge between Qingyuan from Viridian City and Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City's Pewter Gym, shall now begin. This is my first Pokemon. As soon as Xiaogang finished speaking, a stone sprite with 2 arms appeared on the battlefield. Geomorphoth looks like a round, gray stone. It has raised stone eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes with brown irises, and a pair of muscular arms with 5 fingers on each hand. Alola Geomagnet is entirely dark gray, and one of its distinctive features is the eyebrow-like area on its head, which is said to be iron sand that adheres to it due to geomagnetism. Its hands only have 3 fingers. Not included in the main text. Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon in front of him, collecting information from the Pokédex. In that case, Scorpio will bring me victory. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan immediately released Scorpion. Clatter. Scorpio looked at the small Guidud in front of him with a serious expression. Hey cha-cha. Seeing Scorpio's expression, Guidud tugged at his fists in a somewhat provocative manner. Scorpion, use quick attack. The moment the Scorpion was released, Qingyuan gave the order. Anyway, Xiaogang didn't specify who would attack first, so he, as the challenger, might as well shamelessly take advantage of the situation. Clatter. Scorpion let out a cry and transformed into a streak of white light, rushing towards Guidud at lightning speed. Jalith, use round form. Watching Scorpion rush towards Guidud at top speed, Xiaogang remained expressionless and said calmly, Hey cha-cha, boom. Guidud, as expected of the gym leader's Pokemon, is a seasoned veteran with rich battle experience, successfully using Circle before Gliscor could hit it. This resulted in Guidud being knocked away by Scorpion's quick attack, but because it had already used the Circle ability, the little Guidud wasn't hurt much. That's how you use scrolling. Hey cha-cha. Using the kinetic energy from being knocked away, the little Geodeer rolled rapidly the moment it landed. It accumulated immense power in just a few seconds and swiftly attacked Scorpio. Scorpion, fly up and dodge. Use Sand Splash. Clatter. Using its tail, Scorpion leaped into the air and successfully dodged Guidud's fierce attack. At the same time, a cloud of yellow sand quickly gathered in front of Scorpio. Guidud wasn't discouraged after failing to hit Scorpion, and kept rolling around on the battlefield. While accumulating energy, it is also searching for Scorpio's weaknesses, preparing for its next attack. Scorpion, meanwhile, glided across the battlefield, wielding the yellow sand, giving Guidud no chance to attack. Clatter. Scorpio suddenly screamed and fell straight to the ground. Upon seeing this, Guidud immediately charged towards Scorpio. Just as Guidud was about to reach him, Scorpion threw the sand in his hand to Guidud and then did a backflip to fly into the air again. Heicha, the little fist-shaped stone, its eyes filled with sand, couldn't help but stop rolling and rub its eyes. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately began to give instructions. Scorpio, use quick attack now. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion glided and flipped in the air, its body glowing with a bright white light as it charged toward the little fist stone. Geosphere, get out of the way. Upon seeing this, Xiaogang immediately shouted at the little fist stone. However, how could the little geode, which had already stopped rolling, possibly dodge Scorpion's lightning strike? Boom! With a loud bang, Guidud was sent flying by Scorpion. Scorpion uses mud shot on Guidud. Qingyuan knew that Scorpion's attack was too quick and couldn't kill the little fist stone that had already been rounded once. So before the little stone even hit the ground, Qingyuan quickly ordered Scorpion to press the attack. Clumps of dark brown mud rapidly gathered around Scorpio's body. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled thuds rang out. Scorpio seemed to have a natural talent for shooting skills. Not a single mud ball that had gathered around him missed its target, they all struck the small, flying rock. They let Guidud experience mud from the sky. As the smoke and dust cleared, the little Guidud, its eyes now rounded and covered in mud, lay in a crater of rubble. Come back, Guidud, you've done a great job. Brock recalled Guidud and spoke slowly to Guidud's Pokeball. After putting away Guidud's Pokeball, Brock looked up at Qingyuan and said, Challenger, would you like to switch your Pokemon? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan glanced at Scorpion on the field. Scorpio, with a face full of excitement, touched his two large pincers to Qingyuan. Judging from its appearance, it clearly wanted to continue fighting. I won't replace the spirit. After understanding Scorpio's willingness to fight, Qingyuan shook his head at Xiaogang and said. After hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaogang nodded and took out the second Pokeball. Come out, Onyx. A flash of red light appeared, and a giant serpent, as tall as a two-story building and made entirely of rock, appeared on the battlefield. The Great Onyx's body is composed of several massive gray rocks, their interconnected form resembling a giant serpent. It has a long rock horn atop its head, below which are a pair of black eyes. The rocks gradually decrease in size from its middle section to its tail. Not included in the word count. Looking at the giant rock snake in front of him, Qingyuan gasped. This was the first time he had ever seen such a massive behemoth. After regaining his senses, Qingyuan quickly looked at Scorpion, because this was the first time Scorpion had ever seen such a huge creature. If a Scorpio's mental fortitude is weak, they can easily lose their fighting spirit. However, Scorpio was clearly not as bad as Qingyuan had imagined. When Qingyuan looked at Scorpio, Scorpio was staring at the Onyx with a fierce look on its face, and was even banging its pincers together in excitement. Seeing Scorpio's appearance, Qingyuan's heart, which had just been raised, instantly sank back into his stomach. Onyx, use tackle. While Qingyuan was observing Scorpion, Xiaogang had already commanded Onyx to begin the attack. Scorpion, fly away and get out of the way. Hearing Xiaogang's words, Qingyuan quickly snapped out of his daze and gave instructions to Scorpion. Roar. The giant Onyx roared, its body flashing with white light, and its massive head charged fiercely towards the direction where Scorpio was. However, Scorpio was prepared and jumped up and flew away long before Onyx crashed into it. Bang! With a loud noise, Qingyuan felt a series of shaking sensations coming from the ground. Where Scorpion had been standing, a huge crater had been created by Onyx. Scorpio, high in the air, looked at the carnage on the ground, a hint of lingering fear flashing across his face. However, Scorpio's face then filled with fighting spirit. Only such a formidable opponent was worth challenging. Scorpion uses mud to shoot, kite it. Just then, Qingyuan's command voice suddenly came through. Scorpion reacted quickly, sending clumps of yellow mud shooting from its body towards Onyx. The giant Onyx blocked it with its tail. Upon learning of Qingyuan's intentions, Xiaogang's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand and commanded the giant Onyx. Bang bang bang. The Onyx held its tail horizontally in front of it, like a wall, blocking all of Scorpion's mud shots. Onyx uses shot down. With a flick of its tail, the giant Onyx shook off all the mud, then picked up a rock and hurled it at Scorpion. Scorpio, get out of the way. The enormous rock hurtled towards Scorpion like a cannonball. Fortunately, Qingyuan had been practicing Scorpio's flying skills. So despite the rock's incredible speed, Scorpio managed to dodge it thanks to his superior flying skills. Boom! A loud noise startled Qingyuan. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see that the wall behind Scorpion had been smashed open by the huge rock, leaving a large hole. Upon seeing this, Xiaogang's face flashed with a look of pain, but he immediately returned to normal. The Onyx used rocks to hone its skills, and then used a slam to knock Gliscor down. Scorpion used mud to stop it. Upon hearing Xiaogang's words, the Onyx's body lit up with light, and Scorpion immediately threw 2 mud shots at it. Despite this, Onyx successfully polished the rock and then swung its tail at an extremely fast speed to attack Scorpius. Scorpio, get out of the way. Seeing this, Qingyuan had no choice but to shout divine skill at Scorpion. Fortunately, Scorpio proved its worth, constantly using various superb flying techniques to dodge Onyx's repeated slamming attacks. Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but then his brows furrowed again. He cannot win by simply dodging, he must find a way to fight back. But the Onyx, polished by the rocks, was now like a fan, its tail like blades, relentlessly attacking the Scorpion in the air. This leaves Scorpios with no choice but to dodge and unable to mount any counterattack. Just as Qingyuan was struggling with how to get Scorpio to retaliate, Scorpio's eyes were filled with resentment. It wanted to confront the other side head-on and show them its strength. However, it was also aware of its own limitations. If the giant Onyx's massive tail struck it, it would surely lose its fighting ability on the spot. Scorpio continuously performs various difficult techniques in the air to dodge attacks, but his determination to attack grows stronger and stronger. As this belief grew, it gradually began to gather white light around itself when performing difficult techniques. The highly talented Scorpio quickly realized this and then deliberately performed various difficult moves. The more it performs the movements, the brighter the light around it becomes. Suddenly, the light around it intensified to its peak, and a look of enlightenment flashed in Scorpio's eyes. It learned a new skill, acrobatics. He immediately tried to use this skill, and as he performed various difficult maneuvers, the energy of the flight system began to gather around him, which made him faster and faster. Just as it reached its speed limit, it glanced at the giant onyx on the battlefield, a glint of madness flashing in its eyes. The next second it charged towards the upper body of the giant onyx. Boom! Roar! Scorpion slammed into the first rock beneath Onyx's head with a loud thud. Immediately afterwards, the giant onyx let out a scream. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan, who was in command, was overjoyed and quickly said something. Scorpio, press your advantage? Let's do it again. Clatter. Scorpion, who had just struck and retreated back into the sky, shouted after hearing Qingyuan's words and immediately used his acrobatic skills to charge towards the giant rock snake again. Onyx, use tackle. Upon seeing this, Xiao Gang immediately issued almost frantic commands to the onyx. Boom. Faced with the charging onyx, Scorpio had no choice but to confront it head-on. With a loud bang, Scorpio was stunned by the impact and tried to retreat, but Onyx wrapped its tail around its body. Damn, hard head. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately swore, unlike his hard-headed self in the game. In this world, the hard head not only makes elves immune to recoil damage, but also keeps their minds clear. That's how Onyx uses its bind. Xiao Gang wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by, and immediately commanded Onyx to launch an attack. Clatter. As Onyx strained harder, Gliscor's screams rang out. Come back, Scorpio. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly took out Gliscor's Pokeball and recalled it. Let's declare Scorpio incapable of fighting. Qingyuan looked at Xiao Gang, who was frowning, and said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Gang finally relaxed his furrowed brows and said, Can. Hearing this, Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to the Scorpion's spirit. You did a great job, Scorpion. Now it's Scythe's turn. After saying that, Qingyuan put away the Scorpion's Pokeball. Come forth, Scyther, and bring me victory. Sha. A flash of red light appeared, and the Scyther appeared on the battlefield. Scyther brandished its two large scythes and looked solemnly at the Onyx in front of it. Onyx uses Slam. Seeing the Scyther in the arena, Brock immediately commanded Onyx to launch an attack. Roar. The Onyx roared and swung its tail at the Scyther. Scyther used Quick Attack to dodge. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, the Scyther immediately used Flash of Light, transforming into a streak of white light to dodge the Slam attack. Scyther uses Shadow Clone. One after another, figures were conjured by the flying mantis. The Onyx looked at the many Scythers in front of it and didn't know which one to attack. Fortunately, Brock gave Onyx the correct instructions at that moment. The giant rock used a smashing sweep to shatter all those shadows. The massive tail was swept across by the giant Onyx like a whip. Scyther's shadow clones were shattered one by Onyx's tail. Now, use the combo attack. Just as Onyx was busy clearing out the shadow clones, Scyther suddenly appeared behind its head. Seeing the massive Onyx, Scyther's twin blades glowed white as it unleashed 5 slashes at the junction of Onyx's head and body. Roar. The Onyx let out a scream and lunged at the Scyther behind its head with its massive tail. But just before the tail arrived, Scyther's body glowed with a bright white light, and it used Quick Attack to dodge it. Scyther, use your full power to cleave. Just as Onyx was using its tail to search for the Scyther behind its head, Qingyuan's command came again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang immediately gave instructions to the Onyx. Onyx rolled over and forced Scyther away. Upon hearing Xiao Gang's words, Onyx disregarded the injury on the back of its head and immediately straightened its body, intending to carry out Xiao Gang's command. But at that moment, the Scyther, which Onyx had been unable to find, suddenly appeared in front of it. Before Onyx could retaliate, Scyther raised its gleaming white scythe and brought it down heavily on Onyx's head. Roar. The giant Onyx let out a miserable cry, its eyes turned into circles, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to fight. Come back, Onyx, you've done a great job. Seeing this, Xiao Gang sighed, recalled the Onyx, and gently comforted it. Then, he raised his head, stepped down from the platform, and came to Qingyuan's side. Congratulations, challenger, you have won the gym battle. This grey badge is proof of your victory. After saying that, Xiao Gang took out a grey badge that resembled a rock and solemnly handed it to Qingyuan. Qingyuan accepted the badge with both hands and said solemnly, Thank you so much for your guidance. I've learned a lot from playing against you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang simply smiled and then crossed his arms. Challenger, we look forward to your performance in the Indigo League. Lend your auspicious words. After thanking Brock again, Qingyuan left Pewter City and returned to the Pokémon Center. Sister Yuan, please help me heal my Pokémon. Qingyuan stood in front of the Pokémon Center counter, handing a tray containing Pokeballs of Gliscor and Scyther to Nurse Joy as he spoke. Looking at Qingyuan, who had a cheerful expression, Xiao Yaiwan took the tray with both hands and said with a smile, You seem to be in a good mood, Yuan. How did the gym challenge go? Did you get the dark grey badge? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. He then took out the badge box that Xiao Yiying had given him earlier, placed it on the counter, opened it, and showed it off. Hehe, with me in charge, it'll be a piece of cake. Upon seeing the dark grey badge inside the badge box, Xiao Yaiwan smiled and said, You're quite capable. I wish you great success at the Quartz Conference. Thank you, Sister Yuan. I will try my best. Qingyuan gave Xiao Yaiwan a shy smile and said, It wasn't long before Scorpion and Scyther's injuries were healed. Qingyuan retrieved the Pokeball, glanced around the hall, and, not seeing Ash and Misty, returned to his room. Back in his room, Qingyuan lay down on the bed immediately. He's leaving for Cerulean City this afternoon, so he's making the most of this time to enjoy himself. After lying in bed for a while, Qingyuan couldn't resist taking out the Pokédex. Looking at the Pokémon encyclopedia in his hand, Qingyuan suddenly remembered that he still had 1,000 contribution points left to use. This is a good opportunity to exchange for the Scorpion's breeding manual. Thinking of this, Qingyuan immediately switched the interface to the exchange interface. After checking the price of exchanging 3 Pokémon training manuals, Qingyuan didn't hesitate at all and clicked to exchange them directly. The breeding manuals for Scorpion and Mantis are worth 200 contribution points each. The Charmander's training manual can be redeemed for only 50 contribution points, possibly due to alliance benefits. In addition to these 3 cultivation manuals, Qingyuan also bought the Daiichi Sakage Chronicles for 10 contribution points. The moment the download was complete, Qingyuan eagerly opened Daiichi Sakage's Chronicle. He was eager to see what the world looked like through the eyes of this person standing at the top of the world. When Qingyuan came back to his senses from the sea of knowledge, it was already noon, and Qingyuan rubbed his rumbling stomach, his face full of shock. From this record of his experiences, Qingyuan learned many truths about this world. For example, as is well known, if an elf wants to break through to the Elite Four level, he must comprehend something called momentum. As for the essence of momentum, Qingyuan didn't know, nor did many of the lower-level trainers without any lineage. However, in his memoir, Sakage clearly expressed his opinion. Momentum is a great trend of heaven and earth, and the profound meaning of various elements in heaven and earth, like the ceaseless flow of water, the terrain that carries all things, and the unrestrained wind. After an elf comprehends the potential related to its own attributes, it can create an aura similar to a domain around itself. This aura helps Pokémon suppress the strength of their opponents, which is why Elite Four Pokémon are so powerful. Only momentum can counter momentum. Moreover, after an elf awakens its power, it can freely draw upon the power of heaven and earth for its own use. The skills used by elves become incredibly powerful when enhanced by the power of heaven and earth. Even a small Iron Tail skill, when empowered by the power of heaven and earth, can split mountains and sever rivers in one strike. It wouldn't be wrong to call a celestial level Pokémon a miniature god. However, although Elite Four level Pokémon are exceptionally powerful, the difficulty of breaking through to Elite Four level is also exceptionally high. Although there are clear examples of Pokémon with poor genetic skills and aptitude, they can still break through to the Elite Four level after careful training. However, the probability of them breaking through is obviously not as high as that of elves with good aptitude and many inherited skills. After reading Sakage's remarks, Qingyuan was greatly shocked. However, it also gave him a clear goal for the future. Besides the theory about momentum, this record also contains a lot of information about ground-type treasures and general knowledge about raising ground-type Pokémon. Qingyuan felt he benefited greatly from reading it. However, the only thing that puzzled Qingyuan was why Sakage had already clearly explained the concept of momentum. It was even serialized in a newspaper for 5 years. However, the outside world still knows very little about the concept of momentum. Thinking of this, Qingyuan immediately began searching for Giovanni's specific information in the Pokédex. As the keywords were entered, a large number of posts about Giovanni quickly appeared like popcorn. Predict when the next gym leader Sakage will open a gym in Qingyuan City. Gym leader Giovanni is very strong, but I still managed to get the green badge, with picture. Qingyuan glanced at the posts and realized that they were all recent posts. Remembering that Sakage's story was serialized in the newspaper for 5 years, I should at least look for posts from 7 or 8 years ago. So Qingyuan frantically slid down, and hard work pays off. Finally, 5 minutes later, Qingyuan successfully saw a post titled On the Authenticity of Daiichi Sakage's Travelogue. Qingyuan carefully checked the date and found that it was a post from 13 years ago. He opened the post and started reading. The post wasn't very long, and Qingyuan finished reading it in just 3 minutes. After reading the post, Qingyuan also looked at the comments from some people below the post. In the end, it only took 5 minutes for Qingyuan to resolve his doubts. Simply put, it's because young people are unreliable and their actions are questionable, coupled with some information silos. Ultimately, most people took Giovanni's words as a joke. Qingyuan remembered one sentence in the post very clearly. Although Giovanni became a gym leader at the young age of 19, which is a promising prospect, he has not even reached the Elite Four level. How can his words be convincing? Many people in the comments section agree with this statement. Of course, many people also refuted this person. However, as time went by, more than a decade passed, and the original Giovanni was still just a gym leader. There wasn't even the slightest sign of him breaking through to become a champion trainer. Gradually, those who initially criticized him became more and more convinced that they were right. Those who believed in Giovanni had no reason to refute him after seeing the name of Giovanni, the gym leader of Viridian City. Over time, Giovanni's theory was gradually seen by the world as nothing more than the clown talk made by a young, successful gym leader in an attempt to attract attention. However, Qingyuan had a different opinion. He knew exactly how strong Sakage was. The beadrill in his hand first decisively defeated Lance's Ace Dragonite, the champion of Johto. Later, it even defeated Deoxys, a legendary Pokémon that could fight Rayquaza to a standstill. How could his theory be wrong? As for why he didn't come forward to clarify things with these netizens, You have to understand that he's a powerful underworld figure who's always opposed to the alliance. He probably already regretted aiding the enemy when he was writing the series. Besides, he's a strong person. There's no need for a strong person to prove their strength to a weak person. After figuring out why, despite Sake's theories, people still don't understand what momentum is, Qingyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. At least the folly of the world was better than the theory being false. Furthermore, the alliance did not publicly oppose Giovanni's theory. Therefore, this already proves that Sake's theory is correct. After figuring out what had happened, Qingyuan got out of bed and started packing his things. It's already noon, and we've already planned to head to Cerulean City this afternoon. So even though I wasted a lot of time looking at the information, I still had to pack my things and leave. Of course, before setting off, Qingyuan also needed to purchase some supplies from Silver Company. After all, he planned to stay in Tsukimiyama for a while. Mount Tsukimi is famous for its moonstones. I wonder if he'll have the luck to make a fortune there. After packing his things, Qingyuan left the room and went to the lobby of the Pokémon Center. After checking out of the store with Nurse Joy at the counter, Qingyuan said goodbye to Nurse Joy and left the Pokémon Center with his backpack. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan, carrying his backpack, headed straight for the location of the Silver Company's shopping mall in Pewter City. Upon entering the mall, Qingyuan went on a shopping spree. He first replenished Scorpion's food and energy cubes to 3 months' worth, just as he had done in Tokiwa City. Then, Qingyuan provided Scyther and Charmander with 3 months' worth of food and energy cubes, just like he would with Scorpio. These items alone cost Qingyuan a full 20 Alliance coins. Based on the resources needed for raising Pokémon as outlined in the training manual, he provided each of the 3 Pokémon with a month's worth of supplies. These resources cost Qingyuan 180,000 Alliance coins, including 50,000 each for the Scyther and Scorpion, and the Charmander, which was more expensive at 80,000 Alliance coins. After preparing all this, Qingyuan used the equipment he had previously bought as collateral and added some Alliance coins to upgrade his own equipment. Afterwards, he bought some training equipment for Scorpion and the others. After spending 650,000 Alliance coins at Silver Company, Qingyuan left the company with a pained expression, carrying a completely new set of equipment. Although after this round of shopping, Qingyuan returned to the ranks of the poor. However, he believed that as long as he could convert the resources he had into strength, the Alliance coins he had previously spent would definitely double back. Driven by the belief in becoming stronger and making money, Qingyuan resolutely embarked on the side road leading to Mount Tsukimi. With the addition of Scyther, his strength increased significantly, allowing him to stay away from the main road built by the League and travel along the side roads. Qingyuan, who was even a little overconfident, was preparing to leave the road built by the Alliance and travel deeper into the surrounding forest. However, remembering the exceptionally talented Charmander in the Pokeball, Qingyuan gave up on the idea. With this little fire dragon, all we need to do now is develop step by step. There is absolutely no need to risk your life and put yourself in danger for such a small gain. Thinking of this, Qingyuan released the Scorpion and the little fire dragon. The Charmander, which had just emerged from its Pokeball, immediately tried to burrow into Qingyuan's arms. Qingyuan quickly stopped it and said, "Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the baptism of wind and rain. Little fire dragon, I'm going to start training you now. So you can't let me carry you, you have to learn to walk on your own." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon stared blankly at Qingyuan, seemingly not quite understanding. After hearing this, Scorpio gave Charmander a feedback from the side. After it finished speaking, the little fire dragon changed its appearance and walked ahead of the road with great fighting spirit to clear the way for Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan looked at Scorpio with a face full of curiosity. This curiosity stems from both the curiosity about what it said to Charmander and the curiosity about discovering a new use for Scorpio. But no matter what, it's a good thing as long as Charmander is actively training. If there are any characters you'd like to see added, feel free to comment, and I can add them if necessary. Oh, and thank you to King Feng Minjiai for sending a donation out of love. On the side road leading from Nibi City to Mt. Tsukimi, Qingyuan, wearing a strange glove, hurried along while throwing the ball in his hand at the little dragon ahead. The little dragon, covered in sweat, cleared a path with its metal claws while constantly dodging the balls thrown by Qingyuan. Qingyuan said that if it gets hit by the ball even once, it will have to do 100 push UPS and 100 squats. Remembering how much push UPS he had just done, Charmander tried even harder to dodge the spheres. Qingyuan followed behind the little fire dragon, his gloved hands opening and closing as he repeatedly threw and retrieved the ball in his hand. This is equipment used to train a Pokémon's ability to dodge. The glove uses electromagnetic energy to retrieve a thrown ball. Besides the special rubber ball that Qingyuan was throwing at the moment, there were a total of 5 other different kinds of balls, used to meet the different training needs of Pokémon. Moreover, the iron ball inside can be used as a self-defense tool in case of danger. After 15 minutes, Charmander was too tired to continue, so Qingyuan sent Charmander back to replace Scyther to lead the way. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent upon their first move. Compared to Scyther's evasive skills, Charmander is still too inexperienced. Despite Qingyuan's relentless barrage of spheres, Scyther's speed in clearing a path remained completely unaffected. Even while dodging, he could still try his best to knock the ball back into Qingyuan's hands. Based on these few moves alone, it's safe to say that Scyther truly deserves to be called a battle-hardened warrior. So after swapping Scyther and Charmander, Qingyuan didn't put Charmander away. Instead, it stayed by its side, carefully observing and learning the flying mantis's skills. Meanwhile, Scorpio, bored out of his mind, leaned on Qingyuan's shoulder and watched the scene unfold. Because the area is in the wild and is quite dangerous, Qingyuan cannot allow all three Pokémon to train in order to protect his own safety. He must ensure that one of the three Pokémon conserves its energy. This left Scorpios with nothing to do, as they had neither training to participate in nor matches to fight. Aside from occasionally taking off to check the general direction of travel, Scorpio spent the rest of its time clinging to Qingyuan's shoulder, closely protecting Qingyuan's safety. After several rounds of switching between Scyther and Charmander to clear the way, Qingyuan traveled at an unusually fast speed on a road without any obstacles. In just 3 hours, he traveled from Nibi City to the foot of Mount Tsukimi. However, since he left Nibi City at 3:30 p.m., by the time Aahara arrived at the foot of Mount Tsukimi, the sun was already almost setting. The wilderness at night is several times more dangerous than the wilderness during the day, so please be careful for your own safety. Qingyuan decided to set up camp at the foot of Mount Tsukimi tonight and go up the mountain tomorrow to pass through the Mount Tsukimi tunnel. After making the decision, Qingyuan quickly found a relatively flat grassland and set up his tent. Looking at the new tent in front of him, Qingyuan felt that he could finally get a good night's sleep. This tent is a high-tech product of Silver Corporation, capable of blocking attacks from elves below level 30. Living there, Qingyuan no longer had to live in constant fear of being attacked by spirits, as he had in the Viridian Forest before, which made him afraid to sleep at night. After setting up the tent, Qingyuan began preparing dinner for Scorpion and the others. While Qingyuan was preparing dinner, a great battle took place between the little dragon and the Scorpion. Today, while clearing the path, Charmander encountered several groups of Pokémon that it was bothering. Faced with these angry Pokémon attacking it, Charmander, under Qingyuan's command, successfully won its first and several battles in its career. The victories brought by each battle made him a little arrogant. So, while Qingyuan was preparing dinner, it challenged Scorpion, the eldest brother in the group. Because when they first met, Scorpio made a funny face and startled it, causing it to lose face. Today it's going to give Scorpio a good beating to regain the face it lost. It used its metal claws, turning them silver-white, and charged towards the Scorpion. Originally, Scorpio didn't care about this little dragon cub. With his armor, even if the little dragon cub attacked him at will, Scorpio might not be able to break through his defenses. It's worth noting that after the gym battle in Pewter City, Gliscor's level has surpassed 20 and reached 21. Although Charmander has improved his strength after today's battle and training. However, it still couldn't break through level 10. If Scorpion just stood still and let it attack, Charmander might not be able to break through its defense. Moreover, it was somewhat interested in the little dragon's metal claws, as Qingyuan had emphasized earlier today, and told it to take a good look. He was also capable of learning this skill, so he planned to take this opportunity to experience the flow of energy in the metal claw. Who knew that Charmander, despite his seemingly reckless nature, but he also knows tactics, he's a shrewd guy despite his rough exterior. Seeing that its metal claws couldn't break through the Scorpion's defenses, it immediately used several dragon dances to boost its attack power. One swipe of its claws was enough to hurt the Scorpion. This infuriated Scorpio, that immoral fellow, who raised his pincers and struck the little dragon's head 3 times with a series of bang, bang, bang. 3 big bumps immediately appeared on the little dragon's head. The little fire dragon, who had never suffered such an injustice before, ran straight to Qingyuan's side, hugged his trouser leg, and started crying. When Qingyuan saw this scene, he was both amused and annoyed. Charmander is both bad at the game and loves to play, and Scorpio is also immoral. Of the entire team, only Scyther was somewhat normal. Thinking of this, Qingyuan looked at the Scyther that was standing guard. The Scyther was secretly glancing in their direction. Upon seeing Qingyuan looking at it, it immediately reverted to its aloof demeanor. Okay, Scyther is a hypocrite too. I'm the only serious guy on this team, the handsome one. I was so impressed by Scorpion that I saw stars, a trainer thought narcissistically. Seeing the little fire dragon still crying while clinging to his leg, Qingyuan could only sigh and pick it up to comfort it. After all, they are the pampered 3rd generation, so they do have some flaws in their personality. The only way to help it is for him, the trainer, to guide it slowly. I don't know how a fire-type Charmander developed such a gentle personality. This gentle nature makes it a good fit for novice trainers to build a bond with it. But this is too lenient. A dragon has been turned into a sheep. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qingyuan comforted the little fire dragon while also feeding it a bowl of chicken soup. Gradually changed Charmander's tendency to cry whenever he feels wronged. After calming Charmander down, Qingyuan placed the prepared dinner in front of each of the 3 Pokémon. The little Charmander, who had long since stopped crying, made a face at Scorpio with 3 big bumps on its head, and then began to work hard on the Pokémon food in front of it. Only by becoming stronger than Scorpio can I get my revenge. Qingyuan said that eating well is the only way to become stronger, so I must eat more and become stronger quickly. The little dragon, its face already buried in the rice bowl, worked hard to eat while thinking angrily. Qingyuan and Tiangzai looked at the little fire dragon with amusement. The little guy is so easy to fool. After dinner, Qingyuan maintained the 2 blades of the scyther according to the method in the breeding manual. He looked helplessly at Scorpio and Charmander beside him. It just goes to show that kids don't hold grudges. The little fire dragon, who had just been arguing with Scorpion, was now being carried into the air by Scorpion, completely forgetting the grudge of being shot in the head earlier. Excitedly, it climbed onto Scorpio's back and shouted with joy. After maintaining Scyther's dual blades, Qingyuan gave Scyther a massage, following the instructions in the manual. Looking at the relaxed Scyther, Qingyuan couldn't help but ask, "How's Scyther? Is it comfortable?" That feels good," Scyther replied with a satisfied expression. However, it then realized that this might not fit its persona, and its expression turned cold and serious. Qingyuan saw all of this but didn't say anything, only secretly chuckling to himself. These guys, they're all such drama queens. After massaging the Scyther, Qingyuan took out the insect-type gem and handed it to the Scyther. "I've finished massaging you. Now that your muscles are relaxed, take advantage of this time to absorb the gem's energy. This gem is the same insect gem from the Qingyuan game in my previous life. In the game, its function is to increase the power of a Pokémon's insect-type moves once. However, in this world, the insect gem allows Pokémon to directly absorb its internal energy. After absorbing the energy inside the insect gem, the spirit can quickly increase its own energy level." In Qingyuan's words, it was similar to the spirit stones in the cultivation novels he read in his previous life. However, insect gems are more durable than spirit stones. It would take Scyther at least 2 weeks to fully absorb this insect gem. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther nodded and used the tips of its twin blades to retrieve the insect gem. Seeing this, Qingyuan put away the tools he had used to massage the Scyther and said something. "All right, take this and go absorb it while keeping watch." "Sha." The flying mantis nodded to Qingyuan before leaving its spot. After tidying up the makeshift bed in front of him, Qingyuan took out another set of tools from his bag and then called out to Scorpion and Little Fire Dragon. "All right, stop playing around. Scorpio, come here and I'll give you a massage. Charmander, go and use the Ember skill on that rock until you can't use it anymore." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio and Charmander, who were having a great time, quickly separated. Scorpion flew rapidly toward Qingyuan, while Charmander ran to the rock Qingyuan pointed to and tried to use Spark. It must be said that, although there are always some minor conflicts between the Pokémon, however, they always carry out Qingyuan's orders without hesitation. After massaging Scorpion and Charmander according to the method in the breeding manual, Qingyuan was just about to zip up the tent. They spotted a pink elf with 2 pointed ears, hiding in the bushes and watching them cautiously. Pippi's fur is pink, its body is star-shaped, and it has small wings on its back. It has 3 toes on each hand and only 1 toe on each foot. It has a small tooth in its mouth and wrinkles around its eyes. Its ears are pink with brown tips. There is a tuft of curly fur on the top of its head between its ears, and its tail is also curly. Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and scanned it in that direction. Immediately, an electronic sound rang out, and Qingyuan learned all the information about the Pokémon in the bushes. There does seem to be a Clefairy clan at Mount Tsukimi, but how come this Clefairy is here all by itself? Qingyuan looked at Pippi in the bushes and wondered a little. According to his previous thinking, if he encountered a valuable Pippi, his first thought should have been to catch it and sell it for money. However, Clefairy is a rare Pokémon protected by the League, and the League does not openly allow its sale. Therefore, there is no quest to capture Clefairy in the Pokédex. Although Qingyuan knew that Pokémon could be bought and sold on the black market, he was not a Pokémon hunter after all. He didn't have the ruthlessness of an elf hunter. The customers on the black market were a mixed bag. Qingyuan couldn't bear to let this cute little guy be bought by some pervert. However, although he didn't care about Pippi's figure, Yuezashi Qingyuan felt that he could still think about it. After all, the Peeves tribe possesses a massive moonstone that is taller than a person. He can chip off a piece or 2 from it, and Pippi and the others probably won't mind. With that in mind, Qingyuan decided to befriend the Pippi in front of him, at least to get it to take him to the giant moonstone. After thinking it over, Qingyuan unzipped the tent, which was halfway closed, and went outside. Seeing this, Pippi seemed a little scared and wanted to run away. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly reduced the range of his movements. He took out a small bag of universal Pokémon food from his backpack, tore it open, and said to Pippi with a gentle smile, "Is the little one hungry? Come and have something to eat. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Qingyuan grabbed a handful of Pokémon food from the bag, held it up in front of him, and said with a smile. Pippi's little nose twitched, as if it had smelled the aroma of elven food. Looking at Qingyuan in front of it, it seemed somewhat tempted and stepped out of the bushes. This person is so gentle, and those elves were having a lot of fun playing around him. He shouldn't be a bad person. Little Pippi held his head in his hands, thinking to himself as he walked. She was, after all, a naive elf who had never seen the world, and didn't even know that humans could act. Fortunately, Qingyuan didn't really have any designs on it. He just wanted to make friends with Pippi and get 2 moonstones from Pippi to exchange for money. The bushes were very close to Qingyuan's tent. Pippi only had to walk a few steps to get there. When it came to its senses, it found itself already beside Qingyuan. This discovery startled the timid Pippi. Qingyuan quickly comforted Pippi, who was shivering. "Don't worry, Pippi, I mean you no harm. Aren't you just hungry? Try this, it's delicious." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Pippi forced herself to calm down, reached out her little hand and carefully took a Pokemon food from Qingyuan's hand and put it in her mouth. Upon tasting the flavor in her mouth, Pippi couldn't help but let out a happy cry. This stuff is really delicious. This big guy wasn't lying to me. Pippi looked at Qingyuan in front of her and thought to herself with some joy. Qingyuan had no idea what Pippi was thinking, but judging from Pippi's expression, it seemed that it was very satisfied with the Pokemon food. Is it delicious? Here, all of this is for you, eat up. As Qingyuan spoke, he gestured his hand towards Pippi's front. Upon hearing this, Pippi let out a happy cry and then gracefully began to eat the Pokemon food from Qingyuan's hand. However, although Pippi's movements are elegant, her eating speed is anything but slow. In just a few seconds, Clefairy ate all the Pokemon food in Qingyuan's hand. Seeing that Pippi wasn't full, Qingyuan quickly asked Tianxi to bring over a bowl. Then I poured Pippi a bowl of fairy food and let Pippi eat to his heart's content. Thank you. Pippi bowed gracefully to Qingyuan before sitting down to eat. Seeing this, Qingyuan just chuckled foolishly, watching the critic happily eating, and was about to reach out and touch him. Suddenly a voice came, startling Qingyuan and Pippi. Stop! What are you doing? After Qingyuan realized what was happening, he glanced at the frightened Pippi and looked angrily in the direction from which the sound came. A researcher in a white lab coat was seen running towards them, his face contorted with rage. At a glance, Qingyuan knew that this person was the researcher from the anime who was supposed to protect Pippi. I remember he even stopped Ash from catching Clefairy, so he must be a good person. But Qingyuan didn't care whether the other person was a good person or not. If you scared me, you should apologize first. Who are you? Seeing the researcher running up to him breathlessly, Qingyuan preemptively asked a question. Upon hearing this, Li Ke was taken aback, then said with a stern face. Who are you? Answer my question first, you impolite fellow. Clatter. Upon hearing Li Ke's words, Qingyuan said with a fierce expression. At that moment, Scorpion let out a roar, having just been startled by the creature. It really wanted to beat him up right then and there. Seeing the fierce-looking Scorpion beside Qingyuan, Li Ke obediently followed his heart. My name is Li Ke, and I'm a researcher at the Dark Grey Museum in Nibi City. Li Ke straightened his white coat and said to Qingyuan with an arrogant expression. This status is enough to command the respect of many ordinary trainers, as researchers have a higher level of authority in the league than even the most elite trainers. Of course, that refers to researchers at research institutes, not museum researchers like Li Ke who study historical artifacts and can easily engage in such extortion. Strictly speaking, Li Ke's status should be similar to that of a league direct descendant trainer, but it is lower than that of a direct descendant trainer, because he has no notable research projects and no direct trainer's combat prowess. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded and said, I am Qingyuan from Viridian City, a direct descendant of the league trainer. As he spoke, Qingyuan took out the Pokédex and summoned Charmander. Upon seeing the little fire dragon, Li Ke nodded. Hello, Qingyuan trainer. His tone was much softer than before. Since the other party was stronger than him and their status was similar, Li Ke no longer had the right to be arrogant. Hearing Li Ke's words, Qingyuan nodded, put away the Pokédex, and said, What are you doing here at Tsukimiyama in the middle of the night, a researcher from the Dark Grey Science Museum? And he was shouting so loudly just now that he scared Scorpio and the others. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke quickly replied, I'm sorry, Trainer Qingyuan, I'm here to protect Clefairy and the others. I thought you were going to do something to Pippi, so I tried to stop you by shouting. Hearing Li Ke's words, Qingyuan looked down at Pippi. Pippi had recovered from her shock and seemed quite familiar with Li Ke, not minding his arrival at all, and had already continued eating. Seeing that Pippi was eating with relish, Qingyuan finally looked up and said, You're a researcher, and you've come all the way to the mountains to protect Pippi. Are you going to abandon your research project? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke quickly replied, My research project is nothing compared to protecting Pippi and the others. I have made up my mind to spend the rest of my life protecting this pure land of Pippi and the others. I want them to live happily in this place, without anyone disturbing them. Li Ke nagged a lot in Qingyuan's ear, all of which were about protecting Pippi. However, Qingyuan was not interested in that. He was only interested in the enormous moonstone. So after learning that Li Ke knew where Pippi and the others gathered, Qingyuan immediately became interested and wanted Li Ke to take him there. After hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke readily agreed, since in his opinion, a trainer from the league's direct lineage couldn't possibly be a bad person. Just then, Pippi finished eating its Pokemon food and was staring blankly at Qingyuan. Qingyuan squatted down and reached out to pat Pippi's head. Perhaps it was that bowl of elven food that laid the foundation for his emotional bond with Pippi. Pippi didn't flinch at Qingyuan's hand, letting him stroke its head. Perhaps feeling that Qingyuan's massage was comfortable, Pippi even rubbed against Qingyuan's palm. Seeing this, Li Ke, who was standing nearby, was so envious he was practically grinding his teeth in envy. You know, he's been protecting Pippi here for so long, and no other Pippi has ever been as close to him as it is to Qingyuan. Qingyuan had no idea what Li Ke was thinking. If he had known, he would definitely have mocked the other person. Being a simp has no future, in the end, you'll have nothing. Li Ke's attitude towards Pippi was just like how those sycophants treated their goddesses in Qingyuan's previous life. He kept spending money to buy gifts for his goddess, but in the end, he couldn't even hold her hand. However, the difference is that elves are simple-minded. If Li Ke really continues to treat Pippi and the others well, ultimately, there's still a good chance of getting what you want, but for a simp from a past life, no matter how hard they try, they'll never succeed. A word of advice to fellow readers, cherish yourselves and don't be simps. After Qingyuan packed up the tent, he followed Li Ke and headed towards Mount Tsukimi. After walking for about 20 minutes on the winding and rugged mountain road, Li Ke finally brought Qingyuan to the front of a cave. Is this where Pippi and the others live? Looking at the dark cave in front of him, Qingyuan couldn't help but ask Li Ke a question. Li Ke shook his head after hearing this. This is just the way there. Pippi and the others live deeper in the ground. After saying that, he took out a flashlight from his pocket and used it to light the way ahead. Seeing this, Qingyuan picked up Pippi and followed closely behind. After spending some time together, Qingyuan held Pippi in his arms, and Pippi did not resist. Li Ke glanced back, but could only grit his teeth and continue walking inside. There was nothing he could do. Pippi wasn't affectionate with him, so he could only watch helplessly. Qingyuan teased Pippi in his arms while closely following behind Li Ke. I have to say, Pippi's fur is really comfortable. It's so fluffy, it feels like holding a rag doll in your arms. Qingyuan wished he could bury his face in Pippi's fur, but because he still had to travel, he had to give up the idea. But once we get to Pippi's gathering place, it's not impossible to give it a try. As Qingyuan carried Pippi, he thought to himself, ouch. Suddenly, Li Ke, who was in front, cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Looking at the pitch-black cave in front of him, Qingyuan quickly took out his powerful flashlight and shone it in Li Ke's direction. Li Ke was seen with his head down, groping for something on the ground. My glasses? Where are my glasses? Seeing this, Qingyuan had no choice but to squat down, pick up the glasses that had fallen in front of him, and hand them to him. Thank you. Li Ke put on his glasses, and only then, under the bright light of Qingyuan's flashlight, did he look at what had tripped him. Strange, when did electrical wires appear in this primitive cave? Li Ke picked up the black rope from the ground, examined it carefully, and said. Upon hearing Li Ke's words, Qingyuan followed the direction of the power line and looked into the depths of the cave, then said something thoughtfully. It seems there's trouble with the Pippi habitat you're protecting, Li Ke. Trouble? What trouble? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke asked, looking completely bewildered. Doesn't this thing look like an electrical wire? Qingyuan pointed to the black rope-like object that had tripped Li Ke earlier. Upon hearing this, Li Ke took the thing in his hand and examined it carefully, and then discovered that it did indeed appear to be an electrical wire. Why would you put electrical wires in a tunnel? Li Ke looked at the power lines under his feet and asked with some confusion. Who knows? Maybe someone thought the tunnel was too dark and wanted to install a light inside. Qingyuan guessed, holding Pippi in his arms. If he remembered correctly, these wires and such were probably lights installed by Team Rocket to make mining easier. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke immediately shouted. What did you say? Press the lights? How can you press the lights here? It will disrupt the ecosystem in those tunnels and cause the elves to riot. Who would care about that kind of thing? As long as we can dig up precious moonstones to exchange for money, what does it matter to us whether the elves riot or not? Yeah, meow. Just then, several voices came from the direction of the sound, and Li Ke quickly looked in that direction. The Rockets trio were seen carrying a large bundle of wires, looking completely unconcerned. A talking meow. Who are you people? Looking at the two people and the cat in front of him, Li Ke was clearly a little confused, but he still asked the question. It's starting again. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan covered his face with one hand, thinking to himself. Since you've asked so sincerely, then I will mercifully tell you. 4. Scorpion, use your cross-poison blade on them. Clatter. Before they could finish their opening remarks, Qingyuan directly commanded Scorpion to launch an attack on them. The gas bomb was deflected by impact. Seeing the Scorpion charging towards him with its pincers glowing purple, Kojiro quickly directed the gas bombs to the front. Boom! With a muffled thud, the gas bomb, its body radiating white light, was sent flying by Scorpion. Although the gas bombs were only used to temporarily block the attack, the ultimate goal was achieved. Scorpio was successfully slowed down by the gas bomb. After failing to land a hit, Scorpio quickly rolled away. Having experienced so many battles, Scorpios have learned their lesson. They fight and run, never lingering in combat. The last time I fought Onyx, I was trapped and couldn't escape, which is why I lost the battle. You brat, don't you know any manners? The other person hasn't even finished reciting their lines yet. Seeing that the gas bomb had blocked Scorpion's attack, Musashi angrily berated Ayahara. Heh, there's absolutely no need to be polite to Team Rocket members like you who steal other people's Pokémon. Besides, you only need to say your opening remarks once, it gets boring if you keep repeating them. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Qingyuan spoke with a cold expression. You brat, how dare you say our opening remarks are boring? A babo snake will use its venomous stinger to teach this brat a lesson. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Musashi, who was already furious, became even more enraged and immediately commanded a babo to launch an attack on Qingyuan. You throw the gas bomb too, teach this brat a lesson. Seeing this, Kojiro quickly directed the gas bomb attack. Scorpion performs acrobatics against the abominable. Scyther uses its combo attack on the gas bomb. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all, and commanded Scorpion to launch an attack. At the same time, he quickly launched the Scyther and commanded it to attack. Bang! X2. Two loud collisions rang out. Because of Scorpion's fighting style of retreating after each attack, Qingyuan immediately saw Scorpion backflipping out. Scorpion, keep using your combo attack. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all and immediately commanded Scorpion to attack again. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion's pincers glowed white as it plunged back into the smoke and dust. After that, Qingyuan had no idea what was going on inside, only hearing a few sounds of fighting. Is it reasonable for a tunnel to have this much smoke and dust? Qingyuan covered his mouth and nose while looking at the smoke and dust in front of him, and muttered to himself. What? Just as Qingyuan was carefully observing the smoke and dust in front of him, a scream suddenly rang out. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Meow Meow jump up and bend Li Kei's leg. Li Kei, you're really useless. Charmander uses Metal Claw on Meowth. Seeing this, Qingyuan made a comment and quickly commanded the little fire dragon to attack the Meow Meow. Although he complained that Li Kei was useless, he wasn't sure he could beat Meow Meow if they actually faced off. Don't underestimate me, you brat. Watch me scratch wildly. Meow. Seeing the little dragon charging towards her with its hands flashing silver-white light, Meow Meow shouted loudly, its claws flashing with a bright white light and lengthening more than 10 times as it charged towards the little dragon. Grew WA. Seeing the fierce-looking Meowth charging towards it, Charmander roared with fighting spirit and then swung its claws. Then, just like the battlefield of Scorpion and the others, this battlefield fell into a stalemate. Unable to fight, Qingyuan could only hold Pippi and try to hide in a corner. After all, he wasn't Ash from Pallet Town. Qingyuan was certain that he would be captured in less than a single encounter with Jessie and Kojiro. Li Kei shakily got up from the ground. Meow Meow's two powerful punches still caused considerable damage to this untrained researcher. The stalemate did not last long, and good news came first from Scorpio's main battlefield. Scorpion first blinded Arbok with a sand-pouring attack from above, then followed up with a spectacular acrobatic maneuver from above, successfully rendering the gas bomb, which was dodging the attack from the Scyther, unable to fight. Seeing this, Scyther immediately seized the opportunity and used a combo of quick attack to take down Arbok. Seeing that the battle on the main battlefield had been resolved, Qingyuan devoted himself to commanding the little fire dragon in battle. Compared to its two predecessors, Charmander still has a serious lack of combat experience. Of course, we can't ignore Meowth's strength. After all, in the anime, Meowth successfully defeated its evolved form, Palico. Although we haven't experienced as many hardships yet, our strength isn't that great. However, compared to Charmander, Meowth's level is much higher. Charmander has done a great job of fighting for so long without being defeated. Charmander, use smoke screen. Seeing the little dragon being relentlessly attacked and forced to retreat by Meowth's frantic clawing, Qingyuan quickly gave instructions. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon, which had been somewhat flustered by Meow Meow's fierce attack, immediately regained its footing. Seeing Meowth charging towards it, Charmander took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke directly at Meowth. What is that? Meow. I can't see. Meow. Meow Meow, who was hit in the face by the smoke, immediately became flustered. Now's the time, Charmander, use fire, use your metal claws. Qingyuan originally wanted the little dragon to use ember, but now it was a closed space with a lot of smoke and dust flying around. If this were to be used with sparks and an explosion were to occur, probably no one here would be able to escape. So, for his own safety, Qingyuan had no choice but to ask the little fire dragon to wave its arms a few more times. Meow. Meow let out a miserable cry as it was blasted away by Charmander's metal claws, landing on the ground and losing its ability to fight. Upon seeing this, Musashi and Kojiro did not hesitate at all. They put away their Pokémon, picked up Meowth, and ran away. Seeing this, Li Kei wanted to chase after her, but Qingyuan stopped him. Stop chasing them? It's too dark in this tunnel. They can just find a place to hide and you won't be able to catch them. Let's put these wires away first, in case that elf gets its neck tangled in them. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Kei thought it made sense, so he and Qingyuan started collecting the wires on the ground. Qingyuan put Pippi on the ground and, together with Li Kei, began to tidy up the electrical wires on the ground. Pippi was very well behaved, just standing quietly to the side watching Qingyuan and the others tidy up. Charmander is different. He not only runs around on the ground full of wires, messing up the carefully bundled wires. Even after it poked the wire with its hand and found it to be soft, it directly spat a mouthful of sparks onto it. If Qingyuan and Li Kei hadn't discovered it in time, Little Fire Dragon might have achieved something remarkable, causing a fire in the tunnel. Faced with this situation, Qingyuan directly had Scorpion teach it a lesson. Having learned its lesson, the Little Fire Dragon became very obedient, facing the stone wall with its hands behind its back, trying its best to raise its tail high so that Qingyuan and the others could use it as a torch. After working for half an hour, Qingyuan and Li Kei finally finished cleaning up the wires left behind by the rockets. These guys really don't get tired doing so much. Looking at the huge pile of wires in front of him, Qingyuan couldn't help but complain. Who says otherwise? Ouch, my back. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Kei, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but pound his waist and agree. All right, stop complaining about your back. Leave these things here for now, and you can move them out in a few days. Let's go check out Pippi's habitat first. Qingyuan looked at the power lines in front of him, thought for a moment, and then said, with so many wires, it would take him and Li Ke a considerable amount of time to transport them out. He needed to travel quickly to reach Cerulean City and didn't have time to move the power lines with Li Ke here, so Li Ke would have to suffer on his own. He should hurry up and get to Pippi's habitat to get some moonstones and continue his journey, that's the important thing. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Li Ke realized that he had to move the wires out himself. Unfortunately, Qingyuan wouldn't help him, and he couldn't find any other helpers in a short time, so he could only painfully look at the huge pile of wires in front of him. When will we be able to move here? Li Ke was inwardly wailing in agony. Qingyuan didn't care what Li Ke was thinking. At this moment, all he could think about was going to Pippi's habitat and getting a few high-quality moonstones. So after tidying up, Qingyuan immediately turned to look at Pippi. Pippi was still standing there obediently, but somehow it was now holding a stone in its hands. Ah, this. Clefairy, are you an evolution stone finder? Qingyuan said to Pippi in some shock. Pi. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Pippi tilted her little head in confusion. Although Pippi didn't quite understand what Qingyuan was saying, she still handed the stone in her hand to Qingyuan. Qingyuan is a good person. If you treat it to something delicious, it will repay Qingyuan with something good. Qingyuan took the stone from Pippi's hand, rubbed it vigorously with his hand, and confirmed that it was a moonstone. He then patted Pippi's head hard and said happily, Pippi, you're such a lucky star. Do you want to go on a trip with me? Upon hearing this, Li Ke, who was standing nearby, immediately spoke up loudly. What are you saying? It's so dangerous outside, it's much better to let Pippi live freely here. How could you take it on a trip? Scorpio told him to shut up. Qingyuan, who had been smiling, immediately darkened his face upon hearing these words. Damn you, you simp, you're ruining my chance to catch the elf. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion did not hesitate at all, its large pincers flashing white light as it prepared to smash towards Li Ke. Upon seeing this, Li Ke, who was about to continue nagging, immediately yielded to his own heart. When Pippi heard Qingyuan's words, it was initially tempted. Being able to eat delicious elf food every day was a great temptation for it. But thinking of her family and friends in the tribe, Pippi turned her head and declined Qingyuan's invitation. Seeing this, Qingyuan could only shake his head and sigh. There's nothing we can do, we're destined to be apart. Fortunately, Qingyuan only had the idea of catching Pippi because he saw Pippi's lucky moves. Indeed, even after capturing Pippi, Qingyuan didn't know how to train it. It would be nice to have a cute guy as a mascot, but if I was rejected, then so be it. Of course, if this is truly a Pokémon that Qingyuan really wants to capture, then he will definitely have to forcefully capture it. I even asked for your opinion, but once I knocked you out, you had no opinion. Qingyuan shook his head, clearing his mind of these jumbled thoughts, before picking Pippi up again. Come on, Pippi, I'll take you home. P. Hearing this, Pippi nodded and began to point the way to Qingyuan with her little hand. Qingyuan put away Charmander and Scyther, picked up Scorpion, and walked forward in the direction Pippi pointed. Li Ke, standing behind him, could only grit his teeth and watch this scene unfold. He also longed to hold Pippi in his arms. Pippi is so cute, it must be so nice to pet. With this in mind, Li Ke followed closely behind Qingyuan. With Pippi's directions, Qingyuan and his group's progress increased significantly. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingyuan and his group approached the Pippi's true habitat. As they approached their destination, Pippi suddenly jumped out of Qingyuan's arms. After making a following gesture to Qingyuan, Pippi quickly ran forward. Qingyuan followed behind Pippi, and after turning a corner, they arrived at a huge cave. It's more like a sinkhole than a cave, because the soil layer above the cave has disappeared due to the depression. Standing inside the cave, you can clearly see the moon in the sky above. In the very center of the sinkhole is a huge round rock. Qingyuan, who has watched the anime, knows that it is a huge moonstone. The enormous moonstone emitted a faint, milky white glow under the moonlight. Perhaps it's because it's not a full moon today, which makes the light emitted by the giant moonstone seem somewhat imperceptible. So many Pippi. Just as Qingyuan was observing the giant moonstone, Li Ke, who had finally caught up, couldn't help but sigh at the scene in the sinkhole. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan began to examine the environment inside the sinkhole in detail. There are indeed many Pippi, not just Pippi, but also Pi Baobao and Pi Caxi. P. Just then, the Pippi that Qingyuan had been holding suddenly pulled over a pixie who looked much older. He started gesturing wildly as he introduced Pikachu to Qingyuan. Qingyuan knew that this must be the chief of Pikachu's clan. Clefairy is a pink, star-shaped Pokémon that walks on 2 legs and has a curly tail. It has long, pointed ears with black tips. It has wrinkles around its small black eyes, and its head has longer curly hair. Its wings have also become larger, each with 3 points. Just as Qingyuan was thinking about how to start the conversation, the Pokédex in his pocket seemed to sense Clefairy and automatically began to introduce it. Seeing this, Qingyuan could only smile awkwardly, take out the Pokédex, turn off the automatic scanning mode, and then speak. Hello, I'm Pippi's friend. Hi. Pixie didn't pay any attention and said something to Qingyuan, but Qingyuan didn't understand it anyway. But after Pixie finished speaking, Pippi started dragging Qingyuan around the sinkhole. After this stroll, Qingyuan understood why Pippi refused to go with him. After all, life here is indeed carefree, and there's absolutely no need to follow him out to live that kind of adventurous life. After wandering around for a while, it was already late at night, and Qingyuan felt sleepy, so he set up camp on the spot, intending to take a nap and talk to everyone else the next morning. Li Ke even wanted to stay in Qingyuan's tent for a while. But Qingyuan didn't like sharing a tent with a grown man, so he simply threw him a spare sleeping bag and kicked him out. The next morning, Qingyuan got up early, before Li Ke woke up. Qingyuan first walked around the giant moonstone, intending to knock some off and sell it for money. Unfortunately, the moonstone was perfectly round, just like a large stone ball. Qingyuan was reluctant to destroy its integrity, and he remembered that in the original story, the Pippi would dance in front of this rock when the moon was full. The stone draws on the power of moonlight, allowing Clefairy to evolve into Clefairy without relying on a moonstone. Qingyuan was unsure whether the moonstone would retain its power after he smashed it. Besides, he and Pippi are friends, so he can't do something that would betray his friend. In the end, Qingyuan restrained his greed and did not smash the giant moonstone to exchange for money. Fortunately, there were some scattered moonstones collected by Pico and his companions next to the giant moonstone. After taking a few pieces and finding that Piccolo and the others didn't stop him, Qingyuan completely let loose. He began to seriously squat down and select moonstones. No items that are too poor in quality, or too broken or too small, even though Qingyuan repeatedly raised his selection criteria. However, given the sheer number of stones, he still managed to select 3 that were truly exceptional moonstones. Based on the calculation that a common quality moonstone costs 450,000 alliance coins in the alliance shop, any one of these moonstones from Qingyuan could fetch a price of several million or even tens of millions of yuan. However, rarity is not defined by money, and selling such high-quality moonstones is only the most basic use. Bartering is the best way to use rare items. Whether it's a top-quality moonstone, a top-quality sharp fang, or a top-quality metallic coating, these things are actually valuable but unavailable for sale. In short, you can't necessarily buy it even if you have the money. Because, apart from Qingyuan, the people who have this kind of thing are not short of money, and they are definitely high-level resources. After all, the world is only so big, and high-quality resources are limited, and they are scattered all over the world. When dealing with people who are not interested in money, the only way to pique their interest is through barter, allowing you to obtain the resources you want from them. Therefore, Qingyuan decided to sell one of the 3 moonstones and exchange it for alliance coins to meet his early resource needs. Save the rest for later, and when you're stronger, trade them with others for rare, high-level resources. After figuring this out, Qingyuan put away the moonstones. After putting it away, Qingyuan looked down at the large pile of moonstones on the ground, feeling a bit conflicted. He finally sighed and turned to walk towards the tent. One shouldn't be too greedy. 3 top-grade moonstones are already a huge fortune. Let's leave the rest to the Pippi clan. Going too far will not end well. He refused to believe that over the years, no one else but him and Li Ke had discovered this place. Besides, he hadn't done much for the Pippi tribe. Obtaining 3 top-grade moonstones was already a huge profit for him. After returning to the camp, Qingyuan washed up before starting to make breakfast for Tianxi and the others. While he was making breakfast, the Pippis, seemingly curious about what Qingyuan was doing, ran up to him one by one to observe his actions. Looking at these adorable little creatures, Qingyuan, who had acquired tens of millions of moonstones, was overjoyed and became much more generous with his spending. He took out all his general-purpose Pokémon food and distributed it to the Clefairy Pokémon. After all, it is because of them that they were able to obtain the moonstone, which is worth tens of millions of alliance coins. If it weren't for the fact that the Scorpion's special elven food contained some things that only they could digest, Scorpion and the others' food supplies will definitely be lost. After breakfast, Li Ke was ready. After leaving Li Ke with enough supplies to last a week, Qingyuan took his leave. Of course, before leaving, Qingyuan left the energy cubes of Scorpion and the others with Pippi and the others, only giving Scorpion and the others a 3-day supply. Some of the growth-accelerating energy cubes contain nothing else, so the Pippi can still eat them. Having left the cave, Qingyuan, filled with excitement, no longer had any intention of training the spirits. He put away Charmander and Scyther, leaving only Scorpion by his side. They headed towards Cerulean City along the main road built by the Alliance. It must be said that the main road built by the Alliance is very convenient, as it eliminates the need for them to pave their own way. They encountered few Pokémon along the way. From Empty Moon to Cerulean City, Qingyuan only encountered 2 groups of Pokémon blocking the road. This would be impossible on a side road, even a newly cleared side road, where the elves would not have blocked the way more than twice. Of course, the drawbacks of the main path also became apparent. With such a small number of spirits, it was impossible for them to serve as training tools for the spirits. However, the main road is still very useful for traveling. In just 3 hours, Qingyuan arrived in Cerulean City through the tunnel on Mount Tsukimi. Upon entering Cerulean City, Qingyuan headed straight for the Alliance's item shop. Because of his previous purchases in Nibi City, he is now out of money. Moreover, he had become a tycoon on Mount Tsukimi, so his immediate priority is to quickly convert the moonstone into money. Welcome, sir. How can I help you? As soon as Qingyuan entered the store, the cashier at the counter smiled and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan didn't keep him in suspense and went straight to the counter to speak. Hello, I'd like to sell evolution stones. Yes, sir, please follow me to the second floor. Before Qingyuan could say his second sentence, the cashier spoke up. At the same time, she came out from behind the counter and began to lead the way for Qingyuan. Following the young lady, Qingyuan arrived at an appraisal room on the second floor. Please wait a moment, our store's intermediate appraiser will be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan plopped down on the sofa in the appraisal room. Alliance appraiser was a popular profession in the Alliance during the last century, with 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and grandmaster. An intermediate level appraiser's status is equivalent to that of an intermediate level breeder, and this intermediate level breeder should not be underestimated. An intermediate breeder is perfectly capable of caring for 30 Pokémon of level 40 to level 60 at the same time. Furthermore, it allows them to maintain peak performance at all times and make some progress. Intermediate appraisers can accurately identify the effects of various spirit items and determine the extent of the boost that item can provide to a spirit. For example, with evolution stones, Qingyuan can only tell that the quality of the evolution stone is good, but a level 3 appraiser can tell the energy coverage within the evolution stone. And this is used to value the evolution stone. However, as time went on and the Alliance's technology became more and more advanced, some identification machines were able to replace appraisers in observing the energy coverage of evolution stones. This has led to a decrease in the number of new generations of appraisers, since low-level appraisers rely on appraising evolution stones to make money. Now that your machine has replaced my role, I have no choice but to change careers since I don't have the financial support. Unexpectedly, there was an intermediate appraiser in the Alliance shop in Cerulean City, and in order to identify his evolution stone, she even brought it out. As Qingyuan sat on the sofa waiting, he wondered what this intermediate appraiser would be like. Qingyuan didn't have to wait long before footsteps sounded at the door of the testing room. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl in pink casual clothes walking into the house. Qingyuan was very surprised to see this. He thought that this level 4 appraiser would be an old man with gray hair, but he didn't expect it to be such a young girl. Hello, my name is Ming Yushan, and I am an intermediate appraiser at this store. Ming Yushan walked up to Qingyuan, extended her hand, and said politely. Upon hearing Ming Yushan's words, Qingyuan snapped out of his daze, quickly stood up, and gently grasped her hand. I am Qingyuan. Miss Minji, you are truly young and promising. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Minji Aishan smiled happily and said, No, it's all thanks to the support of the family. Upon hearing this, a knowing look flashed in Qingyuan's eyes. She was indeed a woman from a prominent family. Only members of large families have access to numerous treasures and develop a keen eye for them. After exchanging pleasantries, Ming Yushan got straight to the point. Then, Qingyuan trainer, may we begin now? Thank you to Yingem for the 2 bubble teas, 3 stars for your love and support. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. Upon hearing Ming Yushan's words, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all and immediately took out a top-grade moonstone and the moonstone that Pippi had given him. The moment Ming Yushan saw the top-grade moonstone, her eyes were immediately drawn to it. She didn't even glance at the moonstone that Pippi had given her, she simply reached out and took the top-grade moonstone into her hand. So beautiful? This is absolutely stunning. Ming Yushan held up the top-grade moonstone with both hands, shouting with a face full of infatuation. Seeing this, Qingyuan was a little confused, but he wisely refrained from disturbing the scene. After a long while, Ming Yushan reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the moonstone and spoke to Qingyuan. Sir, this is the moonstone you're looking to sell, isn't it? Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded. How about this? I'll offer 8 million alliance coins to buy this moonstone. What do you think? Hearing this, Qingyuan was somewhat surprised, although this moonstone was indeed very rare. However, the scope of application for moonstone is still too small, it can only help a few Pokémon evolve. Unlike the waterstone and firestone, which not only help Pokémon evolve but can also be directly absorbed by Pokémon to increase their growth rate. Although no one would directly give such a top-quality evolution stone to a Pokémon to absorb and use. However, outside of auctions, 6.5 million alliance coins is the high price Qingyuan is hoping for. Unexpectedly, poverty still hindered Qingyuan's imagination. Judging from Ming Yushan's appearance, Qingyuan could confirm that Ming Yushan hadn't bought it for the elves. It's probably just for collection and appreciation, but Qingyuan really can't see what's so appealing about this moonstone. Although the moonstone emits a faint white light due to its abundant energy, it is not yet beautiful. Just as Qingyuan was pondering, Minji Chun thought that Qingyuan was not satisfied with the price, so she quickly spoke up. Mr. Qingyuan, the price I offered is already quite high, although this moonstone may fetch a higher price at the auction. But the auction in Hualan City just ended, and it definitely won't be held again anytime soon. Since you're here, you must have the intention of selling it. How about this, including the moonstone, I'll offer you 8.6 million for these 2 moonstones, to make it an auspicious number. Just as Qingyuan was about to agree, Minji Aishan unleashed another series of attacks. Happy cooperation. After hearing Ming Yushan's words, Qingyuan reached out his hand to Ming Yushan without any hesitation. That low-quality moonstone could only fetch a maximum of 400,000 alliance coins. With this, Qingyuan could earn an extra 200,000, and he really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Seeing Qingyuan's rapid change, Ming Yushan was momentarily stunned and stood there, unable to react. But her expert mind quickly brought her back to her senses. Happy cooperation. Ming Yushan held Qingyuan's hand and said with a smile. Although Qingyuan gained a slight advantage, it was only a few 100,000 alliance coins. For her, it was all small change. The important thing was that she got her hands on the moonstone with a 98% coverage rate. She doesn't have an evolution stone collection with such a high coverage rate yet. Happy cooperation. Qingyuan replied with a smile. The transaction is now complete, Mr. Qingyuan. I'll take my leave now. We have many props in our shop. Feel free to take a look if you're interested. I'll give you a 10% discount. After instructing the staff member next to her to transfer the money to Qingyuan, Ming Yushan carefully put away the moonstone and smiled at Qingyuan. Oh, Miss Minji can make that decision. Ming Yushan's words shocked Qingyuan, because this was the Alliance's shop. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Minji smiled mysteriously and made a 3-point gesture with her hand. I own 30% of this store, so giving you a discount is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan nodded, cupped his hands, and smiled at Minji-chan. Then I thank Miss Minji very much. You're welcome. If you have any more good stuff like this next time, be sure to order some from me. Sakura, give my contact information to Mr. Ayuan. I have something to attend to, so please excuse me. Mr. Qingyuan, we'll meet again next time. After saying this, Ming Yushan bowed to Qingyuan and left the appraisal room. At this moment, the cashier, Xiaoying, handed Qingyuan a note and a picture book. This is Ms. Minji's contact information, and this is our shop's item catalog. Please take a look, sir. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan thanked him and then carefully put away Ming Yushan's contact information. Then he sat down on the sofa and started looking at the picture book. Although the various props in the catalog dazzled Qingyuan, but in the end, he still chose 3 items based on what his elf needed. These 3 items are, Soft Sand, which increases the power of ground-type moves by 10%, Silver Dust, which increases the power of bug-type moves by 10%, and Charcoal, which increases the power of fire-type moves by 9%. After the discount, the 3 items cost a total of 3 million alliance coins from Qingyuan. This once made Qingyuan feel very distressed, and Xiaoying also told him that the items could still be worn out. These 3 items, when carried by Scorpios, will have their energy almost completely depleted in about 6 to 9 months, which is commonly known as rendering them unusable. These words made Qingyuan, who was already feeling the pinch, feel even more pain. However, Qingyuan felt it was worth it to be able to boost the Pokémon's combat power. After paying the bill, Qingyuan left the Alliance store with the 3 items and his 5.6 million Alliance coins. After leaving the store, Qingyuan walked directly towards the Silver Company's store without any hesitation. After spending 3 million to acquire the Protect skill disc, he headed towards the Cerulean City Pokémon Center. After entrusting the Scorpions and the others to Nurse Joy for treatment, Qingyuan sat down in the waiting area and started looking up information about Sand Scale Fruit in his Pokédex. Just after buying the skill disc, Qingyuan made a special trip to the berry shop to see if he could make energy blocks. While buying tree fruits, he saw a sand-scaled fruit. Upon seeing this tree fruit, Qingyuan remembered that Scorpions and others could also improve their various attributes by consuming different tree fruits. With a little money in his hand, Qingyuan immediately wanted to buy 3 sand-scale fruits for Tianxi and the others to try. However, after questioning the owner of the fruit shop, he finally accepted the fact that there was only 1 sand-scaled fruit in the huge fruit shop. Qingyuan, who believes in ensuring that his partners receive equal treatment, strives to obtain more sand-scale fruits. That's when the idea of exchanging alliance contribution points for sand-scale fruit arose. However, looking at the 2 large gray characters sold out on the Sand Jujube label, Qingyuan had no choice but to accept that the alliance didn't have many good things like sand-scale fruit in stock. Since it's impossible to distribute the benefits equally, Qingyuan will have to make things difficult for Scyther and Charmander. After all, the starter Pokémon is always the most special one for a trainer. Even though Qingyuan wanted to treat everyone equally, he couldn't help but lean towards Scorpio when faced with this choice. To compensate, Qingyuan bought 2 tree fruits, Choco Fruit and Passion Fruit, which increase resistance, to make up for the Flying Mantis and Charmander. Of course, Scorpio also has custard apples to increase Scorpio's resistance to ice. Strictly speaking, this doesn't really count as compensation for Scyther and Charmander. However, given the circumstances, this is the only option for now. After all, he couldn't just not buff Scorpio's resistance to ice. Although a 4-fold weakness to ice is a symbol of strength, it is truly difficult to withstand. Thank you to MoveM for sending 2 units of love-fueled energy. The next morning, Qingyuan got up early and woke up Tianxi and the others. When he made a reservation at the Hualan Dojo yesterday, he was told that there was an underwater ballet show today and the dojo would not accept dojo challenge matches. This completely disrupted Qingyuan's plans for today, and with nothing left to do, Qingyuan decided to give Scorpion and the others intensive training today. Let's start the day with a 5 km run to train the elves' endurance. This was a simple task for Charmander and Scyther. Scorpion was in a dilemma because Qingyuan didn't allow it to fly. However, its legs were short, and running alongside Little Fire Dragon and the others would not only look ridiculous but also be incredibly slow. In the end, in order not to waste time and to warm up and complete the exercise quickly, Qingyuan replaced the 5-kilometer warm-up with 300 push UPS and 300 squats for Scorpio. This level of exercise would be almost fatal for Charmander right now, but for Scorpios, it's really just a warm-up exercise. After all, it has been undergoing weight training all along. To encourage Xia Hulong to train seriously, Qingyuan also joined the early morning 5-kilometer run. Training with Pokémon together is not only a great way to increase the bond between you and your Pokémon, but also a way to increase your relationship with them. It is also a way to motivate the sprites to train harder. At 6 o'clock in the morning, most of the trainers at the Pokémon Center were still asleep. In the hazy morning mist, the scene of Qingyuan and the elves working hard became a beautiful sight on the training ground. After warming up, Qingyuan found a quiet place and began the Scorpion's training for the day. The first thing was evasion training, because as Scorpion's strength increased, Qingyuan gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of Scorpion and Mantis. Therefore, some adjustments were made to the avoidance training for Scorpion and Scyther. He began to draw a circle around Scorpion and Mantis, making them stand in a small circle to avoid his attacks. Of course, as training progresses, the circles under Scorpion's and Mantis's feet will get smaller and smaller. When they can all evade Qingyuan's attacks within an extremely narrow circle, Qingyuan will then refine his training plan. Perhaps the Pokémon will attack the Scorpion and Scyther standing in the circle. Charmander's task this morning was to diligently practice his Spark skill. Charmander's Ember attack is now not only disjointed, but also extremely scattered. Most Spark attacks dissipate in midair before they even hit an enemy because the force is too dispersed. To address this issue, Qingyuan specially found a 3 cm thick stone slab for Charmander and had Charmander use all its strength to break it with sparks. When Charmander actually manages to break the stone slab with his spark, then Charmander's spark will be barely usable. The evasion training for Scorpion and Scyther was stopped after only 1 hour. The main reason was that Qingyuan's arm was really getting tired, and it was only at this moment that Qingyuan realized the waste of buying this ball-serving machine. Although the gloves helped Qingyuan save a lot of energy, his arms inevitably started to ache after throwing them for a long time. Moreover, throwing the ball manually is not as fast or powerful as using a ball launcher. Qingyuan plans to buy a ball-throwing machine this afternoon. He'll use this high-tech glove-type ball-throwing machine to practice his throwing accuracy. After all, it was quite expensive, and Qingyuan was a little reluctant to throw it away. After completing the evasion training, Qingyuan told Scorpion and Scyther to go aside and receive their punishment before heading to Charmander's training area. I'm planning to see how Charmander's training is going. Looking at the stone slab 20 paces away, which he had burned black with sparks but could not break no matter what he did, he saw the little Charmander, somewhat agitated, slammed its metal claws into the ground. Perhaps because there are 2 older brothers in the team who attack with their hands, Charmander also particularly likes to use his metal claws to defeat enemies. Seeing the little fire dragon looking visibly disappointed, Qingyuan smiled, walked over, patted the little fire dragon's head, and said, "Little Charmander, you can't just spray randomly. You need to find the right pattern, compress the sparks into a single point, and then fire it out quickly. It's like spitting out watermelon seeds. You first gather the energy in your mouth, then spray it all out at once." Hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon nodded as if it understood but not quite. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled, fed the little fire dragon 2 energy cubes to restore its strength, and then went to watch Scorpion and Scyther be punished. Qingyuan had great confidence in the little fire dragon's comprehension. After all, it possessed 4 inherited skills and was known for its comprehension. Compared to Charmander, Qingyuan now values Scorpion and Scyther more. These 2 guys probably fight too much close combat. When they encounter an attack, they always try to withstand it first, without even trying to dodge. Scorpion, in particular, has extraordinary confidence in its pincers. When attacked, it always tries to block the attack with its pincers, thinking it's Cynthia's Garchomp. It can block the jet flames with just 2 pectoral fins. Qingyuan was complaining when he suddenly paused, realizing that it might not be impossible. Scorpions molt, and each time they molt, their exoskeleton becomes harder than before. If Scorpios were truly allowed to focus on honing their 2 large pincers, they might actually acquire an indestructible pair of pincers after several molts. Qingyuan thought it was feasible more and more. Cynthia's Garchomp's move of blocking the flamethrower was absolutely awesome. If Scorpio can master this skill, he will be able to withstand most attacks, if not everything else. Moreover, the harder Scorpion's pincers are, the stronger its attack power will be. As for whether Scorpion can be successfully refined, Qingyuan said he unconditionally believes that Scorpion definitely can. Both are 4x weak to ice, so how much stronger can your Garchomp be than Gliscor? However, Qingyuan needs to plan this matter carefully later. The most urgent task at present is to change Scorpio's bad habit of not liking to avoid things. After all, Scorpio is so fragile right now, he might get taken out in one go if he encounters an ice-type skill. And then there's Scyther, who even tried to use his scythe to cut through the skill. You really have no idea how your predecessor, Caesar, was taken down by a single flamethrower. After giving a serious lecture to Scorpios that confronting scythes head-on was not advisable and that avoidance was the best approach, Scorpios Looking at the two guys squatting in front of him with their hands on their heads, they deeply realized their mistakes. Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, and after letting them rest for 15 minutes, he began the next training session. The practical training involved Scorpio and Mantis engaging in a real, hard-fought battle. It can make them realize the importance of evasion, and it can also keep them in a fighting state. Because the Pokémon Center was right next door, the two of them really went all out when they fought. The atmosphere was so tense that anyone who didn't know better would think they had some deep-seated hatred between them. However, seeing the satisfied expressions on Scorpion and Mantis's faces at the end, he was relieved. Although the fight was quite fierce, both sides seemed quite satisfied, and the battle did not damage their relationship. After entrusting Scorpion and Scyther to Nurse Joy for treatment, Qingyuan began to focus on training Charmander. To be honest, Charmander truly lives up to his name. His extraordinary talent is no exaggeration. With just a few words from Qingyuan, the little fire dragon not only successfully shattered the stone slab, but also created amazing sparks. When Qingyuan saw that series of fire lines, he almost thought that Charmander had learned to breathe fire. Now that Charmander has completed the task of training Spark, Qingyuan is ready to have Charmander begin evasion training. There are already 2 reckless players in the team, so Charmander can't become one of them. Of course, before the evasion training, as a reward for the successful Spark training, Charmander successfully got a 20-minute rest period. Qingyuan also took this opportunity to buy a ball-serving machine. After purchasing the ball-launching machine, Scorpion and his team's training progressed much more smoothly. Qingyuan also had a great time shooting at live targets on the training field with a ball-serving machine in hand. Perhaps because the power of the ball launcher is greater than Qingyuan's hand strength, Scorpion and Scyther feel pain after being hit. It's also possible that Qingyuan's punishment of them in the morning had an effect. During the afternoon's evasion training, the Scorpion and the Scyther clearly stopped trying to fight back and started to learn how to evade. After the evasion training ended, Qingyuan did not let Scorpion and Scyther continue their sparring training. The main reason was that Qingyuan was frightened by the brutal fight between the two guys this morning. He was really afraid that fighting twice in one day would cause them to develop a grudge again. Therefore, in order to avoid creating rifts between the elves due to civil war, during lunch break, Qingyuan quickly revised the training plans for Scorpion and Mantis. The original combat training was changed to skill proficiency training. Scorpio is practicing the guard skill he just learned from the skill disc, which is a god tier skill. Once used, unless it's a Pokémon whose level is significantly higher than Scorpio's, Scorpio can generally withstand their attacks by using Protect. In critical moments, holding onto this skill can be considered a second life for Scorpios. This is why Qingyuan spent a huge sum of 3 million alliance coins to buy this skill disc. If it weren't for the lack of funds, Qingyuan would have even considered giving each of his 3 Pokémon a card. However, perhaps because they have just learned it, Scorpios are not very proficient in using the guard skill. Not only is it slow to use, but it sometimes even fails to work. If he can't use his skills successfully, then all those 3 million alliance coins he spent will have been wasted. So, taking advantage of the absence of combat training, Scorpio can use this opportunity to hone their defensive skills. As for Scyther, Qingyuan has to say, it's a good kid too. When Qingyuan analyzed its information at noon today, he discovered that it had actually learned the skill of gathering chi. According to Qingyuan's guess, he must have learned this skill this morning during the match against Scorpio. Although the reason for learning it was rather absurd, knowing that Qingyuan was worried about its training, it learned a new skill in the blink of an eye. What else could a flying scythe be but a good kid? Therefore, Scyther's afternoon training plan is to practice the charge skill. As for Charmander, there's no need to mention him, he should continue practicing his skills. Although this guy has mastered many skills, he is not very proficient in any of them, so Qingyuan thinks it's better to let him master his skills first. Spark had almost mastered the skills by morning, so Qingyuan decided to have him train in Dragon Dance in the afternoon. This skill is a powerful amplification skill, and many Dragon-type Pokémon cannot even master it. Charmander knows this skill, but he's not very skilled at using it. According to Qingyuan's thinking, this skill has great potential to be developed in future battles. However, the prerequisite is that Charmander must first master it. Only after mastering its use can Qingyuan proceed with further development. Although Charmander successfully used it several times when ambushing Scorpio last time. However, after that, no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to use it successfully. Qingyuan has reason to suspect that it was Charmander's anger at wanting to beat up Scorpio that enabled Charmander to successfully use Dragon Dance. So during training, Qingyuan tried his best to make Charmander recall the feeling from that time before using Dragon Dance. Ultimately, it was proven that Dragon Dance might indeed require a bit of anger, as Charmander did after trying 10 times. I finally found that state of mind and successfully used Dragon Dance. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan was overjoyed and immediately told the little fire dragon to remember this feeling and practice more. After Charmander successfully used Dragon Dance twice more based on this feeling, Qingyuan felt relieved and let it practice on its own. Seeing that the training of the 3 Pokémon was on track, Qingyuan felt relieved and let them train on their own. He returned to his room alone. Of course, he didn't go back to his room to be lazy. When he went to the berry shop last time, Qingyuan bought a lot of berries to make energy cubes. He plans to try making his own energy cube. The cultivation manual he bought from the black market last time, which showed how to make energy cubes, was still gathering dust in his backpack. It's time to take it out and learn how to use it. If you learn it, everyone will be happy, and you can save the cost of buying energy blocks. It might even increase your income. It's okay if he can't learn it. After all, his main job is to be a trainer. Making power cubes is something that professional breeders must learn. He only needs to learn how to cultivate knowledge. Whether he can make energy cubes is not that important to him. Using the energy cube maker from the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan spent an hour making 17 cubes. Finally, on the 18th attempt, Qingyuan successfully created the energy cube recorded in the cultivation manual. It looks pretty good. Qingyuan picked up a pink energy cube and examined it carefully in his hand. The translucent pink energy cube looked exceptionally alluring under the light. This is an energy cube used to increase beauty, allowing some ugly elves to become confident in their appearance. However, in Qingyuan's view, it should be a kind of energy cube that increases self-confidence. Through self-suggestion, the elf gains confidence in his weaknesses and becomes less fearful. Then, through a change in temperament from the inside out, the elf looked much more beautiful. But how do we determine how much of an improvement there is? Qingyuan looked at the energy cube in his hand and muttered to himself. After all, he wasn't a professional breeder and couldn't judge the increase in power of the energy cube with the naked eye. In his opinion, this energy cube was about the same quality as the one he had bought. Should we give it to the scorpions? The moment the thought popped into his head, Qingyuan slapped himself across the face with lightning speed. Don't think about Qingyuan, they are your source of confidence and your partners. What if something goes wrong, you idiot? Putting aside the fact that this energy cube recipe was bought from the black market, it has no safety to speak of. What's more, the three of them, Scorpio, are all incredibly arrogant. If this thing really works, they'll turn the world upside down. After clearing his mind of those thoughts, Qingyuan looked at the energy cube in front of him, perplexed. Ultimately, Qingyuan couldn't think of a suitable guinea pig to test the energy cubes, so he had no choice but to put them away. I plan to have a breeder check it out at the store next time. If there are really no problems, then he will have a new way to make money. After all, energy cubes that increase beauty are quite rare in the Kanto region. Because there are no grand competitions in the Kanto region, most trainers focus more on the strength of their Pokémon. To better serve their customers, most breeders in the Kanto region specialize in making energy cubes related to Pokémon development and strength growth. As for the energy cubes that increase beauty, not many breeders make them. Although the Kanto region doesn't have the grand contest, it does have plenty of rich young ladies. To make their sprites even more beautiful, they spare no expense, which makes beauty-enhancing energy cubes a hot commodity in the Kanto region. Once it's made, it'll definitely sell. After packing his things, Qingyuan glanced at the time and realized that an hour had passed. He then decided to go and see how Scorpion and the others were doing in their training. While you're at it, give them some energy cubes to replenish their nutrition. Having learned how to make energy cubes, Qingyuan was in a good mood and walked briskly towards the training ground. Little did he know that Scorpios had already prepared a little trouble for him. After leaving Qingyuan, Charmander continued to practice Dragon Dance, following the feeling he had successfully used before. However, the Dragon Dance is ultimately for it to perform. If it is used successfully consecutively, it will not be able to withstand the amplification. It could take a break, but unfortunately, although its success rate with Dragon Dance has improved, it is still very low. It basically takes about 6 attempts for it to succeed once. This caused the little dragon to get extremely tired from dancing. The soreness in his shoulders and legs caused Charmander's Dragon Dance to start to distort. Then his success rate with Dragon Dance became even lower. Jenny, look, there's an idiot here, its dance is so stupid. Just as it was fretting over this matter, a laugh suddenly reached its ears. The little dragon looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blue turtle wearing a tortoise shell, covering its belly with one hand and pointing at it with the other, laughing loudly. Jenny, what are you looking at, you big idiot? After laughing for a while, Squirtle saw Charmander staring at it fiercely. It immediately became displeased and mocked the little fire dragon again. The little dragon, already annoyed, couldn't stand this and immediately started cursing. Giggle, where did this turtle come from, making such a racket here? Goo-wah, shut up if you're blind, what are you doing here? Hearing Charmander's words, Squirtle angrily retorted. Jenny, you stupid dance and you won't even let the turtle criticize you, you damn lizard. Giggle, you idiot, spitting turtle. Jenny, you disgusting fire-breathing lizard. Giggle, little dwarf squirting turtle. Because Qingyuan often gave the little dragon calcium supplements, and the little dragon was indeed quite talented. At this point, Charmander was already much taller than a typical Charmander. Although the Squirtle in front of him was also exceptionally talented, it was still half a head shorter than Charmander. After Charmander finished speaking, he gestured with his hand towards Squirtle's head with a look of disdain. Squirtle immediately exploded and fired a water gun at Charmander. Fortunately, the evasion training this morning paid off, and Charmander dodged the water gun before Squirtle could fire. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Charmander's claws gleamed with silvery white light, and he slammed the Squirtle to the ground with both claws. Squirtle, who had fallen to the ground, showed no backbone and immediately squatted down and started wailing. I'll change my mind. Upon seeing this, a nymph who was exercising nearby came over and slashed at Charmander with its claw. Boom! At the critical moment, Scyther dashed in with a flash of lightning and blocked Nymph's attack. Seeing that the Scyther Nala was about to retract its claws, it launched another attack. I'll change my mind. Before it could launch another attack, it let out a scream. A purple figure flew down from the sky at an extremely fast speed and knocked it away. However, Nura wasn't knocked to the ground. Instead, she was caught by a large, round bear. Gum. After catching Nula, the circly bear had no intention of letting things go. Instead, it roared at Scorpion and the others. Clatter. Looking at the ferocious-looking circly bear in front of him, Scorpio showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he extended his pincers and made a provocative gesture towards the circly bear. Gum. Known for its volatile temper, the circle bear couldn't stand it any longer and immediately lunged at Scorpio with its hands flashing white light. Scorpio didn't back down either, its pincers flashing white light as it charged forward. For a time, the two sides fought fiercely and evenly. Seeing this, NYX Azura flashed with white light and charged towards Scyther. Seeing this, the Scyther quickly responded, and the two started fighting again. For a moment, the little dragon, who was originally at the center of the conflict, became an idle fellow. The little dragon stood there for a while, watching its two older brothers fighting fiercely, and suddenly realized that it wasn't right for it to just stand there and watch. It turned its head and saw Squirtle still sitting on the ground crying. In an instant, Charmander reacted instinctively, its hands glowing silver white as it charged towards Squirtle. Giggle? You're such a smart aleck, aren't you? You stay right there. The battlefield then took an extremely dramatic turn. Scorpion and Mantis, the two pillars of their respective teams, fought fiercely against their opponents, with Scorpion even slightly at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Charmander is the lowest level and weakest member of the team. At this moment, he actually started beating up his opponent, who was none other than Squirtle, whose type advantage was against him. After Charmander beat Squirtle so badly that it lost its ability to battle, the very strategic Charmander decisively joined the Scyther's battle. After Charmander and Scyther successfully defeated Sneasel, Scyther joined the battle against Gliscor without hesitation. Seeing this, the little dragon wisely stood aside and watched, as its level was far too different from that of the bear. Moreover, it doesn't control the circle bear, and joining it rashly might just be a hindrance. However, with Scyther, that was enough. With Scyther's help, Scorpion finally broke free from close combat and began to develop his own tactics. Ultimately, thanks to the combined efforts of Scorpion and Scyther, even the powerful Ursaring was forced to retreat and lose its fighting ability. Circle Bear, Nura, and Squirtle. Whose sprite is this? Just as Qingyuan left the Pokémon Center, he saw Gliscor and Scyther team up to defeat Ursaring. Immediately afterwards, he heard a boy next to him shout and run towards the teddy bear. Judging from his appearance, he must be a trainer of the Ursaring. Seeing this, Qingyuan, worried that Scorpion and the others would suffer, quickly ran over. Whose sprite is this? How can they be so unreasonable? Where are their trainers? Can't they be reasonable? The boy ran up to the circly bear and was about to pounce when the Scyther extended its scythe to block him. Seeing this, Qingyuan coughed awkwardly. Hey, what's Scyther doing? Let him through, you guys come here. Upon hearing this, the Scyther quickly put away its scythe and followed the Scorpion towards Qingyuan. Guwa guwa. Arriving in front of Qingyuan, the little fire dragon hurriedly began to explain to Qingyuan with great enthusiasm. Judging from its appearance, it was probably afraid that Qingyuan would blame Tianxi and the others. You are their trainer. Just as Qingyuan finished learning what had happened from the little fire dragon, the boy, who had already put away the circular bears, ran over and pointed at Qingyuan's nose. Qingyuan frowned slightly upon seeing this, but since he was in the wrong and had already defeated the other elf to the point of losing its ability to fight, he had no choice but to patiently speak. Is this how you educate the little devils? You don't reason with them at all. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the other party pointed at Qingyuan's nose again. How I train my own spirits is none of your business, but if you keep pointing fingers at me, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Looking at the person in front of him, Qingyuan remained calm and spoke in a low voice. Clatter. Scorpio echoed Qingyuan's sentiment from behind. Seeing Scorpio's fierce eyes, the boy finally chose to follow his heart and withdrew his finger. Although I feel sorry for what happened to your Pokémon, I know my own Pokémon, and they don't cause trouble for no reason. You can check the Pokémon Center's surveillance footage for details. I'm not going to keep you company. Before the other party could speak, Qingyuan spoke first. After saying that, Qingyuan turned and left, not giving the other party a chance to speak. Seeing Qingyuan like this, the boy roared angrily. You just wait, I will definitely get my revenge. Hearing the boy's words, Qingyuan ignored him and only uttered 2 words softly. Stupid. He then walked into the Pokémon Center without looking back. After handing the Pokeballs of Gliscor and the others over to Nurse Joy for treatment, Qingyuan sat down in the waiting area to wait. While waiting, Qingyuan saw the boy from before and hurriedly ran to the counter to hand the Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Seeing this, Qingyuan simply looked up and then ignored him. If this guy had been polite at first, he could have reasoned with him. But the other party immediately pointed at him arrogantly, which immediately angered him. You, a defeated opponent, dare to be so arrogant towards me? You're really giving me too much face. However, Qingyuan ignoring him doesn't mean he ignores Qingyuan. After handing the Pokeball to Nurse Joy, Sukitha talked with her for a while. After watching the video and understanding what had happened, Jemutian turned around and stood in front of Qingyuan. Qingyuan, realizing that his view was being blocked, slowly closed the notebook in his hand. What do you want to do? Qingyuan raised his head and asked the boy in front of him impatiently. Sorry about earlier. I was short-tempered. It was Squirtle's fault for doing that. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian did not hesitate at all, and immediately bowed to Qingyuan and apologized. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan, who had been impatient and about to yell at the other person to leave, was stunned. No, I thought you were here to cause trouble and I was about to scold you, but you came here to apologize right away. The plot shouldn't be going this way, right? It shouldn't be that you're dissatisfied, then come over and start provoking me, and then I beat you up. If you're a little narrow-minded, you can go directly to my parents to deal with me. Then they'll start with the protagonist's signature moves from novels, showing off and getting slapped in the face. If you apologize now, how is the author supposed to write the rest of the story? Or is it that I'm not the main character, so there's no chance for me to show off or get humiliated? In an instant, Qingyuan thought of many things, but he still stood up and spoke. It's okay, it's all in the past. I also made mistakes in this matter, I had too much of a temper. No, it was my fault. No, it's my fault. No, it's me. And so, the two guys who had just fallen out and might have become enemies started arguing over an apology. After apologizing 7 or 8 times, Qingyuan finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. All right, since you insist on apologizing, I'll accept it. I forgive you, please get up. After saying that, Qingyuan reached out and helped the boy in front of him up. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian's mind went blank. He was stunned for a while before realizing that Qingyuan had helped him up. After regaining his senses, Jemutian smiled and said to Qingyuan, Hello, my name is Jemutian, and I come from Jincheng City. I am currently traveling to participate in the Indigo League and will be challenging the gyms. My name is Qingyuan, I come from Viridian City, and I am currently traveling to challenge the gyms in preparation for the Indigo League. Upon hearing Jemutian's words, Qingyuan quickly replied, Haha, it seems we might be rivals in the future. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian smiled and said, Indeed, but I believe that my partner and I will definitely win the quartz conference. Having finally managed to talk to a trainer of the same age, Qingyuan displayed a rare display of youthful spirit. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian immediately became anxious and shouted, How could that be? I should be the one to win the quartz tournament? My partner and I will beat you to a pulp. As he spoke, Jemuda also waved his right hand vigorously. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan glanced at him sideways and uttered a cold remark. Haha, how dare a defeated opponent boast of his prowess? What do you mean? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian immediately became furious. It's nothing, just what it says. Qingyuan continued, his face expressionless. That last round doesn't count, let's have another one if you dare. I won't fight against a defeated opponent. Qingyuan continued to output his message with a blank expression. I know, you're scared. You only defeated my circle bear by ganging up on it, so you're too scared to fight my circle bear again. Seeing Qingyuan's expressionless face, Jemutian quickly changed tactics and began to provoke him. Today he must prove himself and Quan Xiong that with Quan Xiong by his side, he is invincible. Fine, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although he knew that Sujita was trying to provoke him, he still fell into the trap. For some reason, he felt a surge of excitement at that moment, and it felt pretty good. So Qingyuan, who usually chooses to be rational, lets this surge of passion control his brain at this moment. When in doubt, a battle between trainers is the perfect way to end things. Outside the Pokémon Center, on the battlefield, Qingyuan and Jemyu stood at their respective command posts on either side of the battlefield. Intense battles are currently taking place on the surrounding battlefields. In this atmosphere, Qingyuan couldn't help but feel excited and couldn't wait to have a match. However, even though the match is a battle, the pre-match trash talk is still essential. Xiaotian, I think you'd better admit defeat sooner rather than later. Otherwise, losing to Scorpion and the others twice in a row will probably put a lot of psychological pressure on your Pokémon. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian snorted coldly. You should worry more about your Pokémon. My Ursaring is invincible. I won't pay for its medical bills if it hurts your Pokémon, Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan snorted coldly and said nothing more. I choose you? Go, Squirtle. In that case, you go ahead and give it another beating, Charmander. Because both sides only have 3 Pokémon, this is a 3-on-3 match. So after Jakitha released Squirtle, Aogen naturally released Charmander. After the conversation, Qingyuan learned that Jemutian's Squirtle was less than 2 weeks old. Because I spoiled it a lot during this period, it developed a somewhat arrogant habit. In that case, Qingyuan releasing the little fire dragon isn't considered bullying it. Jenny. After Squirtle appeared, it shouted at Qingyuan. But the moment Charmander appeared in the arena, Squirtle's expression changed instantly. It hadn't forgotten that this was the same guy who had just beaten it up twice. Gru-wa. After Charmander appeared, he shouted energetically as usual. But when he saw his opponent, Charmander gave Squirtle a wicked smile. His expression seemed to say, what a coincidence, we meet again so soon, little brother. Upon seeing Charmander's smile, Squirtle was so frightened that it took several steps back. Don't be afraid, Squirtle. Trust me, I'll take you to get revenge. Seeing Squirtle's performance, Sukita quickly shouted loudly. He wanted to use his authority as a trainer to help Squirtle alleviate its fear of Charmander. It can only be said that Jakitha still holds considerable authority over Squirtle. After Jaki said those words, Squirtle became much bolder and even dared to show a fierce look to Charmander. Seeing this, Charmander raised its claws in displeasure, ready to teach Squirtle another lesson. Charmander, use your metal claws. Seeing the little dragon's displeased expression, Qingyuan timely commanded it to launch an attack. Gru-wa. The little Charmander, who was already itching to get going, charged towards Squirtle with its claws flashing silver after hearing Qingyuan's words. Squirtle, don't panic. Use the water gun to stop it from getting any closer. Jenny. Squirtle yelled, then puffed out its cheeks and sprayed a thin jet of water at Charmander. The little dragon looked at the slender, slow-moving column of water and didn't even bother to dodge it. It stood with its claws horizontally in front of it, charging forward while holding the water gun in its face. Seeing Charmander's fierceness, Squirtle panicked, stopped using its water gun, and turned to look at Jakitha. Seeing Squirtle's appearance, Jakitha quickly called out, "It's all right, don't be afraid to use it. Just use it to retract into the shell." Upon hearing its trainer's command, Squirtle quickly retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Charmander's metal claw struck Squirtle's shell hard, but only left a few white marks, failing to harm Squirtle in the slightest. Charmander, don't rush. Use ember on the hole in Squirtle's shell and burn it out. Watching the Charmander relentlessly attacking Squirtle's shell with its metal claws, Qingyuan loudly commanded. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Charmander puffed out its cheeks and charged up, just about to unleash its power into the hole in Squirtle's shell. A flash of red light appeared, and Squirtle disappeared from its spot. Charmander's series of sparks smashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Squirtle surrenders? Looking at the little fire dragon glaring at him with its puffed-up cheeks, Jemutian said to Qingyuan with a wry smile. Squirtle has too little practical experience, and it has only just passed its infancy stage. He was afraid that if the fight continued, Squirtle would be crippled. If Squirtle loses its spirit and drive, it will never amount to anything. He also had high hopes for Squirtle. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded in understanding. Judging from the battle just now, Squirtle's combat experience was basically zero. It's understandable that Sujita is worried. Seeing the little fire dragon still looking indignant, Qingyuan smiled and recalled it. "Alright, you've done a great job. It's no fun bullying newbies. Next time I'll find you a strong opponent so you can have a good fight." Hearing this, the Charmander in its Pokeball finally quieted down. "Thank you to Yingem for the 2 bubble teas." Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled and put away Charmander's Pokeball. "How about it? Still want to fight? You defeated opponent." Looking at Jemutian across from him, Qingyuan said with a smile. "Fight, of course I'll fight. You're only good for bragging now. Watch how I beat you to a pulp later. Nura, it's you I choose. Beat him to a pulp." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Jemutian responded loudly. "I'll change my mind." After Nyarla appeared, she swung her claws and roared loudly in the direction of Qingyuan. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately threw out Scyther's Pokeball. Scyther will crush it and show it what a true warrior is. Sha. The same posture, but the difference is that the mantis swings its own large scythe. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious. Not long ago, NYX was defeated by Scyther and Charmander. Upon seeing Scyther, NYX, feeling extremely resentful, raised her claws to attack the creature. However, because Jakitha had not given any orders, Nura did not act rashly. Scyther uses quick attack. Nura will use lightning bolt too. As soon as the 2 trainers gave their commands, the 2 Pokemon on the field immediately started flashing white light and moving. Boom! The 2 elves collided violently like high-speed trains, producing a loud bang. However, because Scyther is larger than Weaver, Scyther had a significant advantage in this clash. Nura was thrown a great distance. "Scyther, use your combo attack now." Before Naira could regain her footing, Scyther received the command and immediately slashed at Naira with her twin blades glowing white. Nura blocked it with her metal claws. Upon seeing this, Sujita immediately gave instructions. Clang. Several metallic clanging sounds rang out as Nura successfully used her metal claws. However, due to her unstable stance, NYX was unable to block all of Scyther's consecutive attacks. It only managed to withstand 2 attacks from the Scyther before being cleaved away by the Scyther. The Scyther used a cleave attack to finish it off. Sha. Upon receiving Qingyuan's command, the scythe on the right side of the Scyther glowed with a dazzling white light. Scyther raised its scythe and slashed at the fallen Nura. Nura uses the freezing wind to stop it. "I'll change my mind." A blue gust of wind was blown by Nymph towards Scyther. Because it was in such a hurry to attack, the mantis failed to dodge the blow. Although the freezing wind didn't do much damage, it significantly slowed down Scyther's movement speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, NYX quickly stood up from the ground and distanced himself from Scyther. "Nura, use ice shards." Nura quickly created a block of ice the size of a football and launched it at Scyther. Seeing this, Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the Scyther, whose movements had become somewhat sluggish. Scyther has no means of countering ranged attacks. Previously, because Scyther was fast and could always engage in close combat, Qingyuan hadn't paid much attention to this issue. Now that its speed has been restricted, Scyther's problems have become apparent. If Scyther had a ranged attack, it could easily go toe-to-toe with NYX Assassin. Scyther used quick attack to dodge. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Scyther quickly gathered its energy and began to move rapidly. However, the effects of the freezing wind slowed its start considerably. The ice shard, which could have been completely avoided, was ultimately not completely dodged. Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the ice block on the mantis's waist. Now, the already hampered mantis is even more restricted. Nura, continue using ice shard attacks. However, Jemmy didn't care what Qingyuan was thinking. He was unforgiving and, seeing that the ice pebbles were working, he continued to instruct Nura to use them. Close combat is out of the question, as their levels are already similar, and Scyther also has an advantage in size. If it were close combat, then Nura would be a complete punching bag. Therefore, you should use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Since the Scyther has no means of ranged attack, then kite it. The football-sized ice block was once again launched by Nura at the Scyther. Scyther used Shadow Clone Techies to dodge. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scyther immediately sprang into action, its silhouette on the field beginning to blur. At the same time, more than a dozen flying mantises suddenly appeared in the arena. Upon seeing this, Sujata's previously smug expression froze. Naira does have ranged attack capabilities, but it lacks wide-range ranged attack capabilities. With so many shadow clones, Nula can't break through them. Scyther uses combo slash. Regardless of what Sujata was thinking, Ayahara seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Nura is gathering small ice shards, then using freezing winds to blow them away. Upon hearing Jemmy's words, Nura immediately sprang into action. Strands of blue, icy wind, carrying tiny ice shards, attacked the mantis's shadow clone. The moment the freezing wind struck the shadow clone, the ice shards propelled by the wind shattered the Scyther's shadow clone. Qingyuan was somewhat surprised to see this scene. He hadn't expected that the freezing wind and ice shards could break through the shadow clone. Naira was very fast, and in no time the shadow clones on the field were almost completely destroyed. But at this moment, Scyther had already arrived in front of Nymph. Seeing that NYX was still using Ice Shard, Scyther did not hesitate at all. He slashed at him twice with a resounding thud, sending him flying. Scyther presses its advantage, using Quick Attack followed by Cleave. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther did not hesitate at all and immediately began to carry them out. It first flashed with lightning and struck Nura, who had just gotten up. Before NYX could even fly away, Scyther's raised right scythe flashed white light and slashed fiercely at NYX. Just as Nura was about to take off, she was slammed to the ground by this slash and lost her ability to fight. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Of course, he wasn't happy because Scyther defeated Weaver. After all, in his view, defeating Weaver was the right thing to do. He was delighted because the flying mantis's attempt had just succeeded. Inspired by NYX's frozen wind and ice shards, Qingyuan had Scyther try out a combination attack of quick attack and slash. I didn't expect to succeed so quickly, although the transition between the two skills was a bit slow. But as long as it's proven that the skill can be used in this way, that's fine. This was just an experiment, after all, but now that it has been proven to work, then Qingyuan knew what he should train Scorpion and the others next. This combination technique can be practiced more to shorten the transition time. In the same amount of time, two skills are definitely more powerful than one skill. Moreover, the combination of certain skills is not as simple as 1 + 1. Just as Qingyuan was envisioning a bright future, Jemyushin shouted loudly from across the street. I'm telling you, it's just that she defeated my Nura, there's no need for you to be so happy. Qingyuan was immediately brought back to his senses by this voice. Looking at Jemyushin across from him, Qingyuan slowly gave him 2 words. Stupid. Upon hearing this, Sujata became furious and roared loudly. You just wait, I'll show you how powerful my Circle Bear is. Circle Bear, it's you I choose. Beat him to a pulp. Gum. Sha. Seeing this, Scyther slowly raised its twin blades, assuming an attack stance. It had fought this Circle Bear before, it was very strong. Even under the combined attack of itself and Scorpion, this Circle Bear managed to hold out for a long time. On several occasions, after going berserk, it almost took it and one of the Scorpios with it. However, after that battle, it also discovered some of the weaknesses of the Circular Bear. Because of its large size, the Circular Bear is not very agile. As long as it targets this point, it can still put up a fight against it. I'm sure Qingyuan can also see the weakness of this Circle Bear. Thinking of this, Scyther turned to look at Qingyuan. Qingyuan saw the flying mantis's movements, nodded, and gave it a reassuring look. Scyther uses Quick Attack. Faced with Ursaring, an opponent whose level was much higher than Scyther, Qingyuan chose to strike first. Sha. Upon receiving Qingyuan's command, Scyther did not hesitate for a moment. Its body flashed with white light, and it charged towards Ursaring at an extremely fast speed. Circle Bear blocked it with its metal claws. Jikitha clearly knew Ursaring's weakness. Given Scyther's speed, Ursaring definitely couldn't avoid it. But compared to the Scyther, the Circle brothers are much stronger. Therefore, he chose to use his strengths to attack the enemy's strengths and directly confront them head-on. Gum. The Circular Bear roared, its claws glowing with a silvery white light, and crossed its arms in front of it, preparing to directly withstand the attack from the Scyther. Boom. After a loud bang, Ursaring, with a ferocious expression, took the hit from Scyther's Quick Attack. Grab it. Seeing the two spirits locked in a stalemate, Zhemutian waved his hand and quickly gave instructions. Gum. The Circly Bear roared and kicked the Scyther with its right leg. Taking advantage of the mantis's loss of balance, it slashed at it with its right hand. Scyther, use slash. Knowing that it couldn't dodge, the Scyther hardened its expression after hearing Qingyuan's words, and gathered white light on its right blade to slash fiercely at the Ursaring. Circle Bear retaliates in kind. Upon seeing the Scyther's attack, Ursaring, who had originally intended to extend a hand to block it, heard this. With both hands gripping the mantis's waist tightly, its whole body flashing red light, it turned its head and used its shoulder to take the blow. Gum. The Scyther's slash landed hard on Ursaring's shoulder, and Ursaring let out a painful scream. Guma. The power of the bear. After being cleaved in two by Scyther's attack, Ursaring roared and unleashed a red beam of light right at Scyther's face. Sha. The flying mantis only had time to form a cross with its twin blades to block before being violently knocked away. Boom. The flying mantis landed with a muffled thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Flying mantis. Seeing this, Qingyuan shouted in concern, but Scyther did not respond. When the dust settled, Scyther was revealed with its eyes now showing circles. Scyther is unable to fight. Come back, you've done a great job, Scyther. Seeing this, Qingyuan took out Scyther's Pokeball, recalled it into the Pokeball, and comforted it. Let's leave the rest to Scorpio. Qingyuan said something to the Scyther's Pokeball again before putting it away. It's your turn, Scorpion. Destroy it and avenge Scyther. Qingyuan shouted loudly at the Pokeball that Gliscor had thrown into the arena. Clatter. After Scorpion appeared, it let out a loud shout, slammed its pincers together in front of it, and then glared menacingly at Circle Bear. It saw it clearly from inside the Pokeball. It was this guy who dared to bully its little brother. It was determined to give it a good beating to avenge its underling. Gum. Seeing that such a small creature as Scorpio dared to get angry with him, the already short-tempered Circle Bear immediately became displeased. It roared angrily at the Scorpion, the sound so loud that it stirred up clouds of dust around it. Hearing the roar of the Circly Bear, Scorpion showed no fear whatsoever. It even beckoned with its pincers at the Circly Bear, making a provocative gesture. This sight infuriated the enraged Circular Bear. If it weren't for the fact that there was no order from Gemuda, Circular Bear would have already attacked Scorpion. Circle Bear uses Metal Claws. Seeing this, Zhemutian did not hesitate at all and directly launched an attack on Scorpio, following the psychology of Quan Xiong. Gum. Upon receiving Gemuda's order, the Circle Bear roared, its claws turning silver-white, and charged directly at Scorpion. Scorpio used Quick Attack to dodge. Seeing this, Qingyuan immediately commanded Scorpion to dodge. Given Scorpio's smaller size, it would certainly be at a disadvantage against the massive size of the Ursa Major. Therefore, there's no need to use your weaknesses to attack their strengths. It's more cost-effective for Scorpios to simply avoid them. After Qingyuan gave the order, Scorpion's body burst into white light, and in the instant that the Circle Bear attacked, Scorpion leaped up, spread its wings, and flew away from the original spot at an extremely fast speed. Use the sharp stone attack on the Circle Bear and knock it down. Seeing this, Sujita continued to give instructions. Hearing what Zhemutian said, Qingyuan was shocked. Was this guy really that rich? You should know that in Silver Company's store, a single skill disc for sharp stone attack costs 1.8 million alliance coins. If Qingyuan hadn't sold a top-grade moonstone, his entire fortune at this moment might not even be worth a fraction of the value of this skill disc. Scorpio used acrobatics to dodge. Shocked as they were, the battle had to continue. Qingyuan first directed Scorpion to dodge. Then he began to think about how to fight next. Since the Circle Bear has ranged abilities, it means that Qingyuan's initial tactic of having the Scorpion kited is completely ineffective. Keep using the sharp stones to knock it down. Sharp rocks materialized around the Circled Bear and shot towards the Scorpion. Scorpion used his superb flying skills to dodge it piece by piece. However, Scorpio's flight method is gliding, and the wind stirred up by the sharp stone attack made Scorpio's flight unstable for a moment. Fortunately, Scorpio managed to evade them all thanks to his superb flying skills. Upon discovering this, Qingyuan and Zhemutian's eyes lit up. Circle Bear, increase your strength. It can't hold on any longer. Upon noticing that Scorpion's flight was unstable, Sujita immediately shouted instructions. Scorpion, use Sand Splash continuously, scatter it all. Qingyuan didn't rush to have Scorpion dodge, instead, he had Scorpion use the Sand Splash skill in midair. Despite some doubts, Scorpio had absolute trust in Qingyuan after hearing his words. Scorpio still managed to condense a pool of yellow sand in front of him and then splash it downwards. The Circle Bear was currently working hard to gather sharp stones around its body, preparing to use them to attack the Scorpion. In order to deliver a fatal blow, the Circular Bear widened its eyes, watching the Scorpion's movement trajectory, trying to aim its shot precisely. With the wind blowing, Scorpio's sand-splashing attack was instantly scattered across the entire area. The big-eyed Circly Bear was immediately caught off guard. With sand in its eyes, the Circly Bear tried to resist for a while with sheer willpower, first shooting sharp stones at the Scorpion and then rubbing its eyes. However, as we all know, getting sand in your eye is not something you can just tough out with willpower alone. Tears streamed down the Circle Bear's eyes, bringing with them a lot of sand. However, due to the tears, the Circle Bear's accuracy was limited, and a series of sharp stone attacks all missed. Scorpio is using acrobatics. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qingyuan quickly commanded Scorpion to launch an attack. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion, its body flashing with white light, began to move through the air with various difficult maneuvers. Through its tears, the circly bear seemed to see the figure of Scorpion in front of it. It had just made a blocking move with its arms, but the next second Scorpion crashed into its lower back. The circle bear was knocked away, but Gemuda reacted quickly and immediately gave the circle bear instructions. Circle bear, don't panic. Close your eyes and use your claws to attack your surroundings. Upon hearing this, the circular bear immediately closed its eyes, lay down on the ground, and began wildly scratching its way around, attempting to block Scorpion's next attack. As everyone knows, even a novice can defeat a master with a flurry of punches. With Quan Xiong's series of moves, Scorpio was indeed unable to get close for a while. However, Qingyuan was not worried and continued to command Scorpion to launch an attack. It wasn't just Quan Xiong who had ranged skills. Scorpion uses mud shooting. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion let out a shout and gathered a brown mud ball in front of him, then shot it at the circle bear. Unlike Scorpio's, the circular bear is small, fast, and difficult to aim at. The large, round bear lying on the ground was a perfect target for Scorpio at that moment. Clumps of mud shot towards the teddy bear, injuring it and further obstructing its vision. Seeing this, Sujita sighed, knowing that defeat was inevitable. With his vision impaired and still lying on the ground, Qingyuan could easily command Scorpion to kite the circle bear to death. With a helpless sigh, Jikitha took out a pokeball to recall Ursaring in order to prevent it from suffering any longer, and shouted loudly, I concede defeat. You've won, Qingyuan. Hearing Jemushin's words, Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way around it. The pressure from the circly bear is too strong. We have to resort to some underhanded tactics. There's no doubt that the circly bear will beat up the Scorpion. Even though Scorpio had completely restricted the movement of circle bear, Qingyuan still dared not relax his guard in the slightest. Now that Sujita has personally admitted defeat, Ayahara can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You're very strong, Jikitha. I'm really looking forward to our next match. Qingyuan put away the Scorpion, came to Jemushin, and extended his right hand to him. Upon hearing this, Gemuda said somewhat blankly, What? I can't even beat a Scorpion whose level is lower than a circle bear? What's the point of me being strong? They're all Xiong from Quan. As he spoke, Jiki looked at the pokeball of Ursaring in his hand. Although Ursaring had been defeated by Scorpion and his friends before, it was only through Scorpion's cooperation with Scyther that they managed to defeat it. He originally thought that with his command, he could easily defeat Qingyuan's elves. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Even with his command, Circle Bear was still defeated by Scorpion. We will be defeated without his command, and we will be defeated with his command as well. Doesn't this just prove that he's completely useless? The proud Jemutian could not accept that his success was entirely due to Quan Xiong's strength. Instead of helping Ursaring, he became a hindrance to the trainer's efforts. After all, without his command, the Circly Bear was surrounded and unable to fight, but with his command, the Circly Bear was actually defeated by Scorpion. Qingyuan looked at the silent Jemushin and was at a loss for what to do. He really didn't expect that just one battle would cause his opponent internal injuries. After a long while, Qingyuan finally tried to comfort her. Ada, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced besides gym leaders, so you don't need to underestimate yourself. However, before Qingyuan could finish speaking, Jemushin interrupted him. Yuan, stop talking, I need some peace and quiet. After saying that, Jemu turned and left. Looking at the other person's lonely figure, Qingyuan felt a pang of guilt. But he quickly shook off that feeling. Your future is uncertain, so why are you feeling guilty? Qingyuan shook his head, watching Jemushin's departing figure, and said with some regret. Sigh, what a pity, it's so hard to find a compatible trainer. After saying that, Qingyuan headed towards the Pokémon Center. He had a lot of things to do and couldn't waste time here. As for Jemushin, Qingyuan could only wish him good luck and hope he could get through this soon. If I can't get through this, then all Qingyuan can say is sorry. However, if a single defeat could break him, it only proves that Tsukita is not suited to be a trainer. Changing careers sooner might actually be a good thing for him. Everyone thinks they are the chosen one, but even Ash Ketchum, the chosen one of this world, went through countless failures before finally becoming the world champion. No one can win indefinitely, not even Qingyuan. He can't guarantee he can keep winning, but he can guarantee that he will learn something from each failure. After returning to the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan handed the Pokeballs of Gliscor and the others to Nurse Joy and waited for a while. After retrieving the healed scorpions, he returned to his room to continue researching the creation of the energy cube. He did this so that he could have another way to make money in the future. This is also to ensure that when making the potions in the breeding manual for the scorpions later on, they won't fail due to unfamiliarity with the process. Or, it could result in a medicine with insufficient potency. Of course, while he was doing his research, his scorpions weren't idle either. Qingyuan released them and let them play nearby. After a day of training, the scorpions were exhausted. Allowing them to play outside their Pokeballs can relieve their stress and help maintain their natural instincts. In Qingyuan's view, the innate nature of the elves is their most precious quality. That's also the cutest thing about the elves. Moreover, preserving their natural instincts will not slow down their growth rate, and it can also increase the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. This is a good thing that benefits Qingyuan, and he has no reason to stop it. Moreover, after this long journey, Qingyuan's mindset has also changed. If at first he only saw Scorpios as tools to achieve his goals, now, Qingyuan considers Scorpion and the others as his most important partners, and he cannot do without them. This is why Qingyuan quickly sold the Fierce Sparrow after realizing he wouldn't raise it. Because he was afraid of forming a bond with Liek, and because he was soft-hearted, he wouldn't sell it after forming a bond with Liek. However, not selling them would affect the breeding of scorpions. So, in order not to delay Scorpion and the others, Qingyuan had no choice but to sell the Fiery Sparrow as soon as possible before he could form a bond with it. However, it's different for spirits that have formed bonds. Thinking of this, Qingyuan looked up and glanced at Scorpion and the others who were having a great time. We can't lose a single one of the partners with whom we've formed a bond. Looking at the smiling faces of Scorpion and the others, Qingyuan said to himself, word by word. Gru. Seeing Qingyuan staring blankly at them, the little fire dragon ran up to Qingyuan, raised its hands and called out to him. Hearing the little fire dragon's cry, Qingyuan quickly came to his senses and asked the little fire dragon. What's wrong, Charmander? Is something the matter? Guwa? Qingyuan, are you tired? Looking at Qingyuan in front of him, the little fire dragon held its head and tilted its head to ask. Although Qingyuan couldn't understand what the little dragon was saying, he could tell from the worried look on its face that the little dragon was worried about him. Go have fun, I'm fine. Qingyuan patted the little fire dragon's head and said gently. Hearing this, the little dragon felt much relieved, but was still a little worried about Qingyuan. However, the game being played by the Scorpion and the scythe next to it was attracting its attention. In the end, Charmander's playful nature prevailed over him. Gro, well, take good care of yourself. After giving Qingyuan some instructions, the little fire dragon, unable to contain itself any longer, went off to play games. Seeing and hearing what the little fire dragon said, Qingyuan said with a smile. You're still just a little kid yourself, and you're already worried about me. After saying that, Qingyuan looked in the direction of Scorpion and the others. Seeing them having a great time, a smile appeared on Qingyuan's face. This feels so good. I remember when I first transmigrated, I was dissatisfied because I didn't have any cheat codes. This is much better than being alone in a rented room in my previous life. Qingyuan couldn't help but think to himself. You can never imagine how happy someone who is always spying on other people's happiness will feel when happiness truly comes to them. Qingyuan is very happy now. Hehe, look at Qingyuan, his smile is so silly. Just as Qingyuan was smiling and staring blankly at Scorpion and the others began to complain about Qingyuan's smile. Sigh, he's really acting a bit silly. What's wrong with Qingyuan? Gua, perhaps he's exhausted. Qingyuan hasn't had a proper rest lately. Hehe, should we call Qingyuan over to play with us? Gua, I can't get him to come. Qingyuan keeps saying he has so much to do lately. So, we'll just let Qingyuan keep grinning like that. Hehe, maybe it'll be fine in a little while, let's continue playing. Giggle. Seriously, Qingyuan's been grinning like that for so long, is he really going to laugh himself silly? Giggle, I don't think it's possible, is it? Huh, I don't think so. Qingyuan was busy until after 1 a.m. the next day. Ugh. Qingyuan, having finally finished his work, stretched out his arms and yawned. After stretching out, he realized that it was already late at night and the Scorpios were all asleep. Qingyuan looked in the direction where the Scorpions were sleeping. On the small soft mat, the flying mantis lay spread-eagled in the very center. Scorpion lay in the gap to the left of Scyther, its long tail wrapped around Scyther's left shoulder. Charmander crawled into the gap to the right of Scyther, its entire body curled into a ball, its tail dangling off the cushion and onto the floor. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but make a comment. It's a good thing Scyther is thin, if Scyther were any fatter, how would you guys squeeze in? Scorpion and Scyther, instead of sleeping on their own cushions, ran over and slept on Charmander's cushion. The designer of this little cushion probably never imagined that such a small cushion could accommodate 3 elves. After thinking it over, Qingyuan went to the cushion and, with great effort, managed to remove the scorpion's tail from the flying mantis's body. After such a big commotion, Scorpio is showing signs of waking up. It's alright, I'll carry you to your own bed. Little Charmander is so crowded with you guys that there's hardly any room for him to sleep. Upon hearing Qingyuan's voice, Scorpio's tense heart immediately relaxed. Gurgle, la. However, after hearing Qingyuan complain about it, it wanted to retort, but before it could finish speaking, it couldn't resist the urge to sleep and fell asleep in Qingyuan's arms. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled helplessly and shook his head, then carried Scorpio back to his bed. After covering Scorpion with a thin blanket, Qingyuan looked at the Scyther and Charmander on the small mat and was puzzled. The flying mantis is too heavy, if he tries to move it, he'll definitely wake it up. However, if it's not moved, the flying scythe won't sleep comfortably on this small mat. Standing in front of the Scyther, Qingyuan hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to move it. He took 2 steps forward and slowly picked up the little dragon, preparing to place it on the Scyther's big bed. As for the Scyther, there's nothing we can do but make do with it. Sleeping on a small mat without knowing your own body size is really inconsiderate. Gru. Just as Qingyuan was walking with the little fire dragon in his arms, it seemed to sense Qingyuan's presence. The little dragon closed its eyes and let out a cry, its tiny claws gripping Qingyuan's collar tightly. Qingyuan gently placed it on the Scyther's bed, and looked at the little Charmander who was still clinging to his clothes, and said gently, all right, it's okay now. I'll get you a more comfortable place to sleep. Get some rest, and I'll give you eggplant candy tomorrow. Spicy candy is a type of candy made from sago berries. It has a spicy flavor, and the little dragon loves it. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon slowly released its little paws from Qingyuan's collar. Seeing this, Qingyuan patted the little fire dragon's head. After confirming that the little fire dragon was fast asleep, he took out the Scyther's blanket and covered the Scyther with it. After doing all this, Qingyuan wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and then let out a long sigh of relief. Taking care of these little guys is really not easy. I'm so awesome, hee. After amusing himself for a while, Qingyuan finally turned his attention to the waste materials he had produced while making the energy cube. It's basically just some fruit pits and peels. Qingyuan originally intended to leave it as is and clean it up tomorrow, but the thought of leaving Cerulean City tomorrow and continuing my journey is too much to bear. Before leaving, you definitely need to clean the room. So, in order to reduce tomorrow's workload, and also so that I can sleep in a little longer tomorrow, Qingyuan decided to clean out the fruit pits tonight. Since the scorpions were all asleep, Qingyuan had to tidy up very quietly to avoid waking them. This meant that it took Qingyuan more than half an hour to pack everything up. By the time Qingyuan finally managed to throw the things into the trash can outside the Pokémon Center, it was already 2 a.m. On a sweltering summer night, a gentle breeze blew by, and Qingyuan tightened his collar, suddenly feeling quite cold. After glancing at the time on the Pokédex, Qingyuan quickened his pace and headed towards the Pokémon Center. It's getting late, and I have to challenge the Cerulean Gym tomorrow, so I need to hurry back to sleep. On the way back to the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan glanced at the training ground and was immediately startled. A figure was seen sitting on a public bench by the roadside. Who's there? Qingyuan shouted and turned on the flashlight on the Pokédex, shining it towards the figure. What are you doing? A drunken voice rang out, and Qingyuan found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection in that direction, it turned out to be Gemyushan. Seeing this, Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he had encountered a ghost-type Pokémon. It's so late, why aren't you going to sleep? What are you doing here? As Qingyuan walked towards Gemu Field, he asked a question. Drink wine. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Gemyuan didn't waste any words and replied with a brief 2-word response. Drink wine. Upon hearing these 2 words, Qingyuan felt both unfamiliar and familiar. He has lived 2 lives for over 30 years and has only drunk alcohol once. I remember that drinking session was on his 18th birthday. Qingyuan was alone in his empty rented room and couldn't stand the loneliness, so he decided to do what the people in the book did and get drunk. However, he underestimated his alcohol tolerance and downed the 2 bottles of liquor he had bought at great expense. Aside from making his throat and stomach a little uncomfortable, it actually made him more alert. In the end, he still spent that lonely 18th birthday alone. What's troubling you that keeps you up all night, drinking alone in silence? Wow, you've had quite a bit to drink. Qingyuan sat down next to Gemyushan, kicked a pile of empty cans and bottles under the chair, and said. Gemyuan didn't say anything, but handed Qingyuan an opened bottle of wine. Qingyuan didn't refuse and took a sip. Wheat juice. I've never had it before, but it doesn't taste good. Seeing this, Gemyuta did not insist, but instead picked up a can, opened it, and took a big gulp. Then he spoke. I was born in a small village under the jurisdiction of Manjin City in the Chengdu area. My family was very poor. In order to become a trainer, I started working for a farmer when I was 7 years old. It wasn't until last year, when I got a Circo Bear by chance, that I started traveling and preparing to challenge the Indigo League. I originally thought I could lead Quan Xiong to become stronger, even become the champion, and then return home in glory. But today, I actually led Ursaring to a loss against a Pokémon of a lower level. I became the one who dragged the team down. Hearing this, Qingyuan silently took a sip of wheat juice and said with some confusion. So that's why you broke down. What's with that incredulous tone of yours? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Gemyuan took a sip of wheat juice and spoke with some embarrassment and annoyance. Then I misjudged you. Someone like you is better off not being a trainer. So as not only do we waste the elves' time, but we also prevent them from worrying about you. Upon hearing Gemyushan's words, Qingyuan replied calmly. You. Hearing this, Gemu raised his voice, wanting to argue with Qingyuan, but Qingyuan didn't give him the chance and continued to speak. The bears are all worried about you, and here you are drinking. Even the Circle Bear believes that you can lead it to become stronger, but you are here doubting yourself. You're a complete bastard who betrayed the elves' trust. What right do you have to wallow in self-pity? After saying that, Qingyuan drank the wheat juice in one gulp, threw the can on the ground, and walked towards the Pokémon Center without looking back. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Gemyuan froze on the spot. He looked at the wine in his hand, then at the Ursaring's Pokeball, and fell into deep thought. Divider. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. Qingyuan didn't get out of bed until 10 a.m. the next morning. Looking at the 3 little ones around him, Qingyuan said with a smile. Hehe, I overslept, but there's no training this morning, so get some rest. I'll take you guys to the dojo this afternoon. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the three little ones cheered immediately. Compared to tedious training, exciting battles are more likely to attract their interest. After lying in bed for half an hour, Qingyuan got up and washed up. After washing up, Qingyuan began tidying up his room. He would be leaving Cerulean City after completing his challenge at the Cerulean Gym today. After tidying everything up, Qingyuan put away the three little ones who were playing, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left the room. After arriving at the counter, handing the room key to Miss Joey, and checking out, Qingyuan was about to leave. Miss Joey suddenly spoke up. Qingyuan, here is a letter for you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was surprised that someone had actually left him a letter. Surprised, Qingyuan was filled with anticipation. He doesn't have many friends in this world, so who would leave him letters? After receiving the letter from Miss Joey, Qingyuan immediately looked at the signature. The three large characters were written on it. Jemutian, why did this guy leave me a letter? When Qingyuan saw that it was a letter left for him by Jemutian, he was a little confused. He really didn't know why Jemutian would leave him a letter. It couldn't be to thank him for scolding him last night, could it? As Qingyuan pondered this, he opened the envelope and took out the letter. With just one glance, Qingyuan's face was full of disgust. There's no other reason than that this guy's handwriting is just too ugly. Looking at the ink marks that were vaguely supposed to be writing, Qingyuan patiently began to examine them. After reading it, Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Good heavens, this letter really is from Jemutian thanking Qingyuan for scolding him yesterday. The gist of it is that he thanked Qingyuan for his words yesterday, which made him pay attention to the feelings of the Circle Bears. Encouraged by the Circle Bears, he has rekindled his fighting spirit. He will put in 10 times the effort to continuously become stronger, and he will definitely defeat Qingyuan in the next battle. Looking at this letter, which was half gratitude and half a challenge, Qingyuan said as he folded it up. Has your fighting spirit been rekindled? That's good, after all, it's not easy to make a friend. After putting the letter away, Qingyuan thanked Nurse Joy and left the Pokémon Center, heading towards the Cerulean Gym. Cerulean Gym's economic conditions are far superior to those of Nibi Gym. There are even staff members at the entrance of the dojo to guide visitors. After Qingyuan expressed his desire to challenge the dojo to the staff led him directly from the main entrance into the Clarin Dojo. As soon as he entered, Qingyuan saw a performance area that resembled an aquarium. That's the performance area where Miss Sakura and the others perform their underwater ballet. The dojo battle arena is further inside. A staff member standing nearby noticed that Qingyuan's eyes were constantly fixed on the performance area and kindly offered a reminder. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan thanked her. Although he had already guessed it, the other person was trying to help him out of his confusion. When the staff heard Qingyuan's words, they simply waved their hands at him, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Qingyuan followed the staff inside until they arrived at a room that resembled a swimming pool. Having carefully studied the various battlegrounds, Qingyuan knew that it wasn't a swimming pool, but a water-based battleground. Of course, when there are no matches, this arena may also serve some other purposes. For example, a swimming pool, or a place where water-type spirits play. For example, there are 2 baby sea lions playing in the battle arena right now. Please wait a moment, the Sakura Pavilion owner and the others will be here shortly. Qingyuan nodded and stood there waiting. After a while, Sakura, who had golden hair, gracefully entered the arena. Hello challenger, because too many Pokemon in the gym are injured, we can only hold one-on-one gym challenge today. You shouldn't have any objections to this, challenger. Sakura arrived at the command position and looked at Qingyuan opposite her, speaking into her mouth. I have no objection. Qingyuan stood at the command post and shouted back. The Cerulean Gym battle is about to begin. A player named Qingyuan from Viridian City will challenge gym leader Sakura. Only one Pokemon can be used in this gym challenge. The match ends when one side's Pokemon is the first to lose its battle ability. Then, the Cerulean Gym challenge, with the water drop badge as the stake, shall now begin. The staff member who had stood next to the venue spoke loudly with a serious expression. Qingyuan looked at the staff member with surprise, not expecting that the staff member was actually a league-certified referee. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Sakura threw out a Pokeball. Then I'll use this one, go, Sea Star. As a red light flashed, a starfish appeared in the water. The starfish has a golden brown, star-shaped body. Between its 5 tentacles is a protruding red core. A golden band encircles its legs, securing the core. Looking at the starfish in front of him, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex and scanned it to gather information about the starfish. After recording the information, Qingyuan put away the Pokédex. In that case, Scyther, bring me victory. Qingyuan threw out a Pokeball, and a majestic Scyther appeared on the field. Seeing the watery terrain beneath its feet, Scyther was startled and quickly flapped its wings to take flight. Although there are foam boards in the area that allow non-water-type Pokemon to stand on. However, Scyther feels more comfortable flying. Qingyuan didn't pay any attention to this. Starfish, use a water gun. Seeing the flying praying mantis in the sky, Sakura gave instructions to the starfish. Hey! Starfish yelled and fired a jet of water at Scyther. However, Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the column of water. Not only was the water jet thin, but it also lacked staying power, and it even veered off course and fell down before it could even hit the flying mantis. I shouldn't have had any expectations. Scyther, use quick attack to finish it off. After making a complaint, Qingyuan waved his hand and loudly commanded the Scyther, Starfish, get out of the way. Upon seeing the cherry blossoms, he immediately shouted loudly. Although Sakura loudly urged Starfish to use its divine skill, it was to no avail. This Starfish has not been exercising for a long time, so its skills are not very powerful. It probably hasn't even had much real combat experience, seeing the Scyther charging straight at it. Instead of diving to avoid it, the Starfish just stood there helplessly. Boom. After a loud bang, without any suspense, Staryu was instantly killed by Scyther. Staryu is unable to fight. Scyther wins. Therefore, the winner of this gymnastics challenge is Qingyuan from Viridian City. Seeing this, the referee quickly made a judgment on the final outcome of the battle. Come back, Starfish, you did a great job. After hearing the referee's words, Sakura somewhat disappointedly put the Starfish back. But the next second she perked up and came to Qingyuan. Congratulations, challenger. This is proof of your challenge to the Cerulean Gym, the blue badge. As Sakura spoke, she handed a teardrop-shaped blue badge to Qingyuan. Qingyuan solemnly accepted it with both hands and placed it in the badge box. Then, looking troubled, he spoke up. Master of Sakura Pavilion, I have a favor to ask. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Sakura's expression remained unchanged, and she gestured for Qingyuan to speak. Well, I want to challenge the Pokémon left behind by the previous gym leader, Raging Waves. Raging Waves was the nickname of the previous Cerulean gym leader, who was also the father of Misty and Sakura. It was similar to the meaning of Okabe. When Nakai Batao was alive, Cerulean City was one of the top 3 cities in the Kanto region. This was because the angry sea waves frequently sailed out to sweep away pirates at that time. This resulted in the number of cargo ships coming and going at Hualien Wharf at that time being even greater than the current Koha City. However, New Habo disappeared during a bandit suppression operation. The situation at Cerulean Gym deteriorated drastically, and despite the league's recognition of the contributions made by Raging Waves, the gym's name was not revoked. However, without the protection of the powerful force of the Raging Waves, the number of pirates around Cerulean City increased, resulting in fewer and fewer merchant ships coming and going at the docks. The lack of merchant ships meant that the Hualan Dojo could collect less tax revenue. To support the spirits of the raging seas, the 3 Cerulean sisters began to work hard to earn money, which meant performing underwater ballet. However, spending too much time on aquatic ballet and neglecting the training of Pokémon has caused the reputation of the Cerulean Gym to plummet. Challengers who come to the Cerulean Gym can almost obtain the blue badge with just a few casual battles. If it weren't for Xiox's strong rise later, the glory of Hualien Dojo might have gradually disappeared into the long river of history. All that remains is a performance venue called Hualien Dojo, which houses an underwater ballet show. Sakura's expression did not change upon hearing Qingyuan's words. Although Qingyuan's words clearly expressed that they were not strong enough and that he disliked them for being too weak. However, the beauty of cherry blossoms lies in their self-awareness. They know their own limitations. Moreover, compared to those arrogant trainers before, Qingyuan's words were already quite tactful and showed her a lot of face. Sakura lowered her head and pondered for a long time before raising her head and speaking to Qingyuan. I can talk to my father's spirits, but I'm not sure if they will listen to me. After all, you know my trainer level is very low. After saying that, Sakura helplessly shrugged at Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan quickly spoke up. Thank you so much, Sakura Pavilion owner. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Sakura waved her hand and said with a hint of self-deprecation. You're welcome. It's what I should do. After all, I can't serve as a test for the challengers. Hearing this, Qingyuan scratched his head awkwardly. They were pointing fingers at him. Wait here for a moment, I'll go and discuss it with my father's elf. After saying another sentence to Qingyuan, Sakura turned and walked deeper into the dojo. Watching Sakura's retreating figure, Qingyuan released Scorpion with a backhand. Qingyuan called over the Scyther that was standing on the sidelines of the battlefield, and then spoke. I've found you a formidable opponent. Fight well later and see how big the gap is between me and a true powerhouse. Clatter. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion and Scyther responded loudly. These two are all warmongers. They are even more eager for the upcoming battle than Qingyuan is. Qingyuan, Scorpion, and Scyther stood there for a long time before they heard footsteps. Upon hearing the footsteps, Qingyuan and Tianxi couldn't help but become excited. As the footsteps drew closer, cherry blossoms emerged from around the corner. Seeing Qingyuan and Tianxi's faces filled with fighting spirit and anticipation, Sakura was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "You guys are really belligerent." Hearing this, Qingyuan smiled awkwardly before asking excitedly, "I wonder if the owner of that cherry blossom pavilion has accepted our challenge. If I said no, you would definitely be disappointed, but luckily, this child is willing to accept your challenge." As Sakura spoke, she took out a luxury ball and released the Pokémon inside. Roar. With a roar, Gyarados, the true underdog who rises to power, makes its dazzling debut. This kid is very combative. As soon as I say someone wants to challenge them, it can't wait to come. Looking at the Gyarados in the arena, Sakura said with a smile. Gyarados has 3 upward-pointing blue horns on its head and a shaped plate on its back. Male Gyarados have blue whiskers. Gyarados is extremely ferocious and destructive. It is said that when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, the brain cells undergo a restructuring, which is why its temperament becomes so violent. Gyarados is a rare Pokémon that is difficult to encounter in the wild. Upon encountering it, Qingyuan immediately took out his Pokédex and began collecting information about Gyarados. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan looked at Scorpion and Scyther and asked, "Which of you two will go first?" Clatter. Without the slightest hesitation, Scorpio flew directly onto the foam board in the arena. Seeing this, the Scyther nearby couldn't help but feel a little angry that Scorpion was so fast. "It's okay, it's your turn next." Qingyuan patted Scyther on the shoulder to comfort him. "Sha." Hearing this, Scyther nodded and went to the sidelines to cheer on Scorpion. Both players are in position. Because it was a guidance session, the referee didn't read as many formal statements this time. After Qingyuan and Yinghua stood solemnly in their command positions, the referee continued to speak. Game start. The Scorpion flies up and uses its poisonous stinger. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Qingyuan immediately commanded Scorpion to launch an attack. To be honest, it's really difficult for Gliscor, which has twice the water weakness, to fight Gyarados. But this was originally just a training session to broaden horizons, so it doesn't matter. Qingyuan just needs to do his best. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion roared and fired a series of poison needles at Gyarados using its large pincers. Gyarados is using water gun. Seeing the aggressive Scorpion, Sakura loudly commanded Gyarados. However, Gyarados only glanced at her and did not choose to obey Sakura's command. It turned around, gave the cherry blossoms a disdainful look, and then raised its tail and slapped it hard against the water. A huge curtain of water appeared in front of Gyarados. The water curtain, 3 to 4 meters high, completely blocked the Scorpion's venomous stinger. Seeing that Gyarados had blocked Gliscor's attack with ease, Qingyuan's expression became serious. Roar. Before they could wait, Qingyuan continued to command Scorpion to launch an attack. Gyarados suddenly roared, and then a thick jet of water broke through the water curtain and hit Gliscor directly. Scorpio was sent flying by this attack. Scorpio. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but shout out in concern. Boom. Clatter. Scorpio was slammed against the wall by the water cannon and let out a scream as he fell to the ground. Perhaps because Gyarados held back, Gliscor was not rendered unable to fight by this attack. Clatter. After getting up from the ground, Scorpio waved to Qingyuan, indicating that he was all right. Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Scorpio regain his fighting spirit. Qingyuan spoke loudly. Scorpio is using acrobatics. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion yelled and leaped into the air. Its body flashed with white light as it flew toward Gyarados at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this, Gyarados, without waiting for Sakura's instructions, unleashed a water gun at Gliscor. Seeing this, Sakura could only give Qingyuan an awkward smile. Qingyuan also expressed his understanding. After all, the Gyarados commanded by Sakura might not be as strong as the Gyarados that fought on its own. A thick column of water, carrying overwhelming force, attacked the Scorpion in the air. Scorpio remained calm and dodged the water cannon just as it was about to hit him. Then it flew straight towards Gyarados, close to the water cannon. Seeing this, Gyarados decisively stopped its water gun and raised its large tail to lash out at Gliscor. Faced with this attack, Gliscor used its pincers to dodge Gyarados' attack at an extremely clever angle, and then moved to the back of Gyarados' head. Then it rammed hard into Gyarados' head. Gyarados, caught off guard, was successfully hit on the head by Gliscor. Gyarados was not angered by this. Instead, it turned around and used its bite on Gliscor behind it. Faced with this attack, Scorpio used the same move again, retracting its pincers and falling straight down. Although this trick is old, it really works. Scorpion successfully dodged Gyarados' crunch attack. But just as Scorpio was skimming the water's surface, spreading its pincers in preparation for gliding and taking off, Gyarados' incredibly fast tail swipe sent Gliscor flying. Before Gliscor could react, Gyarados followed up with a full-power water gun. Faced with this water cannon that was both level-based and twice as effective against him, Scorpio simply lost his ability to fight. Gyarados is unable to battle. You are now the victor. Challenger, please release your next Pokémon. The referee's words rang out at just the right moment. Seeing the Scorpion lying on the ground with its eyes turned into circles, Qingyuan took out a Pokeball and recalled it. You've done a great job, Scorpio. He spoke slowly to the Scorpion spirit. After putting away the Pokeball, Qingyuan looked at the Gyarados in front of him with longing in his eyes. This is the strength of a renowned and powerful elf in this world. Even when playing around, it can still allow you to exist for a period of time. But once they get serious, they're absolutely devastating and can defeat you in an instant. Scyther, your turn. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the flying mantis, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines, darted to the foam board in the middle of the field. It doesn't have as many fancy flying moves as Gliscor. It can only perform better against Gyarados by using the foam boards in the arena. Scyther, use focus. Looking at the Scyther standing in the arena, Qingyuan gave a loud command. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Scyther stood on the foam board and began to radiate a bright white light. Roar. Scyther was using focus energy, and Gyarados wasn't idle either, trying to stop Scyther. Gyarados used Tide Whirlpool directly in the water. The foam board beneath Scyther's feet began to flow towards Gyarados due to the swirling current. With the help of its wings, Scyther struggled to stand on the foam board, but fortunately it finally managed to use focus charge. After successfully using focus energy, Scyther didn't hesitate at all and flew directly away from Gyarados. Roar! Seeing this, Gyarados launched a water cannon at Scyther. Scyther used quick attack to dodge. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan, standing at the command post, immediately shouted commands to the Scyther. Sha! The flying mantis cried out and transformed into a streak of white light, dodging to the side. Boom! The water cannon passed through the spot where the flying mantis had just been and struck the wall behind Qingyuan directly. The water spray from the water cannon hitting the wall splashed directly onto Qingyuan. Scyther uses Shadow Clone. Qingyuan wiped the water off his face and shouted loudly at the Scyther in the arena. Sha! The flying mantis's silhouette in the sky gradually became ethereal. At the same time, more than a dozen flying mantises appeared in the arena. Roar! Seeing this, Gyarados remained calm and unleashed a tornado with a roar. A spinning whirlwind, carrying a large amount of water from the pool, shattered all of the Scyther's shadow clones. Scyther barely managed to dodge Gyarados' tornado thanks to quick attack. Roar! Seeing the Scyther still flying around in the arena, Gyarados roared and unleashed a flamethrower at the Scyther. It had had enough of this boring battle. The weak Scorpion and Scyther had no interest in fighting whatsoever. If it weren't for the promise to Sakura to give her a coaching battle, Gyarados might have left the battlefield right now and gone back to sleep. The Scyther uses quick attack to dodge, then uses a cleave attack. A flicker of fear crossed the Scyther's eyes as it watched the flames rushing towards it. However, it still carried out Qingyuan's command. A white light flashed past from the left side of the pillar of fire. Upon seeing this, Gyarados immediately unleashed a water cannon attack on it. Left with no other choice, the Scyther had to learn from the Scorpion and perform a rapid descent. Unlike Scorpion, Scyther did not take off again after landing. Instead, it moved around on the foam board and quickly arrived in front of Gyarados. Upon seeing this, Gyarados opened its mouth and delivered a crunch attack to Scyther. Without hesitation, Scyther rammed into Gyarados' belly at top speed. Then, Scyther's right blade flashed white light and slashed fiercely down at Gyarados' belly. Roar! During the pursuit by Gyarados, Scyther used charge twice more. Now, after 3 charge boosts, its cleave attack is quite powerful. Even Gyarados couldn't help but let out a cry of pain after being hit. However, Gyarados showed no sign of stopping. The more battle-hardened an elf is, the more they understand the principle that the brave will prevail when paths cross. If your attack doesn't kill me, my attack will definitely kill you. Even if your attack kills me, I'll take you down with me. Almost all powerful elves share this idea. So Gyarados didn't stop after feeling the pain. Instead, it looked fierce and delivered a crushing bite to Scyther. Sha! With such a huge level difference, Scyther was easily crushed and taken down by this single bite. Scyther is unable to battle, Gyarados wins, so the winner of this battle is Sakura Gym Leader. The referee delivered the final verdict at the appropriate time. Come back, Scyther, you've done a great job. Qingyuan looked at the Scyther in the water, which had turned into a circle-eyed creature, took out its Pokeball and recalled it, then whispered to it. After putting away Scyther's Pokeball, he looked intently at Gyarados. He was too strong, he and the Scorpion had absolutely no chance of fighting back. However, he believes that in the near future, he and Scorpio will become even more powerful than they are now. After wiping the water off his face, Qingyuan slowly walked up to Sakura and said, "Thank you so much for teaching Gyarados. Don't say that, I didn't actually do anything." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Sakura said with an embarrassed expression, "The fact that you sent Gyarados to guide us is already the greatest help you can give us. And Scorpion and I also learned a lot from Gyarados." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Qingyuan spoke to her earnestly. "Since you've put it that way, then I'll shamelessly accept it. By the way, do you need to go to the changing room to change your clothes?" Sakura smiled and asked Qingyuan. Qingyuan shook his head and rejected Sakura's suggestion, and then presented his resignation to Sakura. "No need, I still need to go to the Pokémon Center, I'll change it there. Goodbye, Sakura Gym Leader. Best wishes to Cerulean Gym for continued success." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Sakura's already smiling face became even brighter. Of all the challengers in the past, Qingyuan is the first to offer his blessings to Cerulean Gym. "Goodbye, Qingyuan. I wish you great success at the Quartz Conference." The cherry blossoms, in a good mood, generously offered their blessings to Qingyuan. "Thank you, Miss Sakura, goodbye." After bidding farewell to the cherry blossoms once more, Qingyuan waved to them and then turned and left the Cerulean Gym. As Qingyuan walked out of the Cerulean Dojo, he looked at the posters promoting aquatic ballet around him and the open space in front of the Cerulean Dojo. He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of grand scene the Hualan Dojo would present after Xioxia took over the dojo. By then, he should also be a witness to history. What will he be doing then? Did they achieve great success or give up the path of becoming a trainer? Thinking of this, Qingyuan quickly shook his head to banish the thought from his mind. Who knows what the future holds? Let's focus on the present. After thinking it over, Qingyuan headed towards the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, the distance between West and Cerulean City Gym wasn't too far, it only took him 5 minutes to walk there. Even so, he couldn't stand the wet feeling on his body anymore. "I should have changed my clothes at the Cerulean Gym before leaving." As Qingyuan hurried on his way, he mentally complained to himself. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Qingyuan first handed the Pokeballs of Gliscor and Scyther to Nurse Joy at the counter. He then went to the locker room to change his clothes. By the time he changed his clothes and came to the counter, Scorpio and the others had already recovered. After retrieving the Gliscor and the others, Qingyuan packed up a meal from the Pokémon Center to keep for lunch on the road. Then, carrying his spatial backpack, he walked towards the outskirts of Cerulean City without looking back. He has already wasted a lot of time in Hualan City, and there is no place in Hualan City where he and Scorpio can train. The only cave, Cerulean Cave, was inaccessible due to his own low strength. Therefore, there is no point in staying in Cerulean City any longer. After leaving Hualan City, Qingyuan did not continue along the side road. Because he was going to meet Xiaoming, the one who made the training device and helped the pangolin overcome its fear of water. He wanted to see how strong this guy was, and he also wanted to have a chat with him. After all, someone from humble beginnings who can make a name for himself in a city must have something to offer. Although Xiaoming disappeared afterward, Qingyuan guessed that it was because of insufficient resources, which ultimately led to his strength not keeping up with Xiao's pace. However, at this stage, Xiaoming's cultivation method should still be quite effective for Qingyuan, who also lacks experience. Moreover, if Xiaoming's method really doesn't work for him, it's not too late for him to switch to another path. With this thought in mind, Qingyuan continued walking forward along the main road. However, he hadn't walked far when he encountered the famous NPCs from his previous life's game, the bug-catching boy and the shorts-wearing kid. However, in this world, these guys are no different from NPCs, because that was the first thing they said to Qingyuan. Hey, trainer over there, wanna have a thrilling Pokemon battle? At first, Qingyuan didn't want to talk to them, but they said something that Qingyuan couldn't refuse. There are stakes involved. This immediately piqued Qingyuan's interest, even though he still had over 1 million alliance coins in his pocket. But who can resist the thrill of reaping pocket money from kids? Qingyuan believed there was no one else, so he borrowed the help of the little fire dragon and the scorpion. He simply went on a rampage along this path, encountering no opponent who could withstand even a single blow. In just 1 hour, Qingyuan found a crumpled bundle of 100 yuan union coins in his pocket. Qingyuan estimated that it would be around 4,000 or 5,000 alliance coins. Each match cost 200 alliance coins, and Qingyuan played about 20 or 30 matches. After all, Charmander was exhausted from constantly shooting sparks. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement that there were so many trainers, or rather, bug catchers, on this road. In just the last half hour, Charmander probably burned more Caterpie with its fire breath than it had burned on its entire previous journey. You're really strong? If it were you, you might be able to beat Xiaoming. After Qingyuan once again commanded Charmander to use Ember to take down a Weedle, the trainer opposite him put away Weedle and said with admiration, "Is this Xiaoming really that strong?" Qingyuan looked at the insect-catching boy in front of him and, quite appropriately, became the straight man. Of course, Brother Ming has already achieved an 89-game winning streak. You might not actually be able to beat Brother Ming. Hearing these somewhat provocative words, Qingyuan didn't care and instead smiled and said, "Alright, then I'll challenge him and see if he's really that strong. But before that, you have to give me the bet." After saying that, Qingyuan stretched out his hand to the insect-catching boy in front of him. Upon seeing this, the insect-catching boy blushed and said with an embarrassed expression, I didn't bring that much cash with me today, how about 150? Hearing this, Qingyuan almost burst out laughing. He must have lost too much money. Seeing Qingyuan's expression, the insect-catching boy's face immediately became even more embarrassed. Seeing this, Qingyuan also suppressed his smile. Yes, but you can't become strong by just focusing on fighting. You must learn to train the spirit. Since the spirit trusts you, don't let it down. Qingyuan took the money and gave the boy a word of advice. His experience should still be of great use to this child who knows nothing but fighting. Seeing the boy in front of him lost in thought, Qingyuan patted him on the shoulder and left. The bug-catching boy was left standing there, staring at the pokeball in his hand, lost in thought. After saying goodbye to the insect-catching boy, Qingyuan walked on the flat road with a relaxed expression. Perhaps due to his experiences, Qingyuan's mindset has changed significantly. Previously, due to loneliness and the inferiority complex of being an orphan, Qingyuan's mentality was somewhat dark. But now he may have seen more of the beauty in the world, or perhaps Scorpios have given him confidence. Qingyuan's mindset has become much more positive and cheerful. He will even help point out the doubts of strangers. For example, he just instructed the boy who was catching insects. If it were the old Qingyuan, he definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Qingyuan could feel the change in his own mindset, but he quite liked it. Especially when faced with difficult problems, he always thinks of Scorpios. It feels so good to have a way out. Divider line. Thanks to Shadow M for the 2 likes. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. After leaving the insect-catching boy, Qingyuan walked for about half an hour. Qingyuan arrived in front of a strange building. This is a personal dojo built with wood, and there is an LED light with the title, Xiaoming's Personal Dojo, currently on a 93-win streak, aiming for 100 wins. Is it already a 93-game winning streak? Seeing the winning streak displayed on the LED lights, Qingyuan's expression immediately became somewhat conflicted. If he remembers correctly, Xiaoming was supposed to go on a trip after winning 100 consecutive games. If he breaks their winning streak, then all their previous efforts will have been in vain. Moreover, Xiaoming has already achieved a 93-game winning streak. He only needs to win 7 more games to embark on his trip. Breaking Xiaoming's winning streak is like kicking him back to square one just as he's about to reach the finish line. What's more terrifying than failure is failure before success arrives. Qingyuan stood there and thought it over carefully, and finally decided not to play it and to skip it. After all, in the anime, the character achieved a 100-game winning streak, and it wouldn't be good for me to break that streak now. Does he think he can't win, so he's planning to run away? Just as Qingyuan turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the dojo. Qingyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boy with green spiky hair, wearing a red and black t-shirt, leaning against the door and looking at him. Are you Xiaoming? Looking at the boy in front of him, Qingyuan asked with some confusion. After all, he remembered that Xiaoming in the anime was just that arrogant. To me, I am Xiaoming, the beast tamer. Are you scared and want to run away after seeing my record? Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming raised his head and said with an arrogant expression. No, it's not that. I just feel it wouldn't be good to break your hard-earned winning streak. Hearing Xiaoming's arrogant words, Qingyuan shook his head and said with a smile. You're arrogant? I challenge you? I'll make you the fuel for my 94th consecutive victory. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming immediately spoke angrily. It's settled then. You challenged me, so don't come crying when your hard-earned winning streak is gone. Qingyuan looked at Xiaoming seriously and said, after all, he didn't want to bear the bad reputation of preventing others from going on a trip. Don't worry, although I really want to get 100 consecutive wins, it doesn't matter if I fail. This only proves that I'm not good enough and I need to keep working hard. I'm not a child who's going to cry. You'd better prepare yourself to be used as fertilizer, just don't end up crying later. After saying that, Xiaoming turned around and went straight into the dojo. Seeing this, Qingyuan shrugged and followed Xiaoming into the dojo. A tall arena was placed inside the dojo and Qingyuan and Xiaoming stood on either side of it. The rules of the match are 1-to-1. Whoever's Pokémon is unable to battle first wins. Is that all right? As the owner of this personal dojo, Xiaoming stood on the ring and explained the rules of the competition to Qingyuan. Seeing Qingyuan nod, Xiaoming didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw out the Pokeball. With a flash of red light from a Pokeball, a sharp-eyed, robust Sandshrew appeared in the arena. Sandshrew is a bipedal Pokémon that resembles a mouse, but it also walks on all fours when running. Its skin is yellowish-brown, hard, and dry, with brick-like patterns, making it look like a brick wall. Although he already knew that Xiaoming's Pokémon was Sandshrew, it was the first time he had seen it. Qingyuan took out the Pokédex and collected information about Sandshrew. Looking at the picture book, the gray and white head of the Sandshrew lit up, and Qingyuan's collecting pleasure was slightly satisfied. It's you I choose, Scorpio. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan threw out Gliscor's Pokeball. Clatter. The moment Scorpion appeared in the arena and saw its opponent, it let out a fierce roar. It had been watching the little fire dragon wreak havoc all the way here, and it was getting impatient. However, because the Pokémon they encountered along the way were not very strong, Qingyuan did not release it to battle. Do you know how devastating it is for a Pokémon that longs to battle but can only watch other Pokémon battle? Therefore, in battle, it needs to properly vent its emotions. The pangolin uses its shapeshifting ability. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming took the lead and gave the order to the pangolin. Upon hearing its trainer's command, Sandshrew immediately curled into a ball on the spot. A flash of white light appeared on the surface of the ball, and Qingyuan felt that Sandshrew's scales became even shinier. Scorpion uses mud shooting. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not let Scorpion stop the Sandshrew from using the circle ability. After all, the pangolin had already curled up, so even if Qingyuan wanted to stop it, he couldn't. So he simply ordered Scorpio to launch an attack. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpio did not hesitate at all and quickly condensed several clumps of brown mud around him. Then he shot at the pangolin. The rounded pangolin took the full force of this mud shot. However, because the spherical shape is better at dissipating force, and the rounding also improves the pangolin's defense, Scorpion's mud shot didn't do much damage to the pangolin, it only sent the pangolin flying. That's how the sand rat uses rolling. Perhaps all tactics involving circularity and rolling are like this. Faced with the pangolin that had been knocked away, Xiaoming made the same choice as Xiaogang. Kyuga. Upon hearing Xiaoming's command, the pangolin did not hesitate at all, using the force of the blow to send it flying to roll through the air. However, a coincidence occurred under these circumstances. The rapidly spinning pangolin landed directly in the wet mud created by Scorpion's mud shot. In addition, the arena has a flat, hard surface. The rapidly spinning pangolin landed in the wet mud and immediately slipped, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Perfect opportunity, Scorpio, use your acrobatics. Clatter. Scorpion leaped into the air, its body flashing white light as it performed various high-difficulty maneuvers, charging towards the Sandshrew at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Kyuga. A loud crash rang out, and the pangolin, which had just stood up, was knocked away by the Scorpion and crashed heavily to the ground. Unable to bear the excruciating pain, the pangolin couldn't help but let out a scream. A pangolin. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming immediately shouted in concern. Kyuga. It's possible that the training Xiaoming gave the pangolin on a regular basis had an effect. The thick-skinned pangolin survived a stunt without losing its fighting ability. Seeing that the pangolin was in relatively good condition, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. He then said nothing, but instead lashed out with the whip in his hand. Snapped. The sound of a whip striking the ground rang out, and the pangolin, which had been standing still, suddenly sprang into motion. Its hands turned silver-white as it charged towards the scorpion. As Charmander's most frequently used move, Qingyuan knew that it was Metal Claw. Scorpion uses a combo attack. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all and immediately commanded Scorpion to use a series of attacks to counterattack. Faced with a high-level and physically strong Pokémon like Ursaring, Qingyuan might even have Gliscor avoid it, circumventing its strength and trying to avoid close combat. But you, a mere pangolin, think you can make me avoid your sharp edge? Today, I'll have Scorpio teach you what close combat is all about. Divider. Thank you to MovieM for sending 1 units of love-fueled energy. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion roared, and then its pincers flashed with white light as it charged towards the sand shrew. Bang bang bang. Then came the sounds of Scorpion and sand shrew clashing. As Qingyuan had predicted, the pangolin was no match for the Scorpion in close combat. Not to mention that Scorpios are inherently larger than pangolins. Most importantly, Scorpio would occasionally do a backflip and fly into the air during the fight. Then give the sand rat a series of slashes that fall from the sky. This series of quick moves completely stunned the inexperienced sand rat. Snapped. Watching the pangolin gradually fall behind in close combat, Xiaoming's face turned anxious, and then he slammed the whip in his hand down hard. Upon hearing the crack of the whip, Qingyuan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted instructions. Scorpio used quick attack to dodge. GL. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpion was somewhat bewildered. It had almost brought the opponent down, so what did he mean by telling it to retreat? Despite its many doubts, Scorpio still chose to obey Qingyuan's orders. Because in its mind, Qingyuan is absolutely right. Scorpion swiftly withdrew the white light from its pincers, then its entire body glowed with a shimmering white light, transforming into a beam of light and escaping the sand shrew's attack range. Just then, the sand shrew also launched a series of poisonous stings at the spot where the scorpion had been standing. Scorpio, who had been warned by Qingyuan to stay away, broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. He couldn't help but feel glad that he had listened to Qingyuan's advice and taken cover. Otherwise, it would definitely have been hit by a poison needle by now. Although it doesn't cause poisoning, it's still very painful to be pricked by the poisonous needles. After thinking it over, Scorpio glared fiercely at the pangolin, thinking, "You big-eyed, thick-browed rascal. I never expected them to be so uncivilized, actually planning a sneak attack." Seeing that his attack had failed, Xiaoming couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on his face. But he quickly rallied and lashed the ground again with the whip. Upon hearing this, the pangolin immediately sprang into action, digging a hole and hiding underground. "Scorpio, watch your step." Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly said to Scorpion. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio nodded seriously. It is also a ground-type Pokémon, and its sense of the ground is even slightly stronger than Sandshrews. So just before the sand rat attacked it from underground, Scorpion immediately performed a backflip and flew into the sky. Qga. The pangolin that jumped out of the ground couldn't find any trace of the scorpion on the surface, which made it a little puzzled. "Scorpio, now's your chance. Use quick attack." Clatter. Just as the pangolin finished scanning the ground and was about to look up at the sky, Scorpion, in a flash of white light, sent the pangolin, half of which was sticking out of the cave, flying straight away. Qga. The pangolin landed on the ground with a miserable cry, and its eyes turned into circles, rendering it unable to fight. Thump. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming immediately knelt down on the ground with a thud. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly ran over and helped him up. "I actually failed." Xiaoming stared blankly at the ground. Qingyuan stood to the side, feeling somewhat embarrassed by what he heard. This was exactly what he was afraid of. "That's why I didn't dare to take on the challenge openly at the beginning." However, Xiaoming insisted on challenging him, and out of respect for Xiaoming, he and Scorpio gave it their all. He was at a loss for what to do now that he had broken the opponent's hard-earned winning streak. Well, winning and losing are common occurrences in battle. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is not having the courage to start over after failure. After hesitating for a long time, Qingyuan finally patted Xiaoming on the shoulder and said, "Hey, try winning 95 straight games and then losing." Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming snapped out of his daze and retorted. Hearing this, Qingyuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. "Next time I encounter something like this, I'll give them a good dressing down. They're not good enough but they're foul-mouthed. This is how they act when they lose." Looking at Xiaoming in front of him, Qingyuan thought bitterly. He really doesn't know how to comfort people. After all, based on his experience, these aren't really big deals. Xiaoming and Jemyushan's behavior after their failures were somewhat embarrassing for him. As for avoiding such an outcome by not accepting their challenges next time, that's impossible. Only by using strength can a person with foul mouth make the other party realize their mistake. Furthermore, refusing a challenge will make the opponent look down on Qingyuan and Qingyuan's spirits. He himself didn't care, but he wouldn't allow anyone to look down on Scorpios. Fortunately, Xiaoming recovered quickly. After retorting to Qingyuan, he was back to normal in less than 2 minutes. Sorry, I made you laugh. Xiaoming got up from the ground and said to Qingyuan. Okay. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan simply nodded and hummed in agreement. He was comforting Xiaoming when Xiaoming retorted, and Qingyuan is feeling a bit uncomfortable now. Seeing this, Xiaoming realized that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly at Qingyuan before putting the pangolin away. Would you like to take a look at my training grounds? Xiaoming glanced at Qingyuan, who had a cold face, and asked him a question, thus showing his goodwill. Ro. Qingyuan let out a heavy sigh. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming's tense expression relaxed, and he began to lead the way for Qingyuan. I was actually planning to go on a trip after my 100th consecutive win, which is why I lost my composure after being defeated by you just now. What I said to you was unintentional, I'm sorry. As Xiaoming led the way for Qingyuan, he explained the reason for his earlier appearance. It's okay, but do I need a 100-game winning streak to go on a trip? Qingyuan waved his hand and asked with some doubt. Of course, only by achieving 100 consecutive wins can I prove that I am qualified to embark on a trip. Otherwise, you'll just get crushed by others as soon as you set off, so what's the point of that kind of trip? As Xiaoming walked, he said this as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I think you're being a bit too obsessive. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Qingyuan said with some disagreement. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Xiaoming was taken aback and turned to ask Qingyuan. Seeing Qingyuan in front of him, he also stopped in his tracks. I told you you're too stubborn. A 100-game winning streak in such a small place is completely useless. On the contrary, staying in one place for a long time without going out to see more things will turn you into a frog in a well, completely wasting your talents. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming stood there lost in thought. Qingyuan continued speaking without stopping. The purpose of the trip is not to make trainers keep winning. Stand on the battlefield and battle against trainers from all over the world. If you lose, reflect on your shortcomings and keep working hard. If you win, learn from your strengths and make up for your weaknesses to avoid making the same mistakes. Learning from the strengths of others and constantly improving one's own abilities, that is the purpose of travel. Furthermore, the gym leaders are all very strong trainers, and you can learn a lot of knowledge while challenging the gyms. Xiaoming initially thought Qingyuan's words made a lot of sense. However, upon hearing Qingyuan's last words, Xiaoming couldn't help but raise an objection. You mean the Cerulean Dojo Master? Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's face immediately stiffened. Well, the Cerulean Gym is an exception. The former gym leader of the Cerulean Gym went missing, which led to a significant drop in the Cerulean Gym's strength. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming immediately showed an expression of I see. He said that the Clarion Dojo, one of the 8 famous dojos in Kanto, was so weak. Of course, apart from Cerulean Gym, the other gyms are still worth learning from. After feeling slightly embarrassed, Qingyuan quickly tried to make amends. Hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming nodded and then said, Thank you, Qingyuan. I've made up my mind. I'm going on my trip tomorrow. Hearing this, Qingyuan laughed and patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. That's right. The world is so vast, how can we stop moving forward because of one thing? Xiaoming smiled and nodded, then led Qingyuan to a room and said to Qingyuan, This is where I train my Pokémon, don't be too surprised. After saying that, Xiaoming pulled open the door in front of him with both hands. Qingyuan looked behind the door and saw a group of elves exercising. Among these Pokémon are Rattata, who is working on its front teeth, and Beedrill, which is using its 2 pincers to stab Iron Man. In short, there are many types of elves, but they are all common elves. However, the sheer number of Pokémon truly shocked Qingyuan. He roughly counted them, and there were as many as 13 Beedrill in training alone. So much. Qingyuan looked at the scene in the training field with some surprise and said, Hihi, this is only part of it. I released all the Pokémon that couldn't get stronger after training. If we include those elves, the number of elves here will increase several times. However, they can only be considered my sparring partners. My pangolin is my most prized creation. Standing beside Qingyuan, Xiaoming heard Qingyuan's words and said with some pride. Hearing this, Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Xiaoming's pangolin is indeed very strong. It not only understands the language of the whip, but also overcomes its fear of water. You're quite wealthy, aren't you? You can afford to keep so many elves. Qingyuan said this while watching the various Pokémon undergoing training. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming scratched the back of his head and said with a simple, honest smile. Hihi, I have a small business. Is this it? Qingyuan picked up a device that looked like a posture corrector from the ground and asked. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming immediately looked at Qingyuan and nodded after seeing the device in Qingyuan's hand. Yes, that's it. This is a restraint device that I developed, called a restraint device. When wearing the restraints, the Pokémon's limbs will be tightened, requiring more strength to train, which is a great way to improve the Pokémon's coordination. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Qingyuan nodded and began to study the restraint device in his hand. After studying it for a while, Qingyuan had pretty much figured out what it was all about. Well, this is better than a typical load-bearing device, because it can train the entire body of the spirit, which is better than carrying weights that can only train a single part. However, this restraint also has significant limitations. The most basic issue is that, due to material limitations, this binding device cannot be used on large Pokémon. Furthermore, using this restrainer on newly born or underdeveloped Pokémon may affect their development. However, overall, this restraint device can be used on most elves and still has a considerable market. If Xiaoming were to publish this invention, the copyright fees alone would make him rich. Qingyuan put down the restraint device in his hand and explained his understanding to Xiaoming. He explained to Xiaoming what he considered to be the shortcomings. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Xiaoming looked completely taken aback. Is this the benefit of traveling? You have such a sharp eye. Xiaoming gradually discovered the drawbacks of the restraints during his daily training of the pangolins. However, Qingyuan only glanced at it a few times before pointing out most of the shortcomings that he had discovered over a long period of testing. While Xiaoming was amazed by Qingyuan's sharp eye, he became even more determined to embark on his trip. After we finished discussing the restraint device, it was already noon. Qingyuan released the scorpions and began preparing lunch for them. After treating Sandshu's injuries, Xiaoming began preparing lunch for the many Pokémon in the training ground. With so many elves, it's impossible for Xiaoming to prepare lunch for each of them individually. He simply brought out 2 bags of general-purpose Pokémon food and had 2 Butterfrees with psychic abilities distribute them to Beedrill and the others. The only one who gets to enjoy a specially prepared lunch is the pangolin. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Qingyuan's eyes as he witnessed this scene. He once thought of training Pokémon on such a large scale, and then selecting the best performers to focus on developing. However, due to insufficient funds, and after learning about breeding techniques from Mrs. Ling Hua, they realized that Pokémon bred in this way would not have a high affinity with their trainers because they were aggressive. If the trainer couldn't control the situation, they might suffer a backlash, so Qingyuan gave up on that idea and instead opted for the elite soldier route. Qingyuan originally wanted to give Xiaoming a heads up. However, after seeing Xiaoming's blatant favoritism towards the pangolin, he realized that Xiaoming didn't care about these elves at all. The only Pokémon he cared about was Sandshu. Even if he told Xiaoming, Xiaoming wouldn't care. However, out of good intentions, he still mentioned this matter to Xiaoming during the meal, but as he expected, Xiaoming didn't care about it. Seeing this, Qingyuan wisely refrained from mentioning it further to Xiaoming and instead brought up the topic of Pokémon breeding. Upon hearing this topic, Xiaoming's eyes immediately lit up. He began to tell Qingyuan about his most in-depth research on pangolins' resistance overcoming abilities. He believes that with training, pangolins can completely overcome their fear of water, increase their resistance, and even become immune to water-based attacks. However, Qingyuan expressed a different opinion, agreeing that elves can overcome fear and improve their resistance through training. However, immunity to attacks is impossible. He believes that the damage to the sand rat still exists after being attacked by water-type attacks. However, due to training, the pangolin's defenses in this area have improved. For example, it could originally only withstand 1 water gun shot, but after training, its defense improved and it can withstand 3 water gun shots. The water gun itself still caused damage, but because it had experienced so much, the pangolin expressed less emotion. This is why the pangolin was hit by the water gun and acted as if it wasn't injured at all. The two had a heated discussion on this point, but neither could convince the other in the end. We could only decide in the end that we would have another battle if we met during our travels. Xiaoming will use Sandshrew, and Qingyuan will use a water-type Pokémon to see if they can defeat Sandshrew with a water-type move. Qingyuan readily agreed to the agreement. At the same time, he had already mentally prepared himself to teach Xiaoming a lesson. After lunch, the two exchanged their experiences on how to raise Pokémon. Qingyuan learned many practical methods from Xiaoming. Xiaoming also learned a lot of knowledge he had never seen before from Qingyuan. After the exchange, Qingyuan said goodbye to Xiaoming. He will continue to move forward and train even harder in order to challenge the dojo. Xiaoming, on the other hand, is packing his things today and heading to Pewter City tomorrow to challenge the Pewter City gym. Learn some battle knowledge from the gym leader at Pewter City. Thus, the two people with different goals agreed to meet again next time and then went their separate ways. After leaving Xiaoming's dojo, Qingyuan looked at the road on the map, a troubled expression on his face. After leaving Cerulean City, if he follows the main road, he should be able to reach Vermilion City in about 15 to 20 days. But what if he didn't follow the main road, but instead went directly into the forest beside the road? If you travel directly from the forest over the mountains to Konoha City, it will take about 10 days. However, if he gets lost in the forest, it might take him a month to find his way out. Looking at the two roads on the map, Qingyuan was caught in a dilemma. Taking the main road takes longer, but it's safer and there are fewer unstable factors. However, because the main road is safe, you won't encounter any powerful spirits along the way. Then naturally, scorpions and mantises wouldn't get the training they need. Although hiking through the forest takes less time, the chances of encountering danger are higher, and getting lost could take longer than hiking on the main road. However, the forest also contains many powerful Pokémon, such as Scorpion and Scyther, which can get plenty of training. Finally, Qingyuan checked the supplies in his spatial backpack that he had replenished in Hualan City, enough for 3 months. Then, his expression hardened, and he headed into the forest, saying that his purpose in traveling was to become stronger. Moreover, with so many supplies, what harm is there in staying in the forest for a month? After thinking it over, Qingyuan turned from the main road and walked into the side road. He wanted to take a side path into the depths of the forest. Qingyuan released the little fire dragon and led it along the side path towards the forest. It was quite noticeable along the way that the number of wild Pokémon was gradually increasing. Moreover, these Pokémon are gradually getting stronger. Their opponents, which Charmander could defeat with a single ember, are now becoming formidable opponents that Charmander can easily defeat if it doesn't go all out. It wasn't until they encountered an opponent that even Charmander couldn't defeat that Qingyuan released Scorpion. Scorpion uses the cross-shaped poison blade. Clatter. Scorpion roared and leaped into the air, crossing his pincers together to form a purple venomous blade that charged towards Rhadamanthes. Ludda. Upon seeing Scorpion's attack, Rhadamanthes showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he gathered a dazzling white light around himself and charged towards Scorpion with astonishing momentum. Boom! The two figures collided with a muffled thud. Ludda. Then, Radha screamed as he was knocked away by Scorpion. Scorpion presses his advantage, unleashing a series of strikes. Clatter. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scorpio did not hesitate at all and immediately jumped up and rushed towards Radha in midair. Before Rhadamanthes could land, Scorpion flashed white light in its pincers and launched a series of attacks at Rhadamanthes in midair. Having been hit by this whole combo, Radha lost his ability to fight the moment he landed, without even having time to let out a scream. Well done, Scorpio. Qingyuan praised Scorpio as he watched him perform a backflip back to his side. Clatter. Gru-wa. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpio replied with a very domineering tone. However, the little dragon standing nearby immediately objected upon hearing this and rushed out to compete for attention. You know, it fought its way through the whole way, okay? If it hadn't been a little tired from fighting, it could have easily taken down this Rattata. Hearing what the little fire dragon said, Qingyuan patted its head and praised it with a smile. The little dragon did a great job too. Upon hearing this, Charmander happily ran up to Scorpio and showed off. However, Scorpion closed his eyes and completely ignored it, which immediately frustrated Charmander. Alright, stop fooling around. Be careful, this area is much more dangerous than outside. Looking at the little fire dragon playing with Scorpion, Qingyuan smiled and reminded it. Upon hearing this, the little fire dragon, who had originally intended to teach Scorpio a lesson, immediately became wary and stopped causing trouble for Scorpio. Scorpio also opened his eyes and began to be wary of his surroundings. After checking the map and confirming that they were on the right track, Qingyuan led Scorpion and little fire dragon onward. Scorpio is using acrobatics. Clatter. After directing Scorpion to take down another Arbok, Qingyuan paused his advance. The Pokémon here are all very strong, even Scorpion could easily be caught off guard and suffer a setback. Moreover, the surrounding spirits have all become more territorial. Once they enter their territory, Qingyuan and Tianxi will be attacked, except when they are near the river. Qingyuan glanced at the map, his expression turning somewhat grim. They had only just entered the central part of the forest. The strength of the elves here is already making it difficult for Scorpion and the others to deal with. If we continue deeper in, we might soon encounter a Pokémon that neither Scorpius nor Scyther can handle. Looking at the map, Qingyuan thought for a long time and finally decided to stay here to develop for a while before going further in. Otherwise, with his current strength, if he rashly ventures deep into the forest, he might very well die inside. Moreover, after traversing this section of the forest, Qingyuan realized that crossing the forest was not something he could do in a short time. He would search the surrounding area to see if there was a way to cross the forest without passing through the territory of the powerful forest elves. After thinking it over, Qingyuan decided to set up camp on the spot. Moreover, it's getting late, and if he doesn't set up camp quickly, he'll have to face the predators lurking in the night. After setting up the campsite, he first asked the little fire dragon to help start a fire, because he didn't have much water with him, so Qingyuan had to boil some river water to replenish it. As for whether the fire would attract the attention of any powerful spirits at night, Qingyuan could only try his best to extinguish it before nightfall. After lighting the fire, Qingyuan placed a pot of river water on it to boil, then turned around and went back to setting up the tent. As for the scorpions, Qingyuan didn't let them be idle either. Because Scyther has extensive experience in surviving in the wild, Qingyuan arranged for Charmander to go out with Scyther to see if they could gather some berries. After all, the effects of various tree fruits in the wild are no less than those of wound medicines. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qingyuan will be staying in this forest for a long time to come. With only instant food products in his backpack, he can only eat some tree fruits if he wants to change his taste. Or perhaps try the taste of elves. As Qingyuan pondered, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. You should know that elves are edible in this world, and Farfetch'd is so delicious because it comes with its own side dishes. This is why Farfetch'd was eaten and turned into a rare Pokémon. However, due to the deepening bond with Scorpio and the others, and the fact that he has now become a direct descendant of the League trainers, Qingyuan was incapable of doing something as cruel as killing an elf at this moment. However, it's still worth trying the delicious food made from Pokémon meat that doesn't kill them, such as Slowpoke's tail. I've heard that Slowpoke's tail is incredibly sweet and a rare delicacy. Clang. Just as Qingyuan was thinking, a sound suddenly came from behind him. Scorpio, could you please not be so careless when you come back? Now I have to boil water again. Qingyuan thought that Scorpio had brought back firewood and accidentally knocked over the pot, so he turned around while talking. Yadong. Seeing Qingyuan turn around, Slowpoke let out an innocent cry. Qingyuan, however, fell into deep thought as he looked into the other person's wise eyes. My name is Qingyuan. I was just thinking about trying what Slowpoke's tail tastes like. I didn't expect to see a Slowpoke standing right behind me when I turned around. I suspect this is Mother Earth granting my wish. If I had known, I would have wished to meet a mythical beast cub. Yadong. Just as Qingyuan was lost in thought, Slowpoke, seeing that Qingyuan was not reacting, fired a water gun at the fire on the ground. Do not want. Qingyuan, having just come to his senses upon hearing Slowpoke's cry, immediately shouted to stop what was happening. But it was still a bit too late. Don't let Slowpoke's slowness fool you, it's incredibly fast. As soon as Qingyuan spoke, Slowpoke's water gun landed on the fire. Looking at the fire that had been extinguished, leaving only a few pieces of glowing embers, Qingyuan sighed. I know you're worried about the forest fire, but I'll put it out later, so please leave now. As Qingyuan spoke, he picked out the red embers from the fire, intending to use them to reignite the flames. After picking up the red charcoal and placing it in a dry spot, Qingyuan found some dry weeds and began to learn how to start a fire, just like Grandpada. He had to get the fire going quickly and boil the water. Otherwise, if we wait for Charmander to come back and start a fire to boil water, we definitely won't be able to boil the water before nightfall. By then, the danger at night will increase even further. While Qingyuan was bending over and worshipping the fire, the Slowpoke stared at him intently with its wise eyes. Because it had never encountered a spirit like Qingyuan in its memory, it wanted to figure out what Qingyuan was doing. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Qingyuan kept inhaling and exhaling into the dry weeds in his hands, and finally, with his persistent efforts, a wisp of flame began to rise from the weeds. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but show a smug expression. Fortunately, he had mastered the true teachings of the fire worshippers. Otherwise, this would be a real headache. Qingyuan slowly placed the burning bundle of weeds on the ground, preparing to turn around and get firewood to make it burn brightly. Before he could even turn around, the Slowpoke, who had been observing Qingyuan's movements, extinguished the fire with a single water gun. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan froze on the spot, his anger unable to be vented when he saw the wise look in Slowpoke's eyes. After all, what can you say to an idiot? Why are you arguing with an idiot? Qingyuan said while patting his face. Seeing the few faint red embers in the fire, Qingyuan decided to remove the Slowpoke and start a new fire. Otherwise, if he gets angry just as he's about to get going, and Slowpoke hits him with a water gun, then all his efforts will be wasted. After thinking it over, Qingyuan stood up and picked up Slowpoke. Luckily, Slowpoke was gentle and silly, otherwise Qingyuan really wouldn't have dared to pick it up. Qingyuan picked up the Slowpoke and walked towards the riverbank not far away. Although Slowpoke was being held in Qingyuan's arms, its eyes never left Qingyuan's face. From the moment Qingyuan started worshipping fire, its interest was drawn to Qingyuan. Later, when Qingyuan slapped itself twice, the Slowpoke became even more interested in Qingyuan, because it felt like it had met someone like itself. At this moment, Qingyuan was of course unaware that he had been mistaken for one of his own by the fool in his eyes, otherwise he would have definitely tasted what a Slowpoke's tail tasted like. I didn't expect you to be so heavy. Why did you have to put out my fire? Otherwise, I could have given you something nice to eat later. You'd better go home now and don't bother me while I'm boiling water. I heard that. As Qingyuan walked, he talked to Slowpoke. He was just about to bend down and give it a lecture when Slowpoke suddenly sprayed water on his face. What the hell are you doing? Qingyuan escaped from the water gun, wiped his face, and then locked Slowpoke in a chokehold, swearing as he spoke. Looking at Qingyuan's clean face, Slowpoke couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. From the moment it saw the charcoal ash on Qingyuan's face, it wanted to wash Qingyuan's face, and now it has finally done so. No matter how complicated Slowpoke's emotions are, all Qingyuan could see through its wise eyes was foolishness. Looking at the silly, dazed beast in his arms, Qingyuan was so angry that he really wanted to chop off its tail and taste how salty it was. However, with the thought that he couldn't bully a fool, Qingyuan still carried Slowpoke and quickened his pace to the riverbank. After putting Slowpoke down, Qingyuan turned and walked towards the camp. After landing, Slowpoke looked around at its surroundings with some confusion before following Qingyuan. Qingyuan noticed the commotion behind him, turned around, and saw that Slowpoke was still following him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What exactly do you want? Yadong?" Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke raised its head and looked at Qingyuan, then slowly let out a cry. Seeing that there was nothing Qingyuan could do, he picked up the Slowpoke again and carried it back to the riverbank. Then he pointed to the river. Go back to your home, don't bother me while I'm starting the fire." Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke stretched out one foot towards the river and then looked at Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan nodded to Slowpoke. Seeing this, Slowpoke withdrew its foot and looked at Qingyuan again. Seeing this, Qingyuan shook his head at Slowpoke again. Slowpoke found this quite amusing, and then stretched out its foot towards the river again, looking towards Qingyuan. Upon seeing Qingyuan's action, it withdrew its foot and looked at Qingyuan, repeating this process 3 or 4 times. Qingyuan sensed something was wrong and immediately looked into Slowpoke's wise eyes. Sure enough, he saw a hint of cunning in it, and Qingyuan immediately realized that he had been fooled. Oh dear, my temper is so bad. Qingyuan couldn't accept the fact that he had been fooled by an idiot, so he picked up a stick and smashed it down on the Slowpoke's head. Bang, bang, bang. After the 3 blows, Slowpoke covered its head in disbelief and looked at Qingyuan. Those wise eyes were filled with tears. Without hesitation, Qingyuan threw a Pokeball and smashed it into Slowpoke's head. Ding dong. Looking at the Slowpoke that had been captured without any hesitation, a hint of doubt flashed across Qingyuan's face. He captured Slowpoke because he had never seen such a smart Slowpoke, which could actually outwit him completely. However, Slowpoke was captured without any resistance, and Qingyuan couldn't help but doubt whether his judgment was wrong. It was captured so easily, this Slowpoke doesn't seem very intelligent at all. Qingyuan looked at the Pokeball in his hand, and finally put it away. We'll find out Slowpoke's potential by checking the Pokédex when we get back. Right now, our priority is to get back and start the fire. Otherwise, if we wait for the little fire dragon to come back and start the fire again, it will be too late. After thinking it over, Qingyuan threw away the magic weapon stick that had helped him successfully capture the elves and ran quickly toward the camp. Back at the camp, thankfully a few pieces of embers hadn't completely extinguished. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan quickly used the fire worship technique to raise a fire. GL. Just then, Scorpio flew back carrying 2 bundles of firewood. Upon seeing this, Scorpion hurriedly dropped the firewood and the bag of tree fruit he was carrying, and anxiously asked Qingyuan. It's nothing, I just accidentally spilled it, I'm just starting to light the fire again. Seeing Scorpio's anxious face, Qingyuan waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Scorpion was still worried. It only relaxed after circling Qingyuan twice to make sure that Qingyuan was indeed unharmed. Then, as if presenting a treasure, it held up the bag of tree fruit that Qingyuan had just carried back in its mouth. What is this? Seeing this, Qingyuan also gave Scorpio face and asked. Upon hearing this, Scorpio raised his head slightly, looking rather smug, and gestured for Qingyuan to open it and take a look. Seeing this, Qingyuan didn't spoil Scorpio's mood. He slowly opened the leaf and then revealed a shocked expression. Of course, he was genuinely shocked, he wasn't faking it. Because this leaf is filled with a blue fruit called the orange fruit. Who did you steal? After looking at the bag of tree fruit, Qingyuan quickly looked up and asked Scorpion. Clatter. Upon hearing this, Scorpion wiped its nose with its pincers and then told Qingyuan about its experiences. While gathering firewood, it came across an orange tree, but at first it didn't intend to pick any. However, the Arbok guarding the orange tree believed that Scorpion had invaded its territory, and without saying a word, it hid in the shadows and launched a series of poison needles at Scorpion. Scorpion was caught off guard and swallowed a poisonous stinger. If it weren't for its unique ability to make it immune to toxins, it probably wouldn't be here today. Once he realized what was happening, Scorpio didn't hesitate and unleashed a barrage of mud shots at the orange tree and the surrounding area. After forcing Arbok out, Scorpio used its signature move to give Arbok a good workout. Finally, they picked all the oranges as compensation for Arbok's attack. After Scorpio finished explaining the cause and course of events to Qingyuan with exaggerated gestures, Qingyuan's expression turned somewhat serious. He hadn't expected the elves here to have such a strong sense of territory. Scorpio was attacked as soon as he entered, so it seems that his plan to cross the forest is not feasible and he must find another way to get through. After thinking it over, Qingyuan let Scorpion lie in his arms and began to clean the poisonous stingers off Scorpion's exoskeleton. Although scorpions are immune to toxins, the pain from their stinger piercing their exoskeleton is still excruciating. Not to mention, some of Arbok's poison needles, gathered using poison-type energy, haven't dissipated and are still stuck in Scorpius's exoskeleton. At this moment, every time the scorpion moves, it will be stung by this poisonous stinger. Qingyuan let Scorpion lie comfortably in his arms, and then took out tweezers to start treating Scorpion's wounds. One by one, Qingyuan pulled the poisonous needles from the scorpion's exoskeleton and placed them in a glass bottle. As the poisonous needle was pulled out, streams of purplish-red blood began to flow from the holes in the scorpion's exoskeleton. Of course, the scorpion was not poisoned. The purplish-red blood was due to the venom on its stinger mixing with the blood in the surrounding area. After about 2 seconds, the purplish-red blood had stopped flowing, and dark red blood began to flow from the scorpion's exoskeleton. However, the flow rate had clearly slowed to an imperceptible level. If Qingyuan didn't treat it, the wound might heal in another 2 seconds. Seeing this, Qingyuan took out a clean gauze and wiped Scorpion's wound clean. Then he took out the healing potion he bought from the Pokémon Center and sprayed it on Scorpion. It can only be said that anything produced by the Joey family is bound to be of high quality. The Scorpion's wound healed in just 2 seconds after the medicine was applied. Even the damaged exoskeleton has healed, although its color is a little lighter than the surrounding area. After Qingyuan cleaned the blood around Tianxi's wound, he helped Tianxi get up. With Qingyuan's training, Scorpion's size has now far exceeded the average size of its kind. The average height of a Scorpio is around 1.1 meters, while Qingyuan's Scorpio is already 1.4 meters tall. With its weight, Qingyuan really couldn't stand it lying on him for too long. Knowing his own situation, Scorpio was not angry at being treated like this by Qingyuan. Those who are family know their own situation best, and they know that their weight will be a burden to Qingyuan. Now, when Scorpio travels with Qingyuan, he no longer leans on Qingyuan's shoulder. Although Qingyuan could still carry it, it would make Qingyuan very tired, so when traveling, it would fly up to scout the way for Qingyuan, then fly back, and the job of closely guarding Qingyuan has been handed over to Little Fire Dragon by Scorpion. After being chased away by Qingyuan, Scorpion climbed to the fireside, eating oranges while watching the fire and adding firewood for Qingyuan. After putting away the bottle of poison needles, Qingyuan continued to set up the tent. Just as Qingyuan finished setting up the tent, Scyther and Charmander returned carrying tree fruits. After praising the two creatures who had returned with a full load of food, Qingyuan began preparing dinner for them. And I also used the tree fruits they brought back to make a tree fruit soup, as a treat for them and myself. Looking at the berries bubbling in the pot, Qingyuan suddenly remembered that he had also captured Slowpoke and hadn't introduced him to Scorpion and the others yet. Before making the introduction, Qingyuan took out the Pokédex to check the potential of this Slowpoke. Slowpoke stood by the water, seemingly lost in thought. Though dull and slow, it was adept at using its tail to fish for food. A sweet scent emanated from its tail, though devoid of nutritional value. Biting into it brought a feeling of happiness. As an electronic sound rang out, Slowpoke's specific information appeared on the Pokédex screen. Pokémon, Slowpoke. Rating, 23. Developmental comparison, average. Attributes, water, psychic. Ability, oblivious. Because of its oblivious senses, it will not become infatuated or provoked. It is also unmoved by intimidation. This Pokémon appears only once. Skills, Stomp, Belly Drum, Impact, Shout, Water Gun, Yawn, Telekinesis, Immobilization, Water Pulse, Mind Blast. Looking at the information about Slowpoke, Qingyuan was somewhat surprised. He was surprised that Slowpoke's level was so high, wondering why he couldn't knock it out even after 3 hits. After the initial surprise, Qingyuan felt it was a bit outrageous. Such a high-level Pokémon didn't even put up a fight and was captured by a red and white ball. However, with 2 inherited skills, this Slowpoke's talent is still quite good. So Qingyuan gave up the idea of releasing Slowpoke. After all, Slowpoke is a relatively common psychic-type Pokémon. Qingyuan had always wanted to capture one, but if its talent was lacking, he might have let it go. But now that he's finally found one with such talent, how could he possibly let it escape? Moreover, this Slowpoke actually came to us of its own accord. As everyone knows, Qingyuan has always welcomed all comers. As the saying goes, since you're here, make the best of it. I believe that with Slowpoke's personality, it will soon enjoy the atmosphere of the team. Come on, everyone, look at me. After putting away the Pokédex, Qingyuan clapped his hands and shouted loudly to Scorpius and the others. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Scorpions and the others put down their food and looked in Qingyuan's direction. I caught a Slowpoke while you were just leaving. From now on, Slowpoke will be our partner. Let's give him a round of applause. Qingyuan looked at Scorpion and the others, raised the Slowpoke's Pokeball in his hand, and said loudly, clatter, sha, brew wa. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the 3 little ones cheered enthusiastically to express their welcome to their new friend. Seeing this, Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction and then threw out the Slowpoke Pokeball in his hand. With a flash of red light, a pink Slowpoke appeared in the arena. Upon seeing this, the Scorpions immediately cheered enthusiastically, determined to let their new companions feel their warmth. The Scorpion kept banging its 2 large pincers together, making muffled thuds. The Scyther kept clashing its twin blades together, producing a metallic clang. The little dragon clapped and jumped around happily. Although the 3 little Slowpokes all welcomed it in what they considered to be the most enthusiastic ways. However, among these 3 little guys, only Charmander's cheering style was relatively normal. The way Scorpion and Scyther cheered looked like they were declaring war. However, Slowpoke's personality is rather slow-witted, although this is not a good thing. However, in certain situations, this slowness can be considered an advantage. For example, right now, Scorpion and Scyther look like they're declaring war on Slowpoke. But Slowpoke could clearly feel the enthusiasm emanating from Scorpius and the others. Yadong. Sensing the enthusiasm of Scorpion and the others, Slowpoke responded enthusiastically. By the way, Slowpoke looks rather silly. But this guy is incredibly clever. I was just fooled by it, so you guys better watch out. Looking at the 3 cheering guys in front of him, Qingyuan patted Slowpoke's head and said. After all, in his mind, these 3 guys were all reckless fools who weren't very bright and could easily be fooled by Slowpoke. Furthermore, Slowpoke's appearance is too deceptive, it doesn't seem very intelligent. But who would have thought that beneath that appearance lies a brilliant mind? Feeling the hand on its head, Slowpoke looked in the direction of the hand's owner. Upon seeing that it was Qingyuan who had just hit him 3 times, Slowpoke didn't hesitate at all and fired a water gun at Qingyuan's face. Qingyuan was knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. Yadong yadong. Look at the big bump on my head, you were just patting it. Slowpoke pointed to its head and shouted at Qingyuan. Seeing this, Qingyuan looked towards Slowpoke's head and indeed saw a slightly bulging bump on Slowpoke's pink head. Hehe, sorry, I'll treat you right away. Qingyuan smiled awkwardly, took out some good medicine from his bag, and began to treat the bump on the Slowpoke's head. The Scorpions and the others, who were standing nearby, were initially prepared to teach Slowpoke a lesson when they saw it attack Qingyuan. However, after seeing that Slowpoke's water gun wasn't very powerful, they temporarily stopped their attack. Seeing this, Scyther and Charmander finally understood how Qingyuan had captured Slowpoke. If you ambush someone, it's only right that you get sprayed with water. After realizing that Slowpoke meant no harm to Qingyuan, Scyther and Charmander ate while watching the commotion. Upon witnessing this scene, Scorpio fell into deep thought. It remembered that when Qingyuan subdued it, he also hit it on the head with a stick. Then shouldn't it find a time to retaliate? Scorpio watched Qingyuan tending to the bump on Slowpoke's head as he fell into deep thought. Ultimately, it was Qingyuan's kindness towards it over the past few months that awakened its conscience and made it give up the idea. Come on, let me apologize to you, and have something good to eat to make up for it. After treating Slowpoke's injuries, Qingyuan brought over a bowl of general-purpose Pokémon food and placed it near Slowpoke's mouth. Looking at the Pokémon food in front of him, Slowpoke was full of curiosity, but he had no intention of touching it. They simply stood there, staring intently at the bowl of elven food. Seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't stand it anymore and gestured at Slowpoke. This is food, it's delicious. Eat like me. As Qingyuan spoke to Slowpoke, he picked up a bowl and demonstrated to Slowpoke. But Slowpoke just stared at him blankly, showing no intention of eating him. Unable to bear it any longer, Qingyuan finally pried open Slowpoke's mouth and stuffed a handful of Pokémon food into it. Feeling the contents of its mouth, Slowpoke couldn't help but chew. Upon discovering that this thing tasted good, Slowpoke's wise eyes immediately lit up. Then, with incredible speed, it grabbed another handful of fairy food and put it in its mouth. Seeing this, Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, when dealing with such a slow-witted elf, one had to be straightforward. After arranging Slowpoke's dinner, Qingyuan first checked the berry soup and found that it was ready. Qingyuan first served each of the scorpions a bowl to try. Then he heated up his self-heating rice. After dinner, Qingyuan played with Scorpion and the others for a while, which increased the intimacy between the trainer and the Pokémon. Slowpoke also integrated very well into the game. After one game, Charmander was already able to put his arm around Slowpoke's shoulder. Scorpio, perhaps due to a similar experience, has also developed a good relationship with Slowpoke. Sometimes, things are just that strange. Scorpion and Charmander, who are both weak against Slowpoke, quickly became familiar with Slowpoke. Scyther, which is not countered by Slowpoke, actually has a worse relationship with Slowpoke than Gliscor and the others do with it. Fortunately, it's just the relationship between Scyther and Slowpoke, not as close as that between Gliscor and Slowpoke. According to Qingyuan's guess, this might be because Scyther is a socially awkward person. Although Scyther appears to be a cold-blooded warrior. However, after spending a long time together, Qingyuan had figured out the personality of this flying mantis. Its cold exterior is all an act. In reality, Scyther is a socially awkward person with a touch of arrogance. The reason I was able to quickly get to know Scorpio and Charmander was because those two were both corporate bulls. Scyther only needs to passively accept things, but now there's a Slowpoke that's not so easy to communicate with. Scyther, who isn't usually proactive in social situations, is finding it a little difficult to make friends. This is why its relationship with Slowpoke isn't as close as that with Scorpion and the others. However, Qingyuan thought these were all minor issues, and that they would get used to each other after spending more time together. After all, once they're on his ship, they're all family. As night fell, Qingyuan extinguished the campfire and led Tianxi and the others into the tent. In this dangerous wilderness, only the tent that could withstand the attacks of level 30 Pokémon, and the scorpions around him, could give Qingyuan a sense of security. In the early morning, Qingyuan opened his eyes from his sleep. Looking at the little fire dragon lying on his stomach, Qingyuan's face showed a helpless expression. Then she gently lifted the little dragon off her belly. Yadong. Just as Qingyuan placed the little Charmander on the quilt beside him, he heard the Slowpoke let out a soft cry. Qingyuan looked at Slowpoke and saw that Slowpoke was looking at him with a resentful expression. Although Slowpoke's eyes were still as wise as ever, for some reason, Qingyuan actually saw a hint of resentment on its face. Yadong. Seeing that Qingyuan was still looking at him, Slowpoke pointed to his tail. Qingyuan looked in the direction Slowpoke was pointing and realized that Slowpoke's tail was right under his butt. Sorry, Slowpoke. As Qingyuan removed Slowpoke's tail from under his rear end, he apologized to Slowpoke. Yadong. After seeing its tail had been pulled out, Slowpoke waved to Qingyuan to indicate that everything was all right, then lay down and continued to sleep. Phew, looks like I'll have to get a bigger tent. Seeing this, Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and stepped over the bodies of Scorpion and Mantis, saying as he did so. Originally, this tent was just the right size to accommodate Qingyuan, Tianxi, and the other two. Now that another Slowpoke has joined, the tent, which was just the right size before, has suddenly become a bit crowded. Actually, most trainers put away their Pokémon and sleep in tents when they go to sleep at night. However, Qingyuan felt that sleeping together with the Pokémon at night could increase the intimacy between the trainer and the Pokémon. As a time traveler, he knew the importance of intimacy. If he had the chance, he would have equipped each of Scorpion and the other elves with a soothing bell. Furthermore, both Scyther and Charmander's final evolutions can undergo Mega Evolution. He didn't want to lose such a powerful battle system as Super Evolution because of intimacy. Besides, another reason why Qingyuan let Tianxi and the others stay in the tent with him was, what if some sprite suddenly appears in this desolate wilderness and tears the tent apart? With the scorpions around, Qingyuan could quickly command them to launch a counterattack. After stepping out of the tent, Qingyuan took a deep breath of the fresh forest air, then stretched slowly with his arms outstretched. After stretching, Qingyuan washed up and then began preparing breakfast. He first used the leftover rice from last night and tree fruit soup to make a tree fruit porridge. Qingyuan put the pot of tree fruit porridge on the fire and started cooking, preparing breakfast for Scorpion and the others. After preparing breakfast for Scorpion and the others, Qingyuan woke them up. After breakfast, Qingyuan washed the dishes and put them away. He then took out a map and began to look at it. Qingyuan spent the whole night researching and finally decided to find a path from the edge of the middle of the forest to Kui City. After yesterday's journey, he is now located directly north of Kurha City. Because taking the southern route would require traversing deep into the forest, Qingyuan directly eliminated that route. Since the north was the direction he came from, he was also eliminated immediately. Next, all he needs to do is find a route from the east or west where the elves are weaker. After leaving Charmander and Slowpoke to guard the house, he then led Scorpion and Mantis toward the east. The west side faces the direction of Nibby City, and the forest is relatively close to Nibby City. Because he had just come from Nibby City, going this way would give him the feeling that he was going in circles. Therefore, to avoid this feeling, Qingyuan actually prefers to take the eastern route. If we compare the two paths, we can find that the elves are stronger on the eastern path. In order to save energy and speed up the journey, Qingyuan would not care about this feeling. Qingyuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at the two little ones in front of him with some concern, giving them some instructions. If I don't come back by noon, little dragon, just go straight into the tent. I've prepared lunch for you and left it there. You can just eat it when the time comes, okay, little dragon. Gru. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon nodded solemnly. If you encounter a powerful elf attacking, run. Forget about the tents, your safety is the most important thing, understand? Gru. Charmander nodded again in response. Besides, this was the first time Charmander had to face a problem alone. So Qingyuan was like a worried old father, constantly giving instructions to the little fire dragon. After seeing that all the little dragons nodded in agreement, Qingyuan patted the little dragon's head and said, "Little Charmander is great. Stay home and guard the house well. I'll make you something delicious when I get back." Gru. The little dragon nodded heavily, then waved to Qingyuan. Yadong. The dazed beast, who was lounging around like Geu, raised a hand and waved at Qingyuan when it saw this. When Qingyuan saw the silly beast that looked like an old man, he immediately got a headache from anger. This guy is too lazy. He's a little afraid that the immature little fire dragon will be led astray by this guy. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, he would have taken this guy away no matter what. Clatter. Sha. Seeing this, Scorpion and Scyther raised their hands and waved at Charmander and the others. After they said goodbye, Qingyuan called out and led Scorpion and Mantis toward the road to the east. It's safe to say this place is untouched by any trainer. The density of elves here is far higher than on the main roads. Although Qingyuan had already witnessed it when he came in yesterday, but experiencing it again today still amazed him. We've only been walking for 15 minutes, less than 2 kilometers. Qingyuan has already experienced no fewer than 5 waves of attacks, the weakest of which was a level 23 Rattata. However, after their trip to these two gyms, Scorpion and Scyther have greatly improved their strength. So even though the frequency of attacks from nearby Pokémon has increased, the greatly strengthened Gliscor and Scyther are still able to cope well. Alright Scorpion, come back here and let Scyther clear the way. Qingyuan stopped Scorpion, who had been clearing the way for 15 minutes, and replaced him with Scyther, who had been staying by his side. Each sprite leads the way for 15 minutes, then returns to eat some energy cubes to restore its stamina. This ensures both the speed of movement and the Pokémon's combat strength, preventing it from decreasing due to insufficient stamina. The only drawback is that when the two Pokémon switch positions, there will be a gap around Qingyuan. In that instant, Qingyuan might be attacked. However, Qingyuan, who was wearing a combat suit that could defend against attacks from spirits below level 30, didn't care about this issue at the moment. Since there were no Pokémon above level 30 around, he felt comfortable letting Scorpion and Scyther switch positions. An Arbok that had been following Qingyuan and his group was lying in the surrounding bushes when it saw this opportunity and its eyes lit up. Then it coiled its body into a circle and attacked Qingyuan, who was now unprotected by any Pokémon. The purple Arbok flew like an arrow, giving Qingyuan no chance to resist, and directly tightened its grip on the careless Qingyuan. Clatter. Sha. Upon seeing this, Scorpion and Mantis cried out in alarm. Sky. Qingyuan wanted to command Scorpion to help him out of the predicament, but he was tightly bound by Arbok and couldn't make a sound. In just 2 seconds, Qingyuan's face turned purple due to blood rushing to his head. He felt as if several mountains were constantly squeezing him from all sides, and he was about to be crushed into a pulp. As the sounds gradually faded away, Qingyuan, unable to sense the scorpions, began to feel a little scared. Feeling insecure, Qingyuan began to struggle incessantly, and Arbok, sensing Qingyuan's struggle, immediately tightened its grip. Clatter. Scorpio, after a brief moment of shock upon seeing the scene before him, suddenly flew into a rage. It recognized this Arbok as the same Arbok that it had beaten up last night and stolen all the oranges from. I didn't expect this guy to be so persistent, he actually followed them for so long just to get revenge. It didn't make a move until it switched places with Scorpio. Gora, you're going to die. Scorpion roared, its pincers flashing white light as it charged toward the Arbok. Sha! The scyther beside it roared and slashed at Arbok's tail. It wants to cut off the tail of the Arboman, so that it will feel pain and lose its strength, thereby reducing the pressure on Qingyuan from the Arboman. Cheers! The old man let out a miserable scream as the flying mantis's slash had already opened a gash in its tail. Because of the pain, the old monster's grip on Qingyuan loosened slightly. Qingyuan, who had been squeezed so tightly he could hardly breathe, was finally able to catch his breath. Just. Scyther cleaved Arbok's tail in two once more. Arbok let out another scream, but before it could finish, its voice abruptly stopped. Scorpion had already clamped Arbok's neck with his pincers, and was using his other hand to repeatedly slash Arbok's head. As Qingyuan felt the pressure on his body ease and realized that he could move his hands again, he quickly pulled a loop at the waist of his combat suit. The next second, a huge balloon began to inflate his body. Arbok's body, which was wrapped around him, was immediately flung away by the balloon. Seeing this, Scorpion quickly grabbed ABO Monster by the neck and took off, taking ABO Monster away from Qingyuan's side. Cough, cough. Damn it, I'm never trying to save money again. I should have just bought a trigger type 1. Qingyuan coughed a few times, and after catching his breath, he looked at ABO, who was being hit on the head by Scorpion's pincers, and cursed. I almost lost my life trying to save a few tens of thousands of yuan. This deal was really not worth it. As Qingyuan cursed, he picked up a wooden stick, about the thickness of an adult's forearm, from the ground beside him. He wanted to vent his anger by hitting that Arbok a few times. When he got to Arbok, he realized that Arbok's head had been smashed flat by Gliscor. The snake was completely dead. But Scorpio seemed oblivious to this, and continued to frantically smash Arbok's head. Alright, stop smashing it. The snake is completely dead, its head is rotten. Seeing this, Qingyuan threw away the wooden stick in his hand, took a few steps forward, patted Scorpion on the shoulder and said. Hearing this, Scorpio stopped and buried his face in Qingyuan's arms, crying. Giggle, you're all I have. Looking at Scorpio crying in his arms, Qingyuan was stunned. He hadn't expected that he held such a high position in Scorpio's heart. Okay, stop crying, I'm fine now. Qingyuan gently patted Scorpio's head, coaxing him like a child. But to everyone's surprise, Scorpio did not stop crying after hearing Qingyuan's words. Instead, she hugged Qingyuan tightly with her hands and cried even louder. Seeing that his attempt to comfort her had backfired, Qingyuan gave a wry smile and stopped talking, simply patting Scorpio's head gently. The flying mantis stood guard to the side, determined not to let Qingyuan suffer such a deadly crisis a second time. Scorpio nestled in Qingyuan's arms and cried for a long time before stopping, leaving Qingyuan's clothes soaking wet. Seeing that Scorpio in his arms had stopped sobbing, Qingyuan whispered in Scorpio's ear. Alright, stop crying. Scyther is still watching from the side. Upon hearing this, Scorpio's body stiffened abruptly. Oh no, my image is completely ruined. After recovering from their fear, Scorpios realized that their actions today could have completely ruined their image. Scorpio shook its head in Qingyuan's arms, and Qingyuan thought it was just being affectionate. The next second, Scorpio did a backflip and flew out of his arms. After landing on the ground, it gave Qingyuan a cold look. Seeing this, Qingyuan was speechless and wanted to laugh. Why were these two so arrogant? Thinking of this, Qingyuan glanced at the flying mantis. When the flying mantis saw Qingyuan looking at it, it thought something was wrong and called out to Qingyuan in confusion. Sha, it's nothing. I just think you and Scorpio are both great. After saying that, Qingyuan gave the flying mantis a thumbs up. Seeing this, the flying mantis scratched its head with its large scythe, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled, took out a dagger from his backpack, and began to dispose of Arbok's corpse. He kept the head, snake skin, internal organs, and venom sac separately. These are all excellent poison-type materials, but they were obtained by directly killing an Arbok. This doesn't quite comply with the Alliance's regulations, so Qingyuan had to dispose of these things on the black market. Qingyuan shaved off the remaining snake meat and bones, planning to cook a snake meat soup for himself that evening. You should know that this Arbok almost killed him. Now it's dead, but Qingyuan hasn't retaliated yet. So he had no choice but to eat Arbok's flesh to calm his inner anger. Moreover, it was this Arbok that attacked him first and almost killed it, so Qingyuan felt no guilt whatsoever for eating its flesh. Qingyuan's only worry now is whether the flesh of this Arbok is poisonous. Because no preparations were made before killing Arbok, Qingyuan's only worry now is whether the toxins from Arbok's venom sac will seep into its flesh. However, we have an antidote, and the peaches that Charmander and the others collected last night can help detoxify. Qingyuan wasn't too worried about this issue. After cleaning up the corpse of the monster, Qingyuan and Tianxi sat down to rest for a few minutes before continuing their journey. Of course, Qingyuan didn't sit idle during his rest time. He first treated the injuries Scorpio sustained from his brutal beating of Arbok. He then drank another bottle of medicine to treat internal injuries. After all, he was almost strangled to death by the old monster, and he wasn't sure if he had any internal injuries. Considering that this was in the wild and injuries would be difficult to treat, Qingyuan drank a bottle of wound medicine as a precaution. After drinking the medicine, Qingyuan felt warm all over. It took more than 10 minutes for this feeling to disappear. Woohoo! That feels great. Qingyuan sat under the tree and lazily stretched. Seeing that Scorpion and Mantis were both looking at him, Qingyuan stood up and said, "All right, you've all had enough rest, right?" Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scorpion and Mantis both nodded in agreement. "Shall we continue on our way?" Clatter. Sha. Scorpion and Scyther nodded in agreement once more. "Then let's go." After saying that, Qingyuan hoisted the Scorpion beside him onto his shoulder. This time he learned his lesson. In the perilous wilderness, he must never let an elf stray more than a step away from him. Even if it's time to switch roles, he has to run to the Pokémon's side to switch. He didn't want to experience death a second time. And so, with the help of Scorpion and Scyther, Qingyuan successfully advanced 15 li westward before noon. Commanding Scyther, he defeated yet another Rattata that attacked him. Qingyuan looked at the sun overhead, then went to a shady spot under a tree and spoke to the Scyther and Scorpion. "It's noon, come over and rest and have something to eat." Clatter. Sha. Scorpion and Mantis wholeheartedly agreed with Qingyuan's words. "We drove all morning, and even though the two elves took turns, they were still exhausted. Moreover, while clearing the road, Pokémon would occasionally appear to block the way, and these Pokémon were quite powerful. High-intensity clearing of paths, coupled with high-intensity combat. Scorpio and Scythe, who were already exhausted, became even more tired. That's why they only covered such a short distance after walking all morning. The matter of clearing the way is a minor issue. The main problem is that there are too many sprites blocking the way. Basically, you have to fight a battle every 200 or 300 meters, and each Pokémon is at least level 20. Although Qingyuan reaped considerable rewards as a result, capturing several Pokémon with good potential and considerable strength. But at this pace of travel, by the time he leaves this place, let alone a month, 2 months might have already passed. So Qingyuan had already rejected this path from the bottom of his heart. They're still on their way, just a little reluctant to give up, in case this is the only stretch of land with lots of elves. Perhaps after walking another 2 or 3 miles, we'll reach an area where elves are sparse, and then we can travel quickly. He planned to walk another 5 miles, if the density of elves did not decrease. He then returned the way he came, rested at the camp for the night, and planned to explore the western route the next day. If none of the routes work, then he will have no choice but to return the way he came and take the main road again. My strength is still too low. Qingyuan looked at the self-heating rice in front of him and thought to himself with some displeasure. If he were strong enough, he could walk straight through the depths of the forest and arrive at Qi City right now. There's no need to go through all that trouble here just to make a passable road. Sigh, you all need to grow up quickly. Qingyuan sighed and said to the 2 little ones in front of him. GL. Sha. Both Scorpion and Mantis were completely confused by Qingyuan's words. After thinking about it carefully but still not figuring it out, I looked at the delicious fairy food in the bowl. The hungry Scorpion and Mantis decided to ignore Qingyuan for now and wait until they had filled their stomachs. Anyway, they've seen Qingyuan act crazy more than once or twice. Seeing that neither Scorpion nor Scyther paid any attention to him, Qingyuan felt a little embarrassed. Just then, the self-heating rice was ready, and to cover up his embarrassment, Qingyuan buried his head in his rice, just like Scorpion and Mantis. Meow. Just as Qingyuan was engrossed in eating, a pitiful meow suddenly came from afar. Hiss, hiss, buzz. Then came a jumble of noises. Qingyuan slowly raised his head, casually wiped the rice grains off his face, and whispered to Scorpion and Mantis. "Shall we go take a look?" Scorpion and Scyther didn't say anything, but they both nodded in unison. After reaching a consensus, Qingyuan did not hesitate. He picked up Scorpion, bent over, and walked towards the direction from which the sound came. Because the Scyther was too big for Qingyuan to carry, it could only follow behind Qingyuan. Qingyuan carried Scorpion forward for about 50 meters and saw what was happening through the gaps in the bushes. The leader of the cats was running away while fighting back against the pursuers behind him. The pursuers were a dozen or so beedrills, but when faced with Cat Boss, these beedrills only dared to follow behind and use their poison stings. Every now and then a few would rush forward, only to be easily defeated by the cat leader. Meow. Gradually, perhaps due to poisoning, the cat's speed slowed down. The bee-like hordes leisurely lingered behind it, preparing to wear it down to death. Realizing he couldn't escape, the eldest cat ran to a big tree. It leaped up and landed on the tree trunk, then did a backflip. The metal claws and iron tail were used almost simultaneously, instantly eliminating the 2 beedrill. It then used a power gem to quickly take down another beedrill. The whole sequence of movements was executed flawlessly, and it was only after the beedrill and the others had reacted that the situation became clear. By this time, the cat leader had already retreated quickly, bracing its back against a tree, thus thwarting beedrill and the others' attempt to launch a sneak attack. Amazing. Seeing this from the bushes, Qingyuan couldn't help but cheer for Cat Boss. Based on this set of movements alone, he knew that this cat leader was quite strong and had a wealth of combat experience. Without his command, even if Scorpion and Scyther team up, they probably wouldn't be a match for this cat boss. This cat is quite different from the teddy bear in Gemushin. After thinking it over, Qingyuan continued to look towards the battlefield, wanting to know whether the cat boss could escape alive. After all, those Beedrill were clearly high level. Even a level 40 Pokemon might have to lose to these guys. Qingyuan took out the rice he hadn't finished eating and started watching the rare battle while eating it. Upon seeing this, Scorpion and Mantis immediately had the same thought flash through their minds. I should have brought the food over too. You two watch closely and learn from this. With rice in his mouth, Qingyuan chewed while reminding Scorpion and Mantis. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and Scyther quickly snapped out of their daze and began to watch closely as Persian battled a swarm of Beedrill. It must be said that Cat Boss has a wealth of practical experience. It made full use of the surrounding space, climbing trees from time to time to evade Beedrill attacks while simultaneously delivering a devastating blow to the Beedrill from above. According to Qingyuan's calculations, every time Cat Boss comes down from the tree, he can take away at least one Beedrill. Under the control of this Cat Boss, the dust on the ground and the leaves on the trees all become props for launching its next attack. Qingyuan was thoroughly enjoying the view from behind the bushes. However, as time went on, the toxins in the cat's body began to take effect. Its movements became slower, and finally, when only 3 Beedrill remained, the Cat Boss collapsed to the ground with a face full of resentment. Divider. Thank you to MovieM for sending 3 units of love-fueled energy. Scorpion, use Mud Shot on Beedrill. Scyther, use Quick Attack. Seeing this, Qingyuan threw away the rice and waved his hand, giving orders to Scorpion and Mantis. Clatter. Sha. Scorpion leaped into the air, quickly condensing brown mud around its body, and shot it at the Beedrill. The Scyther transformed into a streak of white light and swiftly dashed out of the bushes, crashing into the Beedrill. In just a moment, one of the 3B was stunned and the other was crippled. Scyther uses Slash on Beedrill that was hit by Mud Shot. Scorpion uses Quick Attack to attack the other Beedrill. Qingyuan gave Beedrill no chance to react and continued to command Gliscor and Beedrill to attack. Sha. Clatter. Scyther's blades glowed white as it slashed at the nearly dead Beedrill. Scorpion then spun in the air and transformed into a white light, rushing towards Beedrill. Upon seeing this, the intact Beedrill lit up its 2 stingers with white light, preparing to take the lightning bolt from Scorpion head-on. Just then, the Mantis's blade turned and slashed fiercely at its body. Screech. No sportsmanship. Beedrill only had time to let out a scream before it lost its ability to fight. Scorpion then crashed into the Beedrill that had been hit by the Mud Shot, knocking its eyes out and rendering it unable to fight. Sha. I don't hate deception. Seeing the Beedrill lying on the ground, Scyther let out a disdainful squeak. This is the combat knowledge they learned from observing the cat leaders battle. The enemy to be attacked can be changed at any time. Giggle. Silly bee. Scorpio also walked over at this moment and made a disdainful remark to the fallen Beedrill. Well done, Scorpion, Scyther. Seeing this, Qingyuan praised the 2 little ones with some surprise. He really didn't expect that the 2 little ones would put what they learned into practice so quickly. Are Scorpions and Scythers really that good at learning? Hearing Qingyuan's praise, Scorpion and Mantis wiped their noses with a bit of smugness. He gave Qingyuan a look that said, "Am I awesome?" Seeing this, Qingyuan laughed and patted their heads to show his praise before coming to the head cat. Meow. Cat Boss looked at Qingyuan in front of him and asked a question with some doubt. The next second, due to the severity of his injuries, Cat Boss fainted. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately went to the Cat Boss and began to check the Cat Boss's physical condition. This examination was alarming, as it revealed the purple liquid seeping from the cat's wound. Qingyuan found a small amount of blood in a large amount of venom. Seeing this, Qingyuan did not hesitate at all and quickly took out 2 bottles of antidote from his bag and poured them down the throat of the Cat Boss. He then took out the dagger he had used to dismember the monster and made several incisions at the wound where the Cat Boss had been given the poison needle, in order to help the Cat Boss expel the poison. Qingyuan was shocked to see the purple liquid flowing from Cat Boss's wound. This Cat Boss is really tough. Normally, a Pokemon of its size would be half dead from so much poison. This guy managed to withstand so much venom and take down more than a dozen Beedrills. This perseverance made Qingyuan's desire to subdue it even stronger. Of course, this is all on the premise that the Cat Boss can get through this ordeal. If he couldn't make it through, Qingyuan could only promise that he would find a propitious burial site for Cat Boss. Looking at the Cat Boss lying on the ground, constantly oozing purple venom, Qingyuan was still worried, so he took out 2 more bottles of antidote from his bag and forced the Cat Boss to drink them. After taking 2 strong doses, Cat Boss's condition quickly improved. The wound gradually began to ooze a mixture of purplish-red blood and venom. Seeing this, Qingyuan quickly sprayed some good medicine on the Cat Boss's wound to help it heal. Since the cat has started expelling a mixture of purplish-red blood and venom, it means that most of the venom in the cat's body has been expelled. The Cat Boss is currently seriously injured, and he dares not let the Cat Boss lose too much blood. Otherwise, it will be too late to save them. After spraying all the wounds with healing medicine, Qingyuan gave the Cat Boss another bottle of antidote and another bottle of oral medicine. After taking the 2 bottles of medicine, Cat Boss's breathing finally stabilized. Seeing this, Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, then took out tweezers and a glass bottle from his bag and began to treat the poison needles stuck in the cat's body. After removing all the poisoned needles, Qingyuan sprayed it with an external antidote and wound medicine. Qingyuan, whose legs had gone numb from squatting, plopped down on the ground. "You're really tough, you almost turned the tables." Qingyuan patted the cat's head and said with some admiration. Just now, when he was treating the poison needles for the cat boss, he discovered that the cat boss was almost riddled with holes from the poison needles. The poison needles alone, pulled from the cat boss, filled 6 glass bottles for Qingyuan. This gives you an idea of how many times the cat boss was pricked by the poison needle. It's important to know that not all poison needle moves can leave a physical poison needle on the attacked Pokémon. Most poison needle skills, once they hit a Pokémon, quickly turn into venom or dissipate as poison energy. The number of poison stings left on the cat boss alone exceeded the total number of poison stings from 2 Beedrill attacks. And the cat boss was carrying so many poison needles and performing so many difficult moves. In the end, they even managed to defeat most of the Beedrill pursuers. How could Qingyuan not admire it and call it a tough guy? By the way, when Qingyuan was treating it just now, he realized that the cat boss really is the boss. It's an older brother, not an older sister with the title of boss. Qingyuan sat on the ground and rubbed his legs, which were a little numb. He checked the cat boss's body again to make sure he wouldn't eat the food after subduing the cat boss. He then took out a Pokeball and threw it at the Persian. Ding dong. After a long period of flashing, a ding-dong sound rang out. Qingyuan was finally completely relieved. He's definitely a tough guy, even a simple subjugation takes this much effort. Qingyuan picked up the Meowth's Pokeball, held it in front of him, and complained to it. Clatter. Sha. Scorpion and Scyther, standing to the side, nodded in agreement with admiration. Scorpio was previously struck by Arbok's poisonous stinger. It perfectly understands the feeling of a poison needle stuck in flesh. The cat boss was incredibly impressed that he could withstand so many poisonous stings and still defeat so many Beedrills with such fluid grace. Haha, you two, from now on we're partners. Remember to learn from Boss Cat. Clatter. Sha. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and Mantis nodded and responded loudly. After resting for a while and finding that his legs were no longer numb, Qingyuan got up and packed everything away. Then he looked at the giant bee that had fallen to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyuan immediately threw out a Pokeball and captured the Beedrill. There must be some with great potential among these many bee beetles. And this time it's free, so getting anything is a win? Thinking of this, Qingyuan happily picked up the Pokeball that had captured Beedrill from the ground. After collecting all the Beedrill's Pokeballs, Qingyuan took out his Pokédex. After opening the Pokédex, Qingyuan immediately took a Beedrill Pokeball and placed it in the groove on the Pokédex. The Beedrill's body is divided into 3 segments and has 4 legs. Its head is relatively round and has 2 antennae. Its abdomen is round, with all 4 legs attached to it. Its tail is yellow and black, ending in a venomous stinger. It has large, thick white stingers on its hands. It has 2 pairs of wings on its back, with intricate patterns on them. Illustrated guide, not included in the main text. Pokémon, Beedrill. Rating, 17. Developmental comparison, average. Attributes, insect, poison. Ability, bug sensation. When HP is low, the power of bug-type moves increases. This ability only appears once per Pokémon. Skills, insect bite, wild strike, poison needle, combo slash, double needle. No wonder we couldn't beat the cat boss, turns out its level is so high. Looking at the information about the giant bee in front of him, Qingyuan said with some surprise. Qingyuan looked away from the Pokédex display and headed in the direction from which the cats had come. That was the place he and Scorpion were planning to explore next. He is now almost certain that the road to the east is blocked. Faced with such a powerful swarm of Beedrill, Qingyuan only had a few Pokémon, the highest level being in the 20s. It's clear that it's impossible to get past here. Moreover, Qingyuan is now hesitant to travel this way, since the Beedrill swarm is not the butterfly swarm. Beedrill are extremely territorial, and any Pokémon that dares to trespass into their territory will be attacked. The cat probably accidentally wandered into Beedrill's territory and was then chased. Sigh, I still have to take a detour. Qingyuan sighed and continued to examine Beedrill's aptitude. Development is average, level 18, ability, bug premonition, not good stuff. Development is average, level 20, ability, bug premonition, not good stuff. Development is average, level 19, sniper trait, good stuff. Development is good, level 16, trait, bug premonition, 7 skills. I'll keep them for now. This is because Beedrills do not have genetic traits. Qingyuan can only judge Beedrill's potential by its development level, characteristics, and the number of skills it has mastered. After careful selection, Qingyuan finally chose 3 Beedrill with decent potential. Qingyuan released the remaining BBs on the spot. Although he had caught 3 decent new Pokémon, Qingyuan was still somewhat worried. Beedrill, being a relatively common Pokémon, is actually quite difficult to sell on the black market. Aside from underworld trainers who desperately need to replenish their fighting strength, virtually no trainer would spend money to buy this kind of Pokémon. However, rather than selling Beedrill on the black market, Qingyuan prefers to find several quests in the Pokédex that require catching Beedrill. After all, there are all sorts of birds in a big forest, and you might just run into a few suckers who like to spend money to collect bug-type Pokémon. Of course, it's okay if they don't sell them, Beedrill don't eat much, and he can still afford to keep them. If all else fails, you can give it away as a gift later, just like Ash did. As for not capturing it, that's impossible, it would be a loss not to take something that's free. After thinking it over, Qingyuan put away the Beedrill's Pokeball and headed towards the camp with Gliscor and Scyther. The cat boss has already shown him firsthand that the path ahead is blocked. Therefore, having already achieved its goal, Qingyuan had no need to continue moving forward. Moreover, it took him almost 2 hours to treat the cat boss. It's almost 3 p.m. now. If he had kept the pace he took this morning, it would have been dark by the time he got back to camp. Therefore, Qingyuan had to hurry back. After a 3-hour trek, Qingyuan finally returned to the camp before nightfall. Wa. The little dragon stood at the camp entrance and, upon seeing Qingyuan's figure in the distance, immediately shouted happily, "Ha ha ha, I'm back, little Charmander." Seeing the little fire dragon warmly welcoming him home, Qingyuan took 3 steps into and went straight to the little fire dragon's side, hugging it tightly in his arms. "I'll introduce you to a new friend later." Qingyuan placed the little fire dragon on the ground, patted its head, and said. Upon hearing this, the little dragon was completely bewildered. How come we have new partners? When did Qingyuan become so capable? They invite new elves to join every few days. Guwa guwa. Filled with questions, Charmander enthusiastically called out twice more to Scorpion and Scyther. Clatter. Sha. Scorpion and Scyther responded enthusiastically to Charmander. Guwa guwa, what's with the new friend? The little dragon asked Scorpio with some curiosity. Hehe, you'll see then. Scorpio didn't tell Charmander, instead acting rather mysteriously. After being rebuffed by Scorpion, Charmander looked at Scyther with great curiosity. Sha, you'll see then. The mantis gave the same answer as the scorpion. The once energetic little dragon suddenly became listless. Guwa, I hate riddle tellers. Harboring resentment towards the 2 riddle Pokemon, Scorpion and Scyther, Charmander stormed back to the camp. Upon seeing this, Scorpio and Mantis immediately exchanged a glance and chuckled to themselves. The Slowpoke, standing to the side, saw through everything with its wise eyes. Yadong? A boring trick. After making a comment about Scorpion and Scyther's prank, Slowpoke rolled over and lay down in a more comfortable position. What's wrong, Charmander? Back at the camp, Qingyuan had just taken out the cutting board and the old man's strange meat when he turned around and saw the little fire dragon with a face full of displeasure. Guayea, the scorpions are bullying me. With Qingyuan as his trainer backing him up, Charmander immediately began to loudly accuse Qingyuan, using both his hands and feet. After watching the little fire dragon's animated performance for a while, Qingyuan understood what was going on. This person got humiliated by Scorpio and came to him to complain. However, as a trainer who treats all his Pokemon equally, Qingyuan has no intention of standing up for Charmander. Rather than helping Charmander get revenge, he prefers Charmander to get revenge himself. He felt this was a way to train Charmander's abilities. Of course, as a trainer respected and relied upon by Pokemon, Qingyuan still had to do things like soothe their emotions. Okay, don't be angry anymore. I'm going to try making a new dish. Do you want to come with me? Qingyuan patted the little fire dragon's head and pointed to the meat of the old monster on the cutting board. Upon hearing this, the little dragon immediately became interested, as the tree fruit soup that Qingyuan made last time was quite good. Having learned from this experience, little fire dragon had complete faith in Qingyuan's skills. Moreover, it can participate in the preparation this time, creating a sense of anticipation for participating in the creation of delicious food, making it impossible for the little dragon to refuse the request. Gui, I want to do it, I want to do it. Looking at the excited little fire dragon in front of him, Qingyuan couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself. Kids are so easy to please. Divider line. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. Thank you Bai Yugui for the generous donation X1. Despite the protection of the antidote and the peach fruit, Qingyuan was still afraid of poison. After all, eating poisonous meat is not a good habit. So before making the meat of the ABO monster, Qingyuan first went to the river and washed it 7 or 8 times. Back at the camp, the little dragon had already started a campfire at his command. Seeing this, Qingyuan first placed the pot filled with water on the campfire. Then he took the wooden skewers that the mantis had just whittled from its hand. Today he plans to have a snake prepared in 2 ways, snake soup and roasted snake meat. He plans to use peach and orange fruits as ingredients for the snake soup, as these 2 sweet tree fruits can maximize the umami flavor of arbok meat. Moreover, peaches have detoxifying properties, so he doesn't have to worry about getting poisoned from eating a meal. As for the roasted snake meat, he made a jam using peaches and jujubes. Qingyuan believed that this sweet and spicy jam would surely bring back the pleasure he had felt while eating skewers in his past life. After making the jam, Qingyuan put the portion of meat intended for snake soup directly into the water. Because he had never cooked snake meat before and was afraid of poisoning, Qingyuan decided to blanch the snake meat first. While blanching the snake meat, Qingyuan cut the washed peaches into pieces and set them aside. He also marinated the snake meat intended for grilling with salt. After blanching the snake meat, Qingyuan poured out the water, replaced it with fresh water, and put the snake meat and diced peaches into the water. After skewering the marinated snake meat, Qingyuan instructed the little fire dragon to start a fire again. At the same time, the important task of watching over the fire was entrusted to the little fire dragon. Watching the little Charmander excitedly controlling the flames of the barbecue, Qingyuan walked over to Slowpoke with a contented expression. Yadong, what do you want to do? Looking at Qingyuan, who was giving him a malicious smile, Slowpoke asked with some confusion. Qingyuan's smile always gave it a bad feeling. Looking at the somewhat puzzled Slowpoke in front of him, Qingyuan did not answer it. He plopped down on the left side of Slowpoke and then leaned over towards Slowpoke. After resting his head on Slowpoke's body, Qingyuan sighed lazily. Ah, that feels so good. Slowpoke, which was being held down by Qingyuan, was feeling a bit uncomfortable and wanted to move its body. Qingyuan reached out and stopped it. Don't move, let me lie down for a while. After saying that, Qingyuan shook his head from side to side as he rested his head on Slowpoke's back. The fleshy parts on Slowpoke's back swayed from side to side with Qingyuan's movements. The limp, scaleless beast became Qingyuan's elf brand pillow. Feeling the soft touch on the back of his head, Qingyuan thought to himself with some emotion. Indeed, this is the most perfect way to use an elf. I wonder how comfortable Snorlax's belly must be. After thinking it over, Qingyuan rubbed his head again with the Slowpoke. In his previous life, Qingyuan had always wanted to experience the feel of the soft, furry elves in this world. Last time at Mount Tsukimi, he thought about kidnapping Pippi and turning her into a fluffy body pillow. However, Pippi didn't want to go with him, so Qingyuan had no choice but to put the idea out of his mind. Now that he's caught Slowpoke, this chubby guy, Qingyuan can finally enjoy himself. Looking at Qingyuan, who was lying on its back with a look of enjoyment on his face, Slowpoke showed a helpless expression. There was nothing they could do. Qingyuan was like a rogue, and they couldn't get rid of him no matter what they tried. Ultimately, Slowpoke, guided by its nature, chose to submit to Qingyuan. It seemed to have resigned itself to its fate, lay down on the ground, closed its eyes, and prepared to sleep. Since things have come to this point, there's no point in resisting. I might as well get some sleep and see what happens next. However, Qingyuan didn't lie down for too long, since he still had dinner to prepare. It only lay on Slowpoke's back for about 5 minutes at most. Qingyuan stood up, ready to check on how the little fire dragon was doing with the barbecue. After Qingyuan got up, Slowpoke also woke up from its sleep. Watching Qingyuan leave, Slowpoke slowly stretched out its chubby little hand, preparing to rub its back. The 5 minutes Qingyuan lay there had already made its back numb. However, its rounded shape became an obstacle. Its hands were blocked by its belly and could not reach its back. Yadong. Slowpoke let out a desperate cry and prepared to roll over and lie down, using the ground to relieve the numbness in its back. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly pressed down on the numb spot on its back and began to rub it. How does it feel? Doesn't that feel much better? Qingyuan's voice rang out at just the right moment. Yadong. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Slowpoke originally intended to ignore him. However, the massage from Qingyuan was so comfortable that Slowpoke couldn't help but let out a groan. Sorry, Slowpoke, next time I wake up I promise I'll give you a massage right away. Hearing what was said earlier, Slowpoke's expression softened considerably. It thought that Qingyuan was going to let it go because he saw that it was in pain. But as soon as the second half of the sentence was uttered, Slowpoke's previously composed expression immediately fell. It knew that Qingyuan, that shameless guy, wouldn't let it go. What was it expecting? After giving Slowpoke a massage, Qingyuan looked at Slowpoke's unhappy face and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Hearing Qingyuan's laughter, Slowpoke rolled its eyes at Qingyuan and went back to sleeping. Seeing this, Qingyuan rubbed the Slowpoke's head and walked away. He really had to go and watch the roast meat. Yadong. After Qingyuan left, Slowpoke let out a groan of utter despair before closing its eyes and going back to sleep. It contemplates the meaning of life in its dreams. Qingyuan ignored Slowpoke's groans and went straight to Charmander's side. Gru-wa. The little fire dragon, who was holding several large skewers of roasted meat and spinning them over the fire, immediately cheered when he saw Qingyuan arrive. How's the roasting going, little dragon? Looking at the little dragon making barbecue, Qingyuan asked with a smile. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon immediately showed Qingyuan the roasted meat in its hand, as if presenting a treasure. Qingyuan looked at the roasted meat in the little fire dragon's hand with some surprise. As expected of a fire-type Pokémon, Charmander's mastery of grilling meat is exceptional. The meat it grilled looked better than any of the heavily edited photos from barbecue restaurants in my previous life. However, you can't judge a book by its cover when it comes to food. Qingyuan took a skewer of roasted meat from the little fire dragon's left hand and picked up a peach fruit with his right hand. Looking at the tempting roasted meat in his hand, Qingyuan didn't hesitate and took a bite. As soon as it entered his mouth, Qingyuan decided that from now on, he would leave all matters related to barbecue to Little Dragon. The whole piece of roasted meat was grilled by the little fire dragon until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Qingyuan didn't know many adjectives to describe it, but he felt that this was probably the most perfect barbecue. You should know that this was the first time he had ever tasted such delicious roast meat in his 2 lifetimes. The little dragon is doing a great job, it's grilled very well. Qingyuan swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth, then took a bite of peach fruit and praised the little fire dragon without reservation. Gru-wa. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the little fire dragon immediately shouted happily on the spot. If it weren't for the fear of dropping the grilled meat on the ground with too much movement, the little dragon would probably be dancing around excitedly right now. Divider line. Thank you to MovieM for sending 3 units of love-fueled energy. Thank you King Feng Minjiui for the generous donation X1. Seeing this, Qingyuan smiled and put away Charmander's Pokeball. How about it? Still want to fight? You defeated opponent. Looking at Qingyuan across from him, Qingyuan said with a smile. Fight, of course I'll fight. You're only good for bragging now. Watch how I beat you to a pulp later. Nura, it's you I choose. Beat him to a pulp. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Qingyuan responded loudly. I'll change my mind. After Nyarla appeared, she swung her claws and roared loudly in the direction of Qingyuan. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan immediately threw out Scyther's Pokeball. Scyther will crush it and show it what a true warrior is. Sha. The same posture, but the difference is that the mantis swings its own large scythe. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious. Not long ago, NYX was defeated by Scyther and Charmander. Upon seeing Scyther, NYX, feeling extremely resentful, raised her claws to attack the creature. However, because Chiquita had not given any orders, Nura did not act rashly. Scyther uses quick attack. Nura will use lightning bolt too. As soon as the two trainers gave their commands, the two Pokemon on the field immediately started flashing white light and moving. Boom! The two elves collided violently like high-speed trains, producing a loud bang. However, because Scyther is larger than Weaver, Scyther had a significant advantage in this clash. Nura was thrown a great distance. Scyther, use your combo attack now. Before Naira could regain her footing, Scyther received the command and immediately slashed at Naira with her twin blades glowing white. Nura blocked it with her metal claws. Upon seeing this, Sujata immediately gave instructions. Clang. Several metallic clanging sounds rang out as Nura successfully used her metal claws. However, due to her unstable stance, NYX was unable to block all of Scyther's consecutive attacks. It only managed to withstand 2 attacks from the Scyther before being cleaved away by the Scyther. The Scyther used a cleave attack to finish it off. Sha. Upon receiving Qingyuan's command, the scythe on the right side of the Scyther glowed with a dazzling white light. Scyther raised its scythe and slashed at the fallen Nura. Nura uses the freezing wind to stop it. I'll change my mind. A blue gust of wind was blown by Nymph towards Scyther. Because it was in such a hurry to attack, the mantis failed to dodge the blow. Although the freezing wind didn't do much damage, it significantly slowed down Scyther's movement speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, NYX quickly stood up from the ground and distanced himself from Scyther. Nura, use ice shards. Nura quickly created a block of ice the size of a football and launched it at Scyther. Seeing this, Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the Scyther, whose movements had become somewhat sluggish. Scyther has no means of countering ranged attacks. Previously, because Scyther was fast and could always engage in close combat, Qingyuan hadn't paid much attention to this issue. Now that its speed has been restricted, Scyther's problems have become apparent. If Scyther had a ranged attack, it could easily go toe-to-toe with NYX Assassin. Scyther used quick attack to dodge. Sha. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, the Scyther quickly gathered its energy and began to move rapidly. However, the effects of the freezing wind slowed its start considerably. The ice shard, which could have been completely avoided, was ultimately not completely dodged. Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the ice block on the mantis's waist. Now, the already hampered mantis is even more restricted. Nura, continue using ice shard attacks. However, Jemmy didn't care what Qingyuan was thinking. He was unforgiving and, seeing that the ice pebbles were working, he continued to instruct Nura to use them. Close combat is out of the question, as their levels are already similar, and Scyther also has an advantage in size. If it were close combat, then Nura would be a complete punching bag. Therefore, you should use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Since the Scyther has no means of ranged attack, then kite it. The football-sized ice block was once again launched by Nura at the Scyther. Scyther used Shadow Clone Techies to dodge. Upon hearing Qingyuan's command, Scyther immediately sprang into action, its silhouette on the field beginning to blur. At the same time, more than a dozen flying mantises suddenly appeared in the arena. Upon seeing this, Sujata's previously smug expression froze. Naira does have ranged attack capabilities, but it lacks wide-range ranged attack capabilities. With so many shadow clones, Nula can't break through them. Scyther uses combo slash. Regardless of what Sujata was thinking, Ayahara seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Nura is gathering small ice shards, then using freezing winds to blow them away. Upon hearing Jemmy's words, Nura immediately sprang into action. Strands of blue, icy wind, carrying tiny ice shards, attacked the mantis's shadow clone. The moment the freezing wind struck the shadow clone, the ice shards propelled by the wind shattered the Scyther's shadow clone. Qingyuan was somewhat surprised to see this scene. He hadn't expected that the freezing wind and ice shards could break through the shadow clone. Naira was very fast, and in no time the shadow clones on the field were almost completely destroyed. But at this moment, Scyther had already arrived in front of Nymph. Seeing that NYX was still using Ice Shard, Scyther did not hesitate at all. He slashed at him twice with a resounding thud, sending him flying. Scyther presses its advantage, using quick attack followed by cleave. Upon hearing Qingyuan's words, Scyther did not hesitate at all and immediately began to carry them out. It first flashed with lightning and struck Nura, who had just gotten up. Before NYX could even fly away, Scyther's raised right scythe flashed white light and slashed fiercely at NYX. Just as Nura was about to take off, she was slammed to the ground by this slash and lost her ability to fight. Upon seeing this, Qingyuan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Of course, he wasn't happy because Scyther defeated Weaver. After all, in his view, defeating Weaver was the right thing to do. He was delighted because the flying mantis's attempt had just succeeded. Inspired by NYX's frozen wind and ice shards, Qingyuan had Scyther try out a combination attack of quick attack and slash. I didn't expect to succeed so quickly, although the transition between the two skills was a bit slow. But as long as it's proven that the skill can be used in this way, that's fine. This was just an experiment, after all, but now that it has been proven to work, then Qingyuan knew what he should train Scorpion and the others next. This combination technique can be practiced more to shorten the transition time. In the same amount of time, two skills are definitely more powerful than one skill. Moreover, the combination of certain skills is not as simple as 1 + 1. Just as Qingyuan was envisioning a bright future, Jemyushin shouted loudly from across the street. I'm telling you, it's just that she defeated my Nura, there's no need for you to be so happy. Qingyuan was immediately brought back to his senses by this voice. Looking at Jemyushin across from him, Qingyuan slowly gave him 2 words. Stupid. Upon hearing this, Sujita became furious and roared loudly. You just wait, I'll show you how powerful my Circle Bear is. Circle Bear, it's you I choose. Beat him to a pulp. Gum. Sha. Seeing this, Scyther slowly raised its twin blades, assuming an attack stance. It had fought this Circle Bear before, it was very strong. Even under the combined attack of itself and Scorpion, this Circle Bear managed to hold out for a long time. On several occasions, after going berserk, it almost took it and one of the Scorpios with it. However, after that battle, it also discovered some of the weaknesses of the Circular Bear. Because of its large size, the Circular Bear is not very agile. As long as it targets this point, it can still put up a fight against it. I'm sure Qingyuan can also see the weakness of this Circle Bear. Thinking of this, Scyther turned to look at Qingyuan. Qingyuan saw the flying mantis's movements, nodded, and gave it a reassuring look.